hold on. Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Ms. Rich Levinson is going to welcome her principal and the students at Embassy Creek Elementary for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Rich Levinson?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Frankworth. This morning, Mr. Robert Becker, principal, and the students of Embassy Creek Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. All rise, please.
Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to share some of our students with all of you. Beside me is Miss Luann Leone, 2014 Florida Music Educator of the Year, and under her leadership, our students are going to present the pledge and the Star Spangled Banner. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One. Ready? One.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Embassy Creek. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Always a great way to start our morning with students. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment at this time, it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Mrs. Alhadeff has requested a moment of silence for a Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School student. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas student Stephen Minaj, along with his parents, sadly passed away on September 4th in a car accident. Steve was an honor roll student and a skilled basketball player who dreamed to play for the NBA and hoped to become a dentist. The family will be deeply missed. Stephen will be deeply missed by everyone who knew him. If we could please have a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings: July 23rd, 2019 regular school board meeting, July 23rd, 2019 special school board meeting, TDEFP, August 1st, 2019 public hearing, budget added, August 6th, 2019 school board operational meeting added, August 13th, 2019 special school board meeting added, September 4th, 2019 special expulsions. Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. August 1st, 2019 public hearing budget, August 6th, 2019 school board operating meeting, and August 13th, 2019 special school board meeting. These are minutes which have been added. Speakers, Benjamin Del Barrio, withdrawn. Vivian Cisneros, withdrawn. Christina Brazil, added. Board items, G2, personal recommendations for the instructional separation of employment or discipline for the 2019-2020 school year, revised. G3, personal recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year, revised. G4, personnel recommendations for non-instructional separation of employment and discipline for the 2019-2020 school year, revised. BB1, board member travel requests. Ms. Heather Brinkworth's travel request to travel to Tallahassee with Commissioner Heather Moritas to lobby state legislatures for funding to support the proposed aviation program at Atlantic Technical Center, withdrawn. BB2, annual evaluation of the superintendent of schools, added. I6, administrative complaint, Tara Pastor, withdrawn. And LL2, First Amendment to the Agreement of Sale and Purchase with Lennar Homes. That is a revised item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Alhadeff. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled, which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? G3 is automatically pulled. Are there any other G items a board member would like to discuss? Mrs. Alhadeff?
G4.
G4 for Mrs. Alhadeff. Anyone else? A items? F1? I items? Mrs. Alhadeff? I'm sorry. This was an
I
F.
had F1, please.
F1 for Mrs. Levinson.
I4. I7.
I4 and I7 for Mrs. Alhadeff. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak? I'm sorry, Dr.
I
Osgood?
have I1 and I2.
I1 and I2, Dr. Osgood. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion?
Excuse me. Good morning, this is Ronald B. Barish. Was G1 pulled?
It was not.
G1.
Mr. Barish would like G1 pulled. Anyone else from the audience would like to pull an item that has not already been pulled for separate consideration? At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good,
Second.
second by Ms. Korn. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. At this time, will board members please identify the open items that you will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. GG items, the GG1 is a special order at 11:35. Yes. BB?
Oh,
Yes.
That was a GG1.
Okay. GG, she would like to speak to GG1. Anyone else like to speak to GG1? BB1, BB2? I'm sorry, one of them was withdrawn. BB1 was withdrawn, sorry. CC1, 2, or 3? EE1? And JJ items. JJ 3 through 7 for Ms. Corn.
Was BB 2 pulled?
Oh, it's an open item.
It's an open item. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes.
Yes, Mrs. Alhadeff would like.
one, BB2?
BB2. 1 second. Yes, Ms. Good. For BB2?
Ms. Murray for BB2.
Ms. Good, Ms. Levinson, and Ms. Murray. And Dr. Osgood. Okay. And any LL items? Okay. Yes. May the chair have a second, I'm sorry, a motion and a second to consider G3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input? Colleague input, anyone on G3? All in favor of approving this item? I'm sorry, I didn't see you getting up, Mr. Barish.
I know. I have,
This is G3.
I know.
Okay.
I have 7 words that I just want to say. I've done this before in the last few meetings. I have 7 words. Make sure you screen them very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving this item say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments.
Okay, so I give to, is this on? Is it on now?
Can you make sure Ms. Bartleman's microphone is on, please?
Okay, woo, there we go. So the first person I get to recognize is Jose Alvarez, who's a specialist Head Start early Head Start compliance. Next is Martina Blanco, instructional and digital materials analyst. And Michael Bragagati, systems analyst 2. Congratulations.
So I have the pleasure of announcing our new specialist in our Head Start Early Head Start Compliance, Georgia Bryant. And our new Director in Employee and Labor Relations, Susan Cooper. Our new Auditor 3, Kashama Patel. I'd like to congratulate Talicia Wright, licensed practical nurse, school health at Sandpiper Elementary.
It is my pleasure to welcome a new assistant principal at Hollywood Hills, Shamali Johnson. Shamali is now a Spartan. She left the Patriots.
I guess I'll do, you want me to do Nora's?
Sure.
Angela Cobby is the new assistant principal at Coconut Creek High School. Is it Cobby or Kobe? Kobe, I wanted to get that right. Sorry, Angela Kobe. And Chelsea Deese is the, did I say Deese right? All right, assistant principal, Deerfield Beach High.
Congratulations to all of you on your appointments. If you would like to head to your new positions, this is the point in the meeting that is appropriate for you to do so. Have a great day and congratulations. Yay. Now we will hear committee reports. Reports may have up to 5 minutes each. And we'll give that just a second so that those that are exiting Do we have any committee reports today? Yes. Please state your name and the committee that you represent.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Ronci. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maria Gabriela Salas, and I am the chair of the ESOL Leadership Council for the school year 2019-2020. As I myself am an English language learner, I ask that you please bear with my pronunciation. Always, metrics are an excellent and accepted tool to explore performance and to identify areas to improve. And I'm going to give you some data a little later. It's meant during the next 5 minutes. But now, I just want to talk about the role of welcoming attitude at school and its significant impact on the newcomer school and the newcomer ESOL student, best adaptation, and their families. At this point, it's valid to say that this impact could be positive or negative. To really achieve the best result, it is crucial for ESOL students that their first step in a new school environment is adequate, rewarding, and on the top that, welcoming. The very first step to reach our potential as a human being is nurturing the sense of belonging and deserving. Going through the BCPS to-do list, we can perfectly cross off this item. It makes us, as an ESOL Leadership Council, so proud to say today, during the Hispanic Heritage Celebration, that we met expectations about a welcoming philosophy and went above and beyond. Not just support, events, materials, resources, but with the Welcoming Center initiative almost here. Last year was, by far, a terrific year for the bilingual ESOL department. That said, to believe that in just 5 minutes I will be able to outline with everything we do, together with the bilingual ESOL department during a school year, will be something for a dream. But as a dream in these school districts come true, I will try to give you a brief overview. These are our incredible numbers. It is worth noting that today there are 31,000 active ELL students, 51% of them born in the US. In our community, there are around 189 different languages represented in 170 countries. Our ELL students make up 12% of the students at BCPS. We are a true cultural melting pot. That is why the initiative to open the Welcome Center could not wait. We are more than satisfied with this decision, and we hope that the work related to the opening of the center can be hurried so that we can start the 2020-21 school year with the center open in order to receive a large number of newcomers. It is important to note that 4,400 new ESOL students start this school year on top of the 7,000 began last school year. We can highlight that we have 5,000 ESOL students in high school this year, and around 1,300 graduate in 2019. And we are proud to share that our graduation rate increased from 68% in 2018 to 1,700% in 2018, including charter school. As today we are celebrating Hispanic heritage, it's important to say that Hispanic students in the district represent 35% of the population. Dual language schools are currently approximately 45. The student and the dual language programs continue to show growth in all grades, and instances are showing great gains than students in the traditional setting. The bilingual ESOL department again received the immigrant grant and is looking to continue all the initiatives from the last 5 years, including the successful Rally to Tally and Broward Youth Food. Title III funds this year were used to implement Imagine Learning for all CAT to 5 newcomer students. There are many initiatives supporting the students and families. Bilingual ESOL department, in a collaborative approach, joins effort with Parent Community Engagement Task Force to present next Saturday, 21st, Empowerment Parents, conference in 4 languages. Everybody is welcome. Todos son bienvenidos. It will be a huge success with the special support of Ms. Rich Levinson. As we clearly understand that there are now two priority jobs in the school district, which are to continue to develop world-class education and preserve the safety of each member of our educational community, as Superintendent Ronsi said in the DIC in the beginning of 2019, we have actively supported secure procedures and encouraged the ESOL community to adopt new security protocols. The school year 2019-2020 has started.
Pardon me, I apologize, and I know you said that you had a lot to say within 5 minutes. You do know that you can come every meeting and give us any information every single meeting as the committee, or you can email all of your remarks to all of us.
It's okay.
Okay,
Okay, then we're done?
yes,
Okay, well, thank you, gracias, merci.
thank you. Any additional committee reports?
Good morning. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President, elementary teacher, mom of a proud Mustang graduate. So I have a couple things I want to talk about. First and foremost, that we are well into our school year. We're past the 20-day count. I know that there's going to be some changes made among schools with class size situation, under enrollment, under budget, so forth. I need you guys to wholeheartedly speak with the CFO and anyone and everyone to find out exactly how many schools are affected, how many teachers will be released between today and a couple days, what schools are going to be helped to get put into that have classrooms without teachers in it. They still have substitutes or classes are being split, and to not accept that because they started the school year with the class split and we've got teachers over class size. I'm talking kindergarten teachers with 24, 25, 26 students. I'm talking fifth grade classes with 27, 28, 29 students. We have specials that are getting doubled up where they're holding classes with 40 to 50 students. That's just elementary. We have middle school and high school that are getting extra preps. We have teachers that are losing their 6th period supplement in middle school, or they're losing their 7th and 8th period supplement because there's a lot of movement. If you're not aware of it, and it's the first time you're hearing about it, please ask, and ask wholeheartedly, because we got past a 20-day count. I know budgets are a big concern. If we were under budget or projection of under enrollment, it is what it is. But if we have actual students in that school and they need teachers and they need to be in class size and you're expecting them to move gains because you guys are wholeheartedly behind the FSA testing and school grade and school movement, then they should be within the actual amount of students that they should have, and stop hiding behind blended learning. Oh, I have 4 computers, so now I can have 5 extra kids. That doesn't work that way. We still have to give assignments, grade assignments, work with them individually, work in small group individually, and we're not passing our students off to teacher assistants or classroom assistants to step outside a classroom and teach them in small group. These are things that are happening. I'm not just up here saying it. We're going into negotiations. We're sitting down at the table on the 25th. I hope you all had a closed door and directed the proper people to come to the table with a solid offer. We're only talking finances this year. That's it. This is not hard. We should have moved into it months ago. We keep getting hold off on the district. The teachers and every other BTU unit want to know when we're sitting down for negotiations. So I'm publicly saying it. We're starting the 25th. I want to roll into a very serious topic right now that has come across my attention, and actually come across Lisa Maxwell's attention. She will speak more in depth of it when she stands up here. There is a memo that surfaced out there September 12th from Brian Katz's office through Dr. Valerie Wanza to the principals to do some assailant training without them being trained. There's a 30-page PowerPoint. Our principals are not experts. Are you an expert? Have you guys taken the training? Are you aware of what this training is? And they want to push it on our teachers, and then we have to go to a mandated meeting. We have to sign off that we sat through this training, and now we're trained. None of this is okay. You'll actually have the memo handed to you if it hasn't already been handed to you, so you can see what I'm talking about. I feel it's better to have a visual. So you got an email from Ms. Maxwell, you have an email from me explaining our concerns, and we're speaking here publicly. This needs to be on hold. We understand state statute. The statute was also restated in my email, if you don't know it, back after session ended. What has happened between end of session last year and now it's a mandate that has to be done within 2 weeks. They get the memo September 27th, must be done by, memos is done September 12th, must be done by September 27th. So let's just rush it, just because to say we did it. This has to stop. I need you to have conversations with the proper personnel of where this came from, why it came in this manner, and that it cannot happen the way it's being pushed forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. I'm going to ask the audience to please refrain from that type of response. Any additional committee reports?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lisa Maxwell. I'm the Executive Director for the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. We are deeply disturbed by the memo that Ms. Fusco just mentioned. Principals are not law enforcement. They're not trained in how to train others in active assailant situations. The PowerPoint that they're expected to roll out to their entire school, not just the teachers, but everybody who works in the school, includes items that, such as how to distract a shooter, under what circumstances to throw something at their head. There's all kinds of stuff about when to hide, when not to hide, when to run, when not to run. I mean, these are, candidly, principals and assistant principals, they're educators. They're not equipped to provide this kind of training. I understand the difficulty in rolling out a training to the entire however many thousand employees we now have. However, there are other ways that this can be accomplished, and there are other ways that this has been accomplished in the past, whether it's through a video presentation or some other methodology that has the person, either through an electronic signature, acknowledge that they took the training. But this, you're going to have 252 instances of different interpretations of this PowerPoint, as opposed to a consistent training that's performed by professionals and understood as such. So I'm asking, please, they've also given them a week to accomplish this. And I can tell you right now that there will be teachers who object strenuously to being called to another training when that is not provided for or part of their contract. So we're taking time away from kids, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but we have to have a better solution. If this has got to happen, then I would at least ask through legal counsel that there be some sort of a blanket indemnification. I mean, I've got assistant principals now defending their careers because of allegations of not properly training on Code Red. And here we are on an active shooter situation. That's, so if the district is willing to completely indemnify them on this training, then that may be a consideration. Otherwise, it's just not appropriate. The other item I wanted to bring to your attention is a problem with a sick leave bank. This has recently come up. I'll just use an example. There's an assistant principal who was diagnosed with cancer, went out on medical leave, was treated, came back and decided to come back as a teacher in a less intensive kind of physical role. He was in the sick bank as an administrator. He thought he would be able to transfer into the teacher sick bank. He could not. He still requires half a day of treatment once a week for chemotherapy, but he's run out of his sick time. In order to even be eligible to apply for the teacher's bank now, he needs 10 days, which is an impossibility for him to get unless he withholds treatment for himself. And he's deeply concerned that he is going to be in a situation where he's considered for job abandonment because he has to choose, show up to work or get treatment. So I don't think the policy ever intended to do that to people. I think that obviously each bargaining unit has their own sick bank, but we need a provision where if you change bargaining groups and you were in another sick bank, that you can automatically be enrolled in the sick bank for the unit you transfer into. So I ask consideration for that. This gentleman has a devoted career here, and like I said, I don't think this is the way we intended to treat employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Runcie?
Yes, so I'll answer a couple things. Regarding the last item, I'll get together with Ms. Maxwell and identify who it is. Of course, we want to do the best we can and take situations like that into account and do the best we can for our employees. So I'll work with you and the individual and benefits with that one. Regarding the second issue, the active assailant response training protocol, I'll first have, through the chair, Mr. Nesmith, just review the requirement from the state and why we were doing this, and then I'll respond in terms of maybe some other options we can help to do to assist with this.
Good morning, Leo Neesmith, Director of District Administrative Services, and speaking on behalf of Mr. Katz, who's dealing with the family matter today, which is why he's unable to attend. So I do know and understand the concern addressed by Ms. Maxwell and Ms. Fusco regarding the training for the active assailant response protocol. This is in response to a state mandate for all schools, for all school districts to have trained all teachers, staff members, non-instructional included, as well as students before October 1st. I do know that, as Mr. Katz had mentioned in several of his presentations, that he had been working diligently with Safe Havens to come up with a new protocol as we move forward with this school year. And just recently, they finalized this protocol and created the PowerPoint to roll out. Recognizing the time frame, which I do get, I do know that next year, obviously, we'll have a much better opportunity based on time to do training way in advance. But again, this is strictly in compliance with the Senate Bill 7030, and shortly, I know Safe Havens is continuing to work on videos, so we do anticipate additional training videos to be sent out to schools. As the schools continue to meet the mandate for the monthly drill based by the state, this is an opportunity for principals to also share with the students as they conduct the drill to help them train. So this can be an opportunity for an actual teaching moment and a training opportunity for the drill and getting them to better understand the response protocols.
All right, thank you. So what I would say about this particular drill is that it's not just about having folks go and watch a video or read pieces of paper. There needs to be a collective convening of staff and security personnel at the school. They need to have a conversation. They need to build their understanding around situational awareness. I do understand Ms. Maxwell's point, regarding some of the concerns that are out there. And so what I'll commit to do is to work with Mr. Katz and SIU to identify a couple opportunities, maybe two, where we would, using electronic means, have someone from SIU, our security team, actually deliver the PowerPoint presentation, and the principals can convene their staff somewhere where they can have access to that. After that, it will be up to the principals and the staff to have a conversation. If they have questions that they cannot answer or don't feel comfortable answering, they are absolutely to direct those questions back to our safety and security team, and we will give them written responses. Again, this is to build understanding, to build capacity as we move forward. So we want everybody engaged. We don't want this to just be a checklist item for folks. So I'll work with Mr. Katz, and we'll figure out how we can provide additional support around this and have that occur by the end of the month.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. I have Ms. Alada, followed by Ms. Gordon.
So the principals, they are not active shooter training experts, and I don't think we should put them in the position to be doing this training. I don't think it's appropriate. That's why we have our school safety department to be rolling out this training. I did speak with Damian Kelly from the Director of Office of Safe Schools of Florida, and he said to me, as long as we have an active assailant response plan and it's distributed to all the staff members, then we would be in compliance with SB 7030. So I encourage Mr. Runcie for you to reach out to Damian Kelly.
Writing?
Yes, I've
Okay.
asked for that.
So when we get that in writing, I will certainly welcome that, and we'll stretch out the timeline. Certainly, to your first point of meeting the requirement to distribute it, I mean, that's done. We can get that done.
But this is not to say that training is not important. And so I would look to Brian Katz to make sure that the proper active shooter training is deployed to our staff, and that we work collaboratively with our law enforcement to roll this training out appropriately.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladev. I have several of my colleagues would like to make comments. I would just like to remind you that we have presentations and we have several people in the audience and children that are participating in those presentations. So if you could not be repetitive and make your comments succinct. Yes, Ms. Korn?
Thank you. From a timing perspective, Mr. Runcie, I understand Mr. Katz is not here today, but I would anticipate by the latest tomorrow,
Yes.
you will be able to identify a new time frame, because right now in writing, the only thing our principals have is this memo that gives them that deadline. So as much as this conversation is appropriate, I think by tomorrow we have to have something in writing that identifies what their new, even if it's this memo is delayed until further notice, but something has to be in writing so that they understand that they're not pushing forward because they haven't received anything and then something comes last minute. And then additionally, in Senate Bill 7030, it does refer, as Ms. Aladev had mentioned, the requirement to adopt the active assailant response plan, but it also says, and annually by October 1st. Requires each school superintendent and charter school principal to certify that all school personnel have received annual training on the procedures contained in the plan.
That's correct.
So I am hesitant to, if we don't get something in writing today, in my mind, we have to perform as if this is something that we have that deadline as we initially understood it to be until we have something else in writing. Because there is no way that this board, and I know Mr. Runcie, you as superintendent, are willing to take a chance at not meeting one of these requirements. And so there are two parts to that part of the student safety in Senate Bill 7030. So I want to just make sure in writing we have clear communications as to what our anticipated plan will be. And if the delay is one in which you don't know what that date is, at least there's something in writing that lets our principals know, and that obviously we get something as quickly as possible in writing that gives us any flexibility that may allow us to meet this requirement. And I think Leo may have something else to.
Through the chair, if I may, just to fall in line with what Board Member Korn indicated, it is our understanding that training must be provided to all staff and students as well too by October 1st. And I think one of the initial concerns was the fact that, again, we utilize our SIU detectives to fill in to ensure that we have a safe armed officer on campus. So the capacity to get out to every school is extremely challenging. I'll just say that.
Right. So again, I'll work until we get some further notice and clarification and real clear clarification from the state. We'll proceed as we have this deadline in front of us, and we will utilize some of our staff to create some other opportunities. So for example, going through that whole PowerPoint, again, there may be a way for us to deliver it electronically where one of our security staff actually does that, and we'll set up 2 times, one before school and another one after school time, and we'll offer that opportunity before the 27th, and also schools can certainly do whatever other scenarios they would like to pursue, and we'll continue to provide ongoing support. I do also want to mention that this is not the active assailant training that has been done in collaboration with municipal entities, law enforcement, and first responders. That's been going on for quite some time in this district, since I believe 2014. That training has been completed, I know, at all elementary schools, and it's being done now at our secondary schools, and we hope to complete that by the end of this year. That's a very different type of exercise and training, and it's really a simulation that's done in conjunction with law enforcement. This is in addition to that.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. I have Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Good and Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah, Mr. Runcie just answered my question. I was concerned about a training where there was not law enforcement involved, but I heard Mr. Runcie say this is something in addition to that. And maybe when we get this documentation in writing, Mr. Runcie, we can follow up with this gentleman to talk through all the components of that bill and express what it really is to implement it. A lot of times public policy is made, but the implementation part of it is very challenging. It doesn't come with funding, and we kind of just keep taking it. We don't respond back and speak to the challenges of it, the fact that we didn't get money, that we could have had this done over the summertime to pay people for the training. I think all of those things are very important. When you evaluate public policy, it has to be more than just checking a box of the number of people that completed the training. You have to talk about the process, the implementation process, in order for the policymakers to know whether it was effective or ineffective. Because I'm thinking if principals and teachers are overwhelmed with this training now at the beginning of school, how are they taking care of students? We're receiving students from the Bahamas. We have other elements going on that now it's more time taken away from focusing on the students. And I mean, I am for safety, but we have to balance it, and all of these mandates just really makes it very difficult if you're a principal or teacher or anyone working in a school. And then my final question is I know we as a board have a whole bunch of videos and training and stuff that we're having to do as well online. So I just think it's very important that we respond in writing to the actual implementation process. And I don't know if that's done through the superintendent's council or what group, or maybe it's multiple groups, but I think that that's a part that we don't do, that we need to make sure that we start doing, where we're evaluating the process of these bills that are, the laws that are coming down to us and giving us these mandates. Because if we're out of compliance, I mean, we just went through this with the guardians and the SROs. So we get caught between a rock and a hard place, and then it sends a message to our team members, like if we're not sensitive to the plight or the workload that they already have, and that's certainly not true. And if we're dealing with individuals in different organizations that have information that they can help the district, it behooves us to get that information and get those individuals in contact with the superintendent so that there could be in-depth conversations about how we could move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Good?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I guess just to the points made by both Ms. Maxwell and Ms. Fusco, and I can understand the apprehension that they have in having staff take the lead role in sharing this information. I think what was very important was the issue of consistency, because interpretation, even the most simplest of presentations, can be viewed very differently. And what we want to make sure is that there's an equal sharing of information across the board of all our employees across the district. So I think although we're attempting to try to deal with the issue in a way that I think had merit, I also believe that we have to keep in mind that issue of interpretation and consistency and how it's going to be viewed by each of our employees at each of our campuses. So anything you can do to help us get there and address those issues would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I think having a standard presentation by an expert in the field is a great idea. I concur. I think it's unfair to expect principals to do this. But this is a training that I am sure staff is going to have a lot of questions on. So even if you tape it, which is a great idea, you can't just feed them this information. I mean, it's an educational process, just like we give students, and not expect them to ask questions and be concerned. So I don't know how you're going to do that, because I don't think the principals are going to be equipped to answer the questions. So, and this is our kids' safety, so I hope you'll build in a mechanism for that type of, I mean, it's not good just to do instruction, just throwing it at them and not having an opportunity for them to ask questions and converse with an expert in what they're supposed to do. And just little things like their safe corners and all, I mean, I get questions all the time from teachers and I forward them out. But they're like, well, what about this and what about that? So you have got to, there's got to be a provision for that, because this is a huge responsibility. Even with all the code reds, you know, I had a teacher call me the other day, there's not room for me in the closet where I'm putting my kids, so I stay outside, and Mr. Katz is going to our school. So they are all they're very concerned, it's very heightened, and now active assailant response is probably going to scare some of them, and what do I do and how do I make it work? So I want them to feel confident that they're equipped with the skills to protect our students and themselves. So I hope you'll figure that out. Thank you.
Through the chair, as I said earlier in my comments, that we're going to ask the principals to provide us questions that they can't answer, and then we'll send those to our security staff, and then they'll send that back out to the schools, and we'll provide that in writing. So yes, we are building in a process where we don't expect them to be able to answer every question. We'll get those questions back to Mr. Katz and the security team for follow-up.
I'm sorry, to me, that is not effective. It's a way to do it.
Ms. Bartleman?
But teachers need to go back and forth and be able to have a conversation with someone. That's what I'm asking
Thank
for.
you. Ms. Bartleman, yes, and I actually, my comments, Mr. Runcie, are similar to Ms. Goods, and I share some of the concerns Ms. Bartleman has, actually. Consistency in implementing this, and also the opportunity for that immediate feedback. It's going to be difficult to do that through a process for questioning, so we're just going to have to figure out the best way to do that, and I think in collaboration with working with the contact that Ms. Aladef indicated, and just talking about maybe what the best practices are across the state to get this done. Thank you all. We are now going to start our special presentations. Mr. Runcie has a superintendent's report, and I'm going to ask respectfully that we do that after the first set of presentations, because we have so many students here. Okay. And I did look at the schedule, and I think it'll fit in. So, Ms. Good, with the first presentation?
Oh, we're ready?
Yes. I have Patricia Good, Tom Albano, Victoria Saldala, David Watkins for Hispanic Heritage Month presentation.
Buenos dias, school board members, Mr. Runcie, staff, and guests. Today, we would like to recognize National Hispanic Heritage Month, which celebrates the history, culture, and contributions of Hispanic Americans whose ancestors came from Spain and Latin America. To begin our celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, we will begin with a parade of flags from each Hispanic country. The flags will be carried by elementary school students with dual and world language programs.
Cuando el mundo sangra y tiembla al estruendo del cañón, este nuevo continente tiene patria y tiene Dios. Nuestro ideal ha de ser bello por la fuerza o la razón. Somos muchos corazones en un solo corazón. América, América, unida vencerá. América, América,
All right, thank you. And now we'd like to hear from Hannah Sinclair, instruction facilitator from Bilingual ESOL.
Good morning. The observation of the Hispanic Heritage Month began in 1968 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. This period is significant because of the Independence Day for many Latin American countries, which happened during this time frame. In addition, many Latin American countries celebrate El Día de la Raza, known in the United States as Columbus Day on October 12th. The U.S. Census Bureau defines the term Hispanic as a person of Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, South or Central American, or other Spanish culture or origin, regardless of race, and states that Hispanics can be of any race, any ancestry, and any ethnicity. The estimated population of Hispanics in the United States is around 58.9 million, the nation's largest ethnic minority, and constitutes about 20% of the nation's total population. Broward County's Hispanic population has grown dramatically within the last 45 years. In 1970, the Hispanic population was 15,000. Today, it is over 500,000 people, representing 30% of the population. The Hispanic population is younger than the rest of the population in Broward County, with close to 30% of the population under the age of 18. The majority of the Hispanic population in Broward lives in the west and southwest portions of Broward County, particularly in Miramar, Pembroke Pines, Weston, and Southwest ranges. Although 64% of the Hispanics in the United States are Mexican, Broward has a very diverse population with no one national origin dominating the population. Broward County Public Schools currently has 95,464 Hispanic students this year, which represents 36% of the total student population. This percentage has increased by 6% in the last 4 years. Venezuelan students represent the largest number of foreign-born students in Broward County Public Schools, with 6,457 students. 7 of the top 10 countries of new students are entering to Broward County Public Schools come from Hispanic countries like Venezuela, Colombia, Honduras, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Mexico. And also Haiti, Jamaica, and Brazil, which are the other 3 non-Hispanic countries. Thank you. Now, please welcome our director for the Bilingual ESOL Department, Vicky Saldana.
Buenos dias. Hispanics have had a profound and positive influence on our country through the strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service. They have enhanced and shaped our natural character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. Through the continued support of our superintendent and school board members, we are graduating biliterate, bicultural, and bilingual students to participate in our global society. We currently offer dual language in 41 elementary schools and 9 middle schools, where our students spend a part of the day learning academic content in English and Spanish. The goal is for students to graduate academically proficient in English and a target language. In 2019, we graduated approximately 1,500 students with the Gold Seal of Biliteracy and 500 with the Silver Seal of Biliteracy, per the state of Florida requirements. We will continue to promote the importance of being multilingual in our society. And now, Tom.
And lastly, the Equity and Diversity Department presented each of you with a set of Hispanic books that celebrates Hispanic culture and highlights Hispanic contributions to the United States. This year, our department is providing all district teachers professional development and Hispanic contributions to the United States. What was provided to you is a sample of instructional materials that are being provided to teachers to ensure that we are meeting the state mandate and incorporating areas of diversity into our curriculum. At this time, I'd like to invite Mrs. Good to say a few words and to read the Hispanic Heritage Resolution. Following the resolution, we'd like to invite everyone in the boardroom to an Hispanic lunch of Mexican food located just outside.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, everyone. Again,
it touches my heart, right, to see my colleagues up there with this, field of American flags and Hispanic flags from different Hispanic countries, and it just touches my heart. Again, Patty Good, I may be the only Hispanic school board member on the dais, but I will tell you, it makes me very proud that each one of my colleagues up there values our Hispanic students as much as I do. And that says a lot about this district, this board, and certainly Mr. Runcie, who I will tell you, it's not only the education that we're providing our students, but it's also what they view when they're in the classroom and out in our schools. And I have to say that it's because of Mr. Runcie's leadership that we have more Hispanic leaders within our district, and I think that is paramount to the success of this district. So I want to thank you, Mr. Runcie, for envisioning that type of leadership and believing in us hispanos en la comunidad. So gracias a todos. So I'm going to just very quickly highlight on some of the exciting points of the resolution in support of Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas Broward County is the tapestry of many cultures, as we know, each with its own traditions woven together to form the heart and soul of our community. And whereas a part of this multicultural tapestry is the pride of the Hispanic heritage, a deep commitment to family and community, and a strong work ethic evident in Hispanic contributions to our economy, history, and culture. And of course, I want to add in there our school district. And whereas the Hispanic community is made up of various traditions representing 20 countries joined together through the Spanish language, and whereas in an effort to preserve the richness of this culture and to foster mutual respect and understanding among all peoples, this state and the nation have set aside an entire month of recognition, celebration, and appreciation to be known as Hispanic Heritage Month. And whereas the various Hispanic organizations within the community will celebrate Hispanic heritage with the full cooperation and support of the many, many Hispanic businesses in Broward County, therefore be it resolved that the school board of Broward County, in conjunction with other government bodies, agencies, and organizations and businesses, hereby extend its support to the concept and intent of Hispanic Heritage Month to be celebrated September 15th through October 15th. So, bien lindos todo. I love the music, and if I could just have my colleagues join the students for a photo op, that would be wonderful, and a way to end this presentation. And again, thank you to staff. I would ask that you come down and get within, intermix within the students. I think it speaks volumes. And staff, could you please join us as well?
Ms. Levinson has a quick comment.
Yes, I just want to thank Ms. Good for bringing this Hispanic Heritage Month resolution and presentation each and every year. And we have an important announcement for all the families. The ESOL chair spoke about it when she gave her presentation, but this Saturday is our Empowering Parents Conference. For the first time, it's a multilingual conference, and will be given simultaneously in 4 different languages: English, Spanish, Portuguese, and Creole. We hope you'll join us from 8:30 to 12:30 at Plantation High School.
Cuando el mundo sangra y tiembla al estruendo del cañón, este nuevo continente tiene patria y tiene Dios. Nuestro ideal ha de ser bello por la fuerza o la razón. Somos muchos corazones en un solo corazón. América, América, unida vencerá. América, América, tú tienes que triunfar. América, América, el suelo es tuyo y nada más.
quiet, and I told him you gotta get ready and come up, and, you know.
Next, we will have a special recognition of the Aviation Academy School partnership with the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Mr. Lockerboom is not here, but Erica and Maureen from the Greater Lauderdale Alliance is one of our guests.
Good morning. In the next few minutes, we would like to provide you with a brief overview of our newest educational venture for both high school and adult students, the Aviation Academy. I am very excited to see this effort come to fruition. And with us here today, we have Erica Amarine from the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, Zoe Saunders, Chief Education Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Rufus James, the Manager of the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer, and Mr. Bob Crawford, Director of Atlantic Technical College. To set the stage for today's presentation, I just want to go over a few highlights. The effort to establish a world-class aviation academy in Fort Lauderdale has been the center of attention and focus for many years by the aviation industry, the Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, the Broward Alliance, and many others. There is and will continue to be an overwhelming demand for trained workers in this high-wage, high-skill sector at all employment levels and venues throughout Broward County and the Tri-County area. Last year, a coalition of community and educational partners were formed to channel all of our energy and resources into starting a multi-phased approach to the establishment of this academy. The City of Fort Lauderdale, under the leadership of Commissioner Heather Moritas, the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport's Rufus James, our Portfolio Service Department, our Career and Technical Education Department, Atlantic Technical College, and Broward College. This coalition, in collaboration with others, has created a shared vision with the input and support from the local aviation industry. The first phase of this multi-tier effort will be the establishment of an avionics system technician program at Atlantic Technical College beginning in January 2020. I would like Mr. Bob Crawford to provide a quick overview of the 2+2+2+2 instructional model. Mr. Crawford?
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth, school board members, Mr. Runcie. If you'll take a look at the slide that's behind you, our 2+2+2+2 is growing to more than 2+2s. We have a lot of 2+2s. But this is an exciting opportunity that we've been working on as a community for several years now. And so we wanted to take the first step as Atlantic Technical College to offer an avionics component to this academy. There are several other, if you'll take a look at the slides, opportunities that are going to be happening all the way from our middle school students all the way through Broward College and a BS program. So we're excited to be able to put this template together to show you how we're connecting all of the varying dots, the industry certifications that are going to be available, career dual enrollment opportunities for our students, and then in the future, we're hoping to expand the program to add airframe and power plant mechanics to this, along with several other AS degrees that the college is bringing to the table. So with that, I'm very proud, and I'd like to introduce the Chief Education Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Ms. Zoe Saunders.
Thank you. Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Zoe Saunders. I'm the Chief Education Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, and I'm very pleased to be with you today. The City of Fort Lauderdale's mayor and commission have placed a renewed focus on education, and in fact, education is central to the city's long-term vision plan. And I'm here to extend our appreciation to Broward County Public Schools for the ongoing collaboration to address the aviation job shortage and prepare the future workforce. Over the past 3 months specifically, we've been working hand in hand with Broward County Public School leadership, Atlantic Technical College, Broward College, the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, and our industry partners to begin developing the vision for the Aviation Academy. Commissioner Moritas has been an advocate and champion for this initiative, and I'd now like to quote a communication that she provided. Quote, "This initiative has been created as a result of extensive dialogue with industry leaders to better understand workforce gap that plague this industry. This training program will not only allow industry leaders in aviation to maintain a pipeline of eligible and qualified aviation-minded individuals, but also afford students the opportunity to receive training and work opportunities that better position them to be contributing members of our community for the long term. I support this initial pilot program in avionics at Atlantic Technical College, and I look forward to continuing to work with Broward County Public Schools to plan for the Fort Lauderdale Aviation Academy at Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport." End quote. It is truly exciting to support the launch of the avionics program at Atlantic Technical College. The city will continue to explore this partnership further with our city commission today during our conference meeting, and this discussion will be in support of the city's vision to promote educational excellence in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Thank you very much.
Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Just wanted to really clarify and make sure that everybody is aware of this tremendous partnership that we have created. This is a model for all kinds of industry work that we're doing. When you get the right minds and the right thinkers around the table, all the way from Rufus to our CTE programs to the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, Broward College. Sometimes when we work in groups, sometimes people don't understand all the different pieces that they bring to the table, and this team has been able to do that. When you see the 2 + 2 + 2 + 2, everybody is at the table together. By beginning this program as a dual technical enrollment program through Bob's leadership, we are able to pull students from all different areas into one central location. And then through internships and opportunities that Rufus will be providing at the Fort Lauderdale Airport, the support of Heather, Dr. Osgood, also a school board member from the city of Fort Lauderdale, we are really looking forward to this making a huge difference for children as well as the industry and the adults that will be participating in this program. Just a great big thank you to everyone, and we certainly look forward to this flight path as we continue to grow our industry and certifications in this area. Ms. Brink?
Thank you. I have a statement that I'd like to read into the record from Mrs. Nora Rupert, who couldn't be with us today. For the past several years, discussion among a variety of parties and entities in Broward County has centered around the development of an aviation academy for both our high school and adult students to meet the high demand for skilled workers in this important industry sector. Today, I'm excited and pleased to lend my full support to this initiative in partnership with the City of Fort Lauderdale, the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, Atlantic Technical College, the School Board of Broward County, and Broward College. The first milestone to take flight will be the establishment of an avionics system technician program at Atlantic with internships at the Executive Airport with our business sponsored. This is scheduled to begin this January. As the next phase of programming is developed and implemented, our goal is to truly have a first-class aviation academy in full operation within the next 3 to 4 years. Thank you.
We also now have with us Chris Lockerboom, the city manager from the city of Fort Lauderdale, just a great supporter of the work that we're doing educationally in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Just thanks so much for being here. Okay. Ms. Brinkworth?
Thank you. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of the partners and collaborators for coming to the table and bringing your specific industry, your specific intellect, your specific addition to this conversation, because I will tell you, it is a conversation that the greater community has been talking about. And I know that Broward County Public Schools has programs at H.D. Perry, and we are looking to have something in the north end of the county. I know Boyd Anderson has a program, and we need to make sure that we provide every opportunity within the aviation industry for our students to succeed. And I think a partnership with Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport is going to be something that will be a model for others around the state. I think some of my colleagues have indicated that they have comments. Ms. Korn, some of my colleagues have indicated they have comments.
Yes, Ms. Good?
Thank you, Ms. Korn, and thank you, Ms. Brinkworth and staff. Certainly, I want to say anytime I see Commissioner Moretis out in the community, she's advocating for this aviation program, and knows and understands how important it is to all students, but certainly to that community. And I definitely need to do a shout out to Miramar High School that also has a very successful aviation program. And I think it's critically important that we do have these types of programs in every segment of the county. And so that was just one school that wasn't mentioned, just needed to say that since it's in my district. But I will say that the city of Miramar, too, has been a great partner with us in a lot of unique programs there as well. So I think opportunities such as this and working with the city is of great value. So thank you, Ms. Rink, for your leadership.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes, as a board member of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, and knowing that aviation is a target industry in Broward County, I want to congratulate all of you on this amazing partnership. And as a district, we strive to have our students career ready, and these types of programs actually bring them to this point. So congratulations to all.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I just want to congratulate the city of Fort Lauderdale, Leslie and Heather Brinkworth for making this happen. This was a long time coming. It was a lot of work, and there were a lot of discussions, and I'm really, really excited that this partnership has been formed. It's great that we get to use the executive airport, because I know Booker, the aviation center in Miami-Dade County, is adjacent to Perry Airport, so there's a lot that can be done, and there's a need in this industry. So we're supplying a workforce, and that our community will only prosper from this. So thank you so much.
And full disclosure, excuse me for just a minute, just full disclosure, Rufus James from the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport actually approached me at a community meeting, a homeowners association meeting, and this was his big dream. His love of aviation certainly shines through in every conversation you have with him, and so I want to give credit where credit is due. He brought the idea to me.
Thank you, Dr.
Rufus, great idea. Thank you. And it happened.
Thank you, and it is good to see this program come to fruition. I think Mr. Crawford spoke with me about it months ago. I'm glad to see that we followed through, and I'm looking forward to see how we work collaboratively with Boyd Anderson and soon Plantation. I think we already have a couple of students at Boyd Anderson that's ready for the program. And as the other school board member that works and represents the city of Fort Lauderdale, I'm looking forward to working more collaboratively with you all as well.
Thank you. Ms. Murray?
Yes, thank you. I've been a resident of Broward County a long time, and when my husband and I moved down here from Boston, he worked for Eastern Airlines, and now he's deceased, but he was a certified mechanic. And when we looked around at the opportunities of training that he might need in his profession, it was nothing. One small school in Dade County. So what we've done today has been fulfill the conversation of many people in the industry that thought with an airport airports in both Broward and Dade County, that the opportunity was there, and to see Broward County Public Schools really open this up and be a leader. I'm sure that as this goes on, that many people will be looking to see what we do, because what a great opportunity for people who are repurposing themselves for jobs, and our young people in the schools, because this is a well-paying job. We certainly know there's a lot of opportunities out there. So for all those that have been involved, thank you, and fulfilling the dreams of many people.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
No, it's just very quickly, and I know that we always have some fabulous ideas which are generated right within the community, as Ms. Rincourt said, but I think we neglected to also thank Mr. Runcie, because we come to him with a lot of these incredible ideas, and he initiates staff to work on these components, and nothing's possible without his leadership. So thank you, sir, for making this.
Thank you, Ms. Good. And, you know, I think in being an advocate, as we all are for our CTAs, having the ability to act on what our community is telling us. And our community has been forthright in telling us how challenging it has been for them in aviation to be able to have the resources of employees. And so this truly is building on that. And so I really want to congratulate the city and all of the partners in coming together and listening and taking action. It's that taking action part that often is challenging. Lots of community conversations, but then taking those steps forward. I've had the opportunity, I know, to meet with Mr. Crawford on several occasions around this, and it has been exciting, not only in this opportunity, but where this is going to go, the steps as we take each one and expand it. So thank you to all of our community members for speaking up, for listening, and for coming together and really making this a collaborative effort. And with that, Ms. Brinkworth, did you want to?
If we could have a photo?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
And we'll follow this up with me, with Mr. Tinjum.
Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
The next presentation that we will have is Pete Tinjum, the SMAB Members Child Scholarship Presentation.
Do you want to step up? Okay, thank you. I just want to say that's really exciting. Another place where we need some more people is building inspectors in the city. My name is Pete Tinjum. I'm the Executive Director of SMAB. That stands for Educational Support and Management Association of Broward. We're a meet and confer employee group, and each year we annually award one of the children of our members a $1,000 scholarship. The officers and directors of SMAB are Dale Spear, present here with me, Roy Norton, President-elect, Deborah Galvin, Treasurer, Sylvia Pace, Secretary, and the directors are Mary Mulder, Vicki Stanford, Eloy Maloney, Ron DeCurcio, Sean Sarah, and Luwando. Camille attended the College Academy here in Broward County. She is currently a student at FIU. And on behalf of SMAB and the membership, we'd like to present Camille with this check for $1,000. Additionally, I'd just like to make two other quick notes. Annually, the principals and district staff play softball tournament, and guess who won the softball tournament this year? The district. And we'd like to thank the board for their support of SMAP, and we are one of the 3 meet and confer groups, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. Dale.
Dale Spear, President of Educational Support and Management Association, Camille. I would just also like to congratulate you on 2 notes. One for getting the scholarship, and for the second, I'm going to one of my alma maters. So FIU is a great school. You will do well there, and we look forward to you coming back in a couple of years and telling us about all the great things you're doing, because we know you're going to do well. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Would you like a photo with the board?
Sure.
Okay. And next, we have a presentation for Library Card Sign-Up Month.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie, school board members, and guests. My name is Nina Grosvenor. I am the curriculum supervisor for Library Media with the Innovative Learning Department. I'm here today to remind you that September is Library Card Sign-Up Month. And with me here today are Kimberly White, Youth Services Coordinator at Broward County Library, and behind her is Megan Albright, Youth Librarian from Nova Southeastern Alvin Sherman Library, and board member Lori Rich Levinson, who will present the library card resolution. So I have a question for you. Who here has a library card? Oh, lovely. My high school teacher said to me that that's a sure sign of intelligence if you have a library card. My library card is conveniently located on my smartphone in the form of an app. The app lets me check out physical books directly. Library apps such as Hoopla and Libby allow me to check out ebooks and audiobooks online, which is great when traveling or when I have a long commute. Currently, Broward County Public Schools has a great partnership with the Broward County Library. Through this partnership, students have access to digital resources including Access 360, ebooks, and audiobooks. In order to gain access to these valuable resources, however, parents must opt their child in to the Broward County Library Digital Card Program through the Digital Back to School online forms. The Broward County Library Digital Direct Card is a virtual card that allows Broward County Public School students to access digital resources from the Broward County Library and Nova Alvin Sherman Library using only their student ID number. Since its inception, we have over 64,000 students who have opted in to the program, and we hope to increase the numbers this year. The Digital Direct Card program is for our Broward County students. However, the value of having a library card extends to the community at large. We want to remind our Broward County community of the many benefits of having a library card. Many are not aware of the many services and resources the library provides. Kim White will share some information about our partnership with Broward County Public Libraries and the wonderful resources available.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kimberly White, Youth Services Coordinator at Broward County Library. It's my pleasure to tell you how easy it is to sign up for a library card and why anyone of any age should be eager to do so. A Broward County Library card is free for anyone that currently lives, works, or attends school here. We also offer free e-cards for instant online access to material and services. Students in Broward County Public Schools can use their student ID number to fast-track their electronic access. With parental permission, it becomes their BCL Digital Direct Library card. We even have a Born in Broward program where we give free electronic access to anyone who is born anywhere in Broward. Some items that customers can get online include reference materials, Ancestry.com, consumer reports, ebooks, e-audiobooks, music, movies, TV shows, e-magazines, classes, language lessons, resources for local authors, and Access 360 age-appropriate ebooks for students. Besides electronic digital access, we have over 1 million customers with all-access library cards who choose to visit in person. Our 38 branch locations throughout the county cover more than 1 million square feet, host over 10 million visitors, and circulate 9 million items annually. Some of the items customers come in to get include books, CDs, DVDs, and audiobooks, gear to go like fitness trackers, robots, digital tablets, merge cubes, and hotspots for veterans, and to attend innovative programming like newcomer programs and English classes and citizenship classes, job seeker programs like computer classes, job readiness, adulting 101 classes, literacy programs like Wags and Tales, summer learning, story times, adult literacy classes, and book discussions, and education programs with homework help and live tutoring, ready for college workshops and youth volunteering opportunities. And exciting events like our signature Children's Storybook Festival, Conference on Children's Literature, Ashley Bryan Art Series, and Children's Book Fest. Friday programs for Adults Night Out and South Florida Book Festival. And we even have Creation Station petting zoos and virtual reality events. We welcome a chance to have you visit so we can sign you up and tell you more. Thank you. And now, here is Megan Albright from Nova Alvin Sherman Library.
Hi, the NSU Alvin Sherman Library is centrally located in Broward County on the campus of Nova Southeastern University. We offer the programs and services of a traditional public library, from books to academic databases, from story time to teen volunteering, enhanced with the resources of NSU. For example, our youth services librarians work with NSU professors and community experts to develop our STEM programming for kids. Don't miss our signature event for children and families, StoryFest, an annual literacy celebration each March. We build a love of reading in libraries with storytelling, art activities, theater shows, live music, and a chance to meet characters from our favorite storybooks. Every child who attends StoryFest can select a free book while supplies last. The date for our next StoryFest is Sunday, March 8th, 2020. We also have events for adults, including live jazz concerts, genealogy and computer classes, and writing programs with special visits from published authors. Anyone who lives, works, or goes to school in Broward County can sign up for a free Alvin Sherman Library card by visiting lib.nova.edu/card. You can also download ebooks, e-audiobooks, and online magazines. Our partnership with Broward County means that you can return our library books to any library in Broward County and vice versa. And with our library card, you receive 24/7 online access to resources for children, teens, and adults, like Learning Express, a new test prep database that provides interactive tutorials, practice tests, ebooks, flashcards, and career development resources. Adults looking to advance in their career or change careers should check out LinkedIn Learning for video tutorials from industry experts on business, technology, creative skills, and more. The Alvin Sherman Library's LinkedIn Learning subscription is at the premium level, and it's free with your library card. For more information about the NSU Alvin Sherman Library, please visit our website, sherman.library.nova.edu. Give us a call, 954-262-4601, or stop by and see us. We're open 100 hours a week. Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite School Board Member Lori Rich Levinson to read the Library Card Sign-Up Month resolution.
Thank you, Nina. Resolution in support of Library Card Sign-Up Month, September 2019. Whereas the library card is the most important school supply of all, whereas school and public libraries play an important role in the education and development of children, whereas school and public libraries bridge the learning gap by offering a wide range of digital and print resources, whereas school and public libraries offer free access to technology and innovative educational programming, whereas school and public libraries continue to transform and expand their services in ways that meet the needs of the communities they serve, whereas a free library card is the coolest ticket in town, whereas, be it resolved, that Broward County Public Schools and Broward County Library proclaim September as Library Card Sign-Up Month and encourage all parents with students in Broward County schools to opt their child into the Broward County Library Digital Direct Card Program via the Digital Student Code of Conduct booklet, and to also visit their local public library to sign up for a library card. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida hereby proclaims the month of September as Library Card Sign-Up Month and urges all schools, centers, and departments within its jurisdiction and the Broward County community to promote the benefits of having a library card. Given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the School Board of Broward County. And I have one last comment to make. I would be remiss without mentioning our library media specialists. They are an integral part of our school system. They bring many benefits to the school, including building digital literacy schools in students, literacy skills in students, teaching students to distinguish between legitimate sources and fake news, fostering the love of literature, collaborating with teachers on inquiry-based lessons, and providing technology integration support to students and teachers. The Media Center in this digital age should be the hub of the school and is the perfect place to extend the learning from the classroom while also empowering students to explore, create, discover, and grow. Many of our libraries now have maker spaces where that's exactly what our students are doing. They open early for the students to come in, stay up, open late after school for them to do that. School library media specialists are an integral component in providing 21st century education to our students in the global world. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'd like to take a picture, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. Our next presentation is with Ms. Korn for the pre-apprenticeship update.
Good morning. So excited every time we get to talk about ways that we are expanding for our students across the district, and our pre-apprenticeship program is one that is near and dear to my heart. Today we are going to highlight the progress of our pre-apprenticeship program as we have entered into our second year. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank our staff. This is absolutely an initiative that has been years in the making and really truly has everyone on board. It's exciting for every single one of our students. It really is a game changer and changes the trajectory of their lives going forward. So I want to thank staff for everything they're doing, and I'm going to hand it over to them. Thank you.
Good morning, Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations. Ms. Korn, thank you. You've been such a steadfast supporter of this entire initiative. A bit of history before I introduce the stars. Back in 2016, the first conversations on this were with our colleague and my friend, Mr. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer, who's out of his seat, so I pointed the wrong way. Dan had such a heart for providing a bridge to bring young people directly from high school into our own workforce, that he brought his rock star team of Enid Valdez and Jim Payne in, and over the course of the last 2 summers, 22 rising seniors, I hope that's the proper term, of our rising seniors have come to work with PPO for 6 weeks each summer. I want to point out that in those 6 weeks, in those 660 work days, our absentee rate among those folks has been less than 1%, almost non-existent. That's despite one young lady I can think of taking 3 buses to get to work. That's despite people never having to be anywhere at 7 a.m. in the morning, despite having to pack lunch, having to get up and find something to eat, having very difficult logistical problems. So I think it speaks volumes about the character and about their deliberate attempt to find this bridge. This is widely supported by our own very mature and very sophisticated apprenticeship committee, and it's widely supported by the PPO staff, who provide invaluable trade teaching and soft skills life work teaching to these young people about how to get to work, how to keep a job. And the final thing I'd want to point out, invariably when we do our post review with these young folks, their one element they liked most wasn't the pizza party at the end. It was invariably the hands-on trade work that they got to do with our mechanics. And I think that's hope for the future, that we'll eventually have some of these young people back and joining us permanently. Thank you. Mr. Jim Payne.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Superintendent Runcie, Ms. Sprinkworth, and school board members. My name is James Payne, Curriculum Supervisor in the Career, Technical, and Adult Community Education Department. Thanks for inviting us to update you on our youth apprenticeship programs in high schools. The youth apprenticeship model is a proven education and workforce strategy that combines paid, structured, on-the-job training with related classroom learning. Youth apprenticeships give students a pathway into high-wage, high-skill industries, including construction trades, culinary, hospitality, information technology, aviation, and marine. The CTASE department has been working to provide youth apprenticeship opportunities to high school students across the district. The goal is to give current career tech students relevant industry certifications paired with real-world experience through internship. This gives students both skills and experience in their desired field of interest to allow students to graduate and immediately enter the workforce, enter an apprenticeship program, or enroll in a post-secondary institution. CTASE is currently implementing and developing youth apprenticeship programs in the industry areas of construction trades, culinary arts, information technology, aviation maintenance, and marine diesel technician. The construction trades program at Plantation High School has been adopted by Baker Concrete, a large national shell concrete company. Baker tradesmen go into the classroom and instruct the students about 15 times throughout the year, teaching industry-specific skills and techniques. This program is giving students a real-world look at the construction industry, and we thank Baker Concrete for their commitment. In the fields of aviation and marine, we have developed workforce dual enrollment programs with Broward College. Students from Miramar High School attend daily Broward College classes working towards their FAA airframe and power plant certifications. Marine students at South Broward High School attend Broward College daily and work towards their marine diesel mechanic certification. These marine and aviation students will earn up to 36 college credits through this 3-year workforce dual enrollment program and leave high school ready to enter the workforce earning over $40,000 per year. A vital part of the youth apprenticeship model is paid on-the-job learning experience for students. CTACE has received a generous grant from CareerSource Broward to expand apprenticeship on-the-job learning experiences. The apprenticeship expansion grant will fund summer work experience for up to 80 students for the summer of 2019 and the summer of 2020. The grant will pay students $10 per hour for a 6-week experience and provide transportation assistance and professional toolkits. For the summer of 2019, the expansion grant employed 35 students in the fields of construction trades, culinary arts, administration and information technology, and horticulture. All participating students are high school career technical students who plan on starting a career in the field in which they interned. Students from the following schools participate in the summer 2019 work experience: Broward Virtual School, MacArthur High School, Miramar High School, Plantation High School, South Broward High School, South Plantation High School, and Whidden Rogers Education Center. The administrative IT interns worked at school sites, aiding office staff and school-based microtechs. These duties included re-imaging computers, assisting with inventory, and office assistant. School sites included Broward Virtual School, Plantation High, South Plantation, and the CTACE office. Horticulture students worked at MacArthur High and Plantation High, working to beautify campus at these schools over the summer. Culinary students worked directly with Food and Nutrition Department staff. Darlene Moppert, manager at Food and Nutrition Services, was key in making the connection to allow students this opportunity. Students worked in active summer kitchens, preparing and distributing food through the summer food programs at 13 different school sites. All participating students hold their ServSafe industry certification, and those certificates are required to work in those kitchens. This program gave students a unique opportunity to see a commercial kitchen at work. Construction trade students, which we've spoke about, were recruited from the Plantation High School construction program. This is the second summer where construction students have been offered on-the-job learning experience. In conjunction with Mr. Jendicek and the SBBC apprenticeship program, CTACE has created a Florida-registered pre-apprenticeship program called Career Launch. Through this program, CTACE has worked closely with Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations for School Board of Broward County. The PPO department has been instrumental in providing on-the-job learning experience to our students. Mr. Bays has hosted interns for the past 2 summers. In total, 22 high school interns have gone through this program. Interns are provided with a set of professional tools, the proper safety and PPE gear, and transportation assistance. Once on the job, students are trained by PPO staff in a variety of areas. Students then begin working directly with PPO tradesmen and travel to various School Board of Broward County sites. They work on projects in the field of carpentry, electricity, HVAC, and plumbing. The PPO staff works closely with students and advises them on next steps after they leave high school. This is an amazing program that we plan to expand in the future. Moving forward, CTACE plans to expand youth apprenticeship offerings to students, expanding both the number of schools involved, the industries offering internships, and also expanding our internship opportunities into the private sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jim Silvernell, Federation of Public Employees. It was an honor for us to get involved with this in the trades because there was 3 high schools that are involved, and we would like to see all the high schools involved. What a great thing to have 11th and 12th graders want to learn a trade. And we need it desperately out there. We need it. They start out with good money. So we would like to see our apprenticeship program between the Federation of Public Employees and the school district and PPO would like to see this expanded more in the high schools. Because if we catch them now at 11th and 12th grade, then they'll want to go on. We had some real exciting kids out there. But one thing he didn't mention was, it wasn't only kids that came to PPO, it was kids out in the industry too. We had over 300 kids out there this summer. So we'd like to see all the high school kids out there because what a great thing to learn. And maybe in the future they might want to go into it. They may not. But once they touch that, they have it for the rest of their life. So we thank you.
So to all of the members of our committee, and then a special shout out to Rob Gingersek. This really has been special and near and dear to his heart. He was not able to be with us today for family reasons, but just wanted to make sure that we mentioned him today. And thank you all to my colleagues, Mr. Runcie, for your support of this growing program. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're going to take it. Can we take a picture?
At this time, we'd like to bring to the floor our special order GG1. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Korn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Superintendent Runcie. I am Susan Cooper. I'm your newly appointed Director of Employee and Labor Relations. I'm pleased today to present for your approval the 2019-2020 temporary salary schedule for the Federation of Public Employees Armed Safe School Officers, our guardians. I want to thank the board, of course, for your guidance in achieving this agreement for the salary schedule, and also Mr. Runcie for his leadership. Thanks. We want to thank, as always, Jeff Moquin, our Chief of Staff, the General Counsel's Office, Judy Marte, our Chief Financial Officer, Alan Strauss, our Chief HR and Equity Officer, Brian Katz, our Chief of Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness Officer, and his team. Of course, Rose Hall, our Compensation and HR Support Services Director, Dorothy Davis, our Chief Negotiator, and our Employee and Labor Relations staff, and the implementation team for their valuable contributions and their always their assistance with implementing these new schedules. I would like to also recognize Dan Reynolds and the Federation of Public Employees Chief Negotiators, Jim Silvernail and Jack Marzliano, and their bargaining team for their efforts in these impact bargaining sessions. With the board's indulgence, may I respectfully request a few minutes for the FOPE representatives to offer remarks regarding the salary schedule agreement?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Runcie. I'm Dan Reynolds, President of the Federation of Public Employees. This is one of those situations where the legislature threw something in our laps with very little thought or planning. And I want to thank Superintendent Runcie for sitting down with us immediately and talking about creative ways that we could meet the demand of the legislature and still fall within the budget guidelines of the school board. And your staff has worked wonderfully with us to make sure we got this done in a fair way. And this negotiating process has also helped us to identify ways in which we may have to go to the legislature to tighten up this program. It's, it affects every school statewide. And we've been getting calls from some other districts that, other bargaining units that want to know how we're moving ahead. So we may be setting some examples. So thank the superintendent and the board for their support on this. Jim?
I just want to thank Dorothy and her team. It's always a pleasure to negotiate with Dorothy. So I hope Dorothy's going to be around again when we start here, again with the big contract. So I appreciate that. But it's an interesting process, and we have a lot of great people out there in security. We have a lot of great people that work out there in the school system, non-instructional anyways. But I've had an opportunity to meet a lot of these guardians, and they really have some real great backgrounds, and I'm glad they're gonna stay, because that's what's important. Our kids are important. Safety is important. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we would like to ask for your approval to implement the Armed Safe School Officer temporary salary schedule for the 1920 school year.
Thank you. And before I call for the vote, is there any audience input on item GG1? I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Hello.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Barish. I didn't see you.
Ronald B. Barish. I approve of this because we need every armed safety officer in the schools. We need them to protect the kids and make sure that nothing else happens like it did in February 14th, 2018. It's got to be done, and I'm approving it, and I'm making sure that it will pass, and I know you will pass it. And these people really need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. Any additional audience input on item GG1? Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff, followed by Ms. Good. Mrs. Alhadeff?
So thank you for bringing this forward. I think it was really important for us to be able to step up the plate, to be competitive with other districts, and to be able to offer the $1,500 additional payment. At the end of the day, we were losing guardians, and we need to keep our guardians here in Broward County Public Schools to make sure that we're compliant with state statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and, oops. Sorry, I think it's totally gone. So anyway, I just, again, want to thank staff and the union group for their efforts to support this item. I got to say, Mr. Reynolds explained it very well in his commentary on how this was something that was mandated upon the district, and how, you know, Mr. Runcie and the board really was able to take on this tremendous challenge, something that we felt we needed to fulfill on behalf of all our students and staff throughout this district. But to, you know, with regard to the guardians, these again are men and women that are, you know, again, previous law enforcement or military individuals, and I think this board has really made it a point that they be, you know, of unique backgrounds to really ensure that our students are safe. And I think that, Mr. Runcie, when we spoke about the guardians before, I think we mentioned the fact that there just needs to be more, I think, sharing of information, maybe visits to our schools from some of our municipal leaders, so they can understand firsthand the asset that these individuals are within our schools, and how they complement the great staff we already have with our specialists and our monitors and our SROs. So it is a layer upon layer, as we so to say, of safety and security within our schools. And again, the opportunity to be able to negotiate this salary schedule was critically important, and I really thank all of you for your leadership in getting it done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to thank all of you for helping execute this, but I also want to thank Mr. Katz, who's not here today, for his leadership that he's given this organization in moving forward our safety and security since he's arrived here.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor of item GG1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item GG1 passes unanimously. At this time, we will have our final special presentation prior to public speakers. I believe Ms. Korn is going to do this one for Ms. Rupert. Resolution in support of Constitution for the People booklets for 5th grade American history students by the Broward County Daughters of the American Revolution.
Yes, I'm going to make the initial introductions and then I'm going to give it up to Okay, and you're reading the resolution with me? Yes. I was skipping. Yep. Right? Okay. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay. Perfect.
Good morning. I was certainly pleased to be asked by Ms. Rupert, who unfortunately was not able to be with us today, to support this resolution on her behalf and on behalf of the board. I would like to take this opportunity first to introduce the resolution and those who are joining me. Ms. Marilyn Van Pelt from the Fontanata chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Davida Fiore from the Major William Lauderdale chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, and Lou Naylor, the Rotary Oakland Park Wilton Manors. So Ms. Van Pelt and I are going to actually read the resolution, and then she's going to share some specific information about the project on behalf of the group as well as the district. So this is the resolution in support of the Constitution for the People booklets for 5th grade American history students by Broward County Daughters of the American Revolution. And whereas the Daughters of the American Revolution petitioned Congress to set aside the week of September 17th through the 23rd each year to celebrate the Constitution, and was adopted and signed into law by President Dwight D. Eisenhower on August 2nd, 1956, and
whereas United States public law requires that public educational institutions receiving federal funds teach about the Constitution on September 17th each year, and
whereas the Florida law requires public school districts to commemorate the founding principles of our nation during the last full week of September, and
whereas the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution and Bill of Rights, known as the Charters of Freedom, have secured the rights of the American people and are considered instrumental to the founding and philosophy of the United States, and
whereas it is important for students to be able to analyze historical documents and the principal ideas to determine the author's purpose and provide an insight into life in early America, and know the historic figures responsible to the founding of the United States, and
whereas students need to understand the purpose of the Constitution, why it is necessary, and appreciate how it enables the government to function, and
whereas students will be able to comprehend the intention of the Constitution as outlined by the preamble, quote, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America, and
whereas study of the Constitution teaches critical thinking skills as well as social and participation skills to provide students the knowledge to become responsible and engaged citizens in our society in preparation to make meaningful decisions in life.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida acknowledges the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution mission of historic preservation, education, and patriotic endeavor by the Broward County Daughters of the American Revolution, and we recognize the goal of Constitution for the People for 5th grade students of Broward County to receive a personal copy of the Constitution booklet, to learn about the U.S. Constitution in order to become good citizens and keep our nation strong and its citizens free, hereby declares its support of the Constitution for the People booklets for 5th grade American history students by Broward County Daughters of the American Revolution, given in Fort Lauderdale this 20th day, this 17th of September, 2019. Thank you so much, and I am going to allow you to say a few more words for us.
Thank you so much. And it is Constitution Day, so that's really exciting for us. Good morning, Madam Chair, Superintendent Runcie, school board members, staff, and guests. I am Marilyn Van Pelt, a member of the Florida State Society Daughters of the American Revolution Constitution Week Committee and an honorary regent of the Fontanada chapter in Pompano Beach. I am here with Davida Fiore. You can come stand by me. Of the Major William Lauderdale chapter, and we are here to represent the Broward County Daughters of the American Revolution. We are a lineage-based service organization dedicated to historic preservation, promotion of education, and encouragement of patriotism. Members of our organization have a common bond of having proven descent from an ancestor who helped contribute to securing the independence of the United States of America. We are proud to be here today to celebrate the 64th anniversary of Constitution Week. Constitution Day is observed on September 17th, the day in 1787 that delegates to the Constitutional Convention signed the document at Independence Hall in Philadelphia, laying out the framework of our nation's government. Later today, people will be ringing bells across the nation at 4 o'clock to celebrate. This is the time the original signers of the Constitution used a quill pen and ink to sign their names on the Constitution. We want you to be sure that you have a bell to ring today, so the board members are receiving a bell in their little package there, along with our Constitution book. You got it? All right, she's ringing it already. Make sure you don't forget at 4 o'clock. So, okay, now with it being Constitution Week, we celebrate America's most important document. And this week is the result, this special week is the result of DAR petitioning Congress, DAR being Daughters of the American Revolution, with a resolution by the President General of the National Society in April of 1955. Shortly after, members of Congress received the resolution and it was discussed in the Senate. A resolution to observe Constitution Week was made by Senator Nolan from California, and following the passage of the resolution of both houses of Congress, President Eisenhower issued his proclamation and the resolution was adopted and signed into public law August 2nd of 1956. The purpose of Constitution Week is to promote study and education about the historical events which led to the framing of the United States Constitution and emphasize citizens' responsibilities to protect and defend the Constitution. Now, we want the children to learn all of that as well. Constitution Week is a great way to start learning, but we need to expand their knowledge and provide them, the teachers and the students, with the tools that they need. Joseph Cofield, who was unable to be here today, founded a nonprofit organization called Constitution for the People, and his mission is to preserve our freedoms for the future by giving every 5th grade student in the state of Florida, in all 67 counties, a copy of the Constitution book. This was designed for children. They can continue using the book in 7th grade when they get to civics as well. Now, with approval of the Broward County School Board and partnering with Constitution for the People, the Daughters of the American Revolution in Broward have provided over 10,000 5th grade students with a personal copy of the Constitution book since we started a couple of years ago. I want you to know this young lady right here just delivered 1,100 books yesterday to some schools in Plantation and Davie, okay? All on her own. Now, our goal is, of course, to reach 100% of the students in each year. I'm kind of relieved, actually. Last year, there were almost 18,000, and I just got the count. It's only 15,500 this year. So it'll make our job a little bit easier. So the donations for funding these booklets come from our DAR members, patriotic citizens, and service organizations such as the Rotary Club, and Lou Naylor is here. He's going to speak for a minute later, from the Rotary Club of Oakland Park. We also got funding from Nova Southeastern University last year, too. So we were excited about that. Now, as school volunteers, Davida and I, whenever possible, and other DAR members, try to get to the schools for assemblies and career days to interact with the kids when we deliver the books, answer the questions about the Revolutionary War, the Founding Fathers, and question their knowledge of the Constitution and the amendments. The past 2 years, Davida and I appeared in the schools as Martha Washington and Betsy Ross. But guess what? We got new costumes. So this next year, we'll be going as Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who started the whole suffrage movement in 1848 at the Seneca Falls Convention, and I will be going as Alice Paul, who was there and let down the victory flag in 1920. And you also know she was imprisoned, so we have the Jail for Freedom pin. So we're going to be, trying to cover the whole 72 years of the suffrage movement with the kids when we go into the schools. So that's pretty exciting for us anyway, hopefully for the kids too. So now in the last 2 years, it was really a joy to meet a lot of the teachers and the students getting the books. But 2 years ago, I met Gina Del Favero, and she is a teacher at Norcrest Elementary. She was so excited about the books. She showed me all the artwork her kids had done and the posters and such, and couldn't wait to share it with the students. And it's teachers like her, and Davida will tell you, when we get in the classrooms, we love it when we can interact with the kids and see, what they're, how are we influencing them. So I do want you to know that Broward, that DAR provides a website and learning tools for teachers too. And Joseph just published a new one, and I thought he was going to tell you about that today, but we'll get that information to you. And lesson plans are available to kindergarten through 12th grade. Now, every year, DAR provides the opportunity for everyone to enter our Constitution Week poster contest. Each chapter, and there are 5 chapters here in Broward, judges their poster and submits it to the state for entry. I can't tell you how excited I was last year when Fontanada chapter's student in Pompano won first place for Fontanada chapter. But not only that, Davita's going to show you this fabulous artwork that won first place in the Florida State Society. And we honored him recently at our luncheon and gave him a medal for his first place. He had already gotten certificates, and it was really neat. So, and his mother came, as well as his teacher, Gina Del Favero, and we did present her with a certificate as well for her influence in the study of the Constitution at Norcrest Elementary. And in addition to that, we honored a very special young lady, Ellen Reed Tolson, who is standing right over here. And she is the executive assistant to Nora Rupert. We gave her a certificate as well for promoting the study of the Constitution in the Broward School District. And you all may not know this, but Ellen is a descendant of George Reed from Delaware, who signed both the Declaration of Independence and one of a handful of men who signed the Constitution as well. There were only a handful of men that signed both, so that's pretty exciting. So we are looking forward to welcoming her into DAR. She just gave me her paperwork today. Yay. So Okay. We are. And I'm going to invite Mr. Naylor from the Rotary Club to share a few words about our project with you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Lou Naylor from the Oakland Park Wilton Manors Rotary. Several years ago, I met Marilyn and invited to our club to tell us about this project because it sounded something that our club would support. We've always supported literacy and learning in our area schools. We do reading in schools. We offer scholarships to Northeast High School students, and we do hydroponic gardens at all of our zone schools. So I thought it was a perfect fit. So 3 years ago, Marilyn came and explained what it was. Our club bought into it, and over the years, we've been providing funding and delivering Constitution books along with Marilyn to 8 schools in our area. So it's a wonderful project, and what I'd like to do through this message here is just challenge and encourage other civic organizations to participate because it's a very worthwhile project, and it's something that will actually touch your community and help improve it. Thank you all for supporting this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Can we take a picture?
Certainly. Ms. Levinson had a comment.
Sorry. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank the Daughters of the American Revolution. I can remember, I don't know if my colleagues can, when I was in elementary school and we had an essay writing contest for the Daughters of the American Revolution, which I participated in each year. So I want to thank you all for the Constitution booklets. Civics education is so important for our students and teaching them the responsibility to protect and defend the Constitution. So thank you for what you do, and thank you, Lou, for the Oakland Park Wilton Manors Rotary Club supporting as well.
Thank you.
This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and are not listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting at the discretion of the chair. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker, Denise Lewis.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Runcie, and members from the public. My name is Denise Lewis, and I'm a parent of a student at Deerfield Beach High. This is another parent here, and we are here concerning a matter of the culinary arts program and its disparity. Initially, I came here to bring it to your attention, but yesterday afternoon, the principal called me and stated that the program will still be around. But that is not the real concern. My concern is what is being done to monitor this program so that it will be around for students. My daughter is very active in the program. I brought a list of concerns. The first one is, will the school board back the effort of the principal to hire a new culinary arts instructor? I have here Mrs. McKay, the former instructor who came as a support. She recently resigned, and she has been the person spearheading the projects to get competition and FCCLA on the map, which put Deerfield Beach high on the map. I would like to know what is going to be done to ensure that this program stays around. Number two, I want to know if the school board will provide funding to replace outdated tools in the kitchen. As it stands, a lot of the equipment are not working, and it does not provide a conducive type of environment for the students to progress. Also, my daughter, Faith, this program has provided a springboard for her to go in many directions. As a result, she volunteers in the Fruitful Field. She volunteered with the USDA Plan program, and she is very much involved in pursuing a career in the sciences, the culinary science and food science. Also, I want to know if the school board visits the sites, the schools that are involved in culinary science, to actually see the whole platform in which the students are learning. That is a big concern of mine. So I would like some sort of feedback on the matter. Where is it going? Are you guys going to monitor the situation?
Is that the end of your comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Runcie?
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth, I will have our Chief of School Performance and Accountability, Ms. Valerie Wanza. Dr. Wanza will speak with you, and we'll follow up on this matter and see what type of resolution can be implemented. Thank you for coming here today and sharing your concerns with us.
Thank you. The next, I'm sorry.
Well, good afternoon.
No,
all.
I'm sorry. If your name's not on the speaker's list, you won't be permitted to speak at this time, and if it is on the list, I will call your name when we get to that name on the list. Thank you. And I'm sorry, unless you were planning to yield your time to her, and if you were going to be giving her your time, then she would have 3 additional minutes. Okay. Thank you. Ronald B. Barish?
Good afternoon, Broward County School Board members, Superintendent Robert Runcie, ladies and gentlemen. The teachers were being physically and mentally abused by the students. Superintendent Runcie has done not much about it for the school season of 2018-2019. I need your desperate help, Superintendent Runcie, to help to make absolutely sure that all teachers are protected by law enforcement against students who become violent and the teachers get abused by them for the school season of 2019-2020 and beyond. Number 2, I'm voluntarily joining Voices with BSO Sheriff Gregory Tony to make absolutely sure that the 911 communication system goes under the BSO and not back to Bertha Henry, Alfonso Jefferson, and Tracy Jackson. Although I was told by Commissioner Michael Udine that Tracy Jackson had nothing to do with the botched communication system on February 14th, 2018, but was hired by Alfonso Jefferson as Regional 911 Communication System for Broward County and Regional Director of the Broward County Emergency Operations Center in Plantation. He was hired by Alfonso Jefferson after that fateful day of February 14, 2018. Therefore, I'm officially requesting that Bertha Henry and Alfonso Jefferson to step down from their job positions or resign. If I'm not officially requesting that both of these individuals that be removed immediately. 3, I'm also requesting that either metal detectors or bulletproof backpacks be given to 100,000 students in the middle and high schools in Broward. Metal detectors will cost less than the backpacks. They will be $110 per pack for a grand total of $11 million. These packs are called Defender packs. I'm also requesting 1 armed police officer guardian for every 1,000 students in the schools here in Broward County, if not already done. Number 5, I'm also requesting more mental health resources, whom are counselors, guardians, counselors, guidance, psychiatrists, psychologists, and social workers for all the students who require them. Number 6, all students should use Safe Watch app, whatever, see something or say something. Number 7, all fire alarms and fire extinguishers have to be working in order for the school season in every school in Broward County and charter schools. Number 8, the 300-foot 900 communication system will be completed by the end of December behind the Tamarack Municipal Building, BSO building on the Pine Island Road. When it becomes operational, will enhance Tamarack, North Lauderdale, Margate, Coral Springs, Coconut Creek, and Parkland. Okay, all teachers and staff, tell students to stop vaping stat. It's dangerous, stop it now. It contains possibly 3 times more nicotine than any type of cigarette. It could possibly end up in death and or comatose. And I'm very, very important about vaping. Don't let the students do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. The next speaker is Terry Hankerson. Terry Hankerson. Karen Gushta.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Russi and members of the board and the public. I'm here to speak as a member of the Florida Citizens Alliance about the HOPE scholarships. Last year, there were 53,101 instances of bullying officially reported in the state of Florida. Every one of these instances of bullying matters to parents, citizens, and to us at the FLCA. Thankfully, it also matters to the state of Florida. Florida law FS 1002.40 recommends and recognizes, that no student should experience bullying in any Florida public school. Parents, any instance of battery, harassment, hazing, kidnapping, physical attack, robbery, sexual harassment, sexual assault, sexual battery, threat or intimidation or fighting at school, at a school-sponsored activity, or while riding on the school bus or waiting at a bus stop is considered to be bullying and should be immediately reported to your child's principal. And parents, note, if your child is experiencing harassment, intimidation, or even threats for holding personal religious beliefs or political beliefs, this law provides relief from that harassment and intimidation, no matter what its source. Once you as the parent or guardian report an incident, it becomes the school district's responsibility to solve the problem to the student's satisfaction. At the same time, the school must notify the parent or guardian of the HOPE scholarship options, which include either a transportation stipend to attend another public school or a scholarship to enable the student to attend a private school. Then, the parent and guardian can decide, and the student can decide what is best for the student, and the solution of the school district supplies or a HOPE scholarship. The school may investigate the incident, but the student's eligibility for the HOPE scholarship is absolute and does not depend upon the outcome of the school's investigation. At this time, I would like to submit into the record a copy of FS 1002.40, as well as Public Schools Chancellor Jacob Oliva's March 1st, 2019 letter, which was sent to every superintendent. It makes clear that any student is eligible for the HOPE scholarship simply by reporting the incident. Please note, as it's stated in the letter, that the law does not require substantiation in order for the district to notify the parent of the program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. To whom do I give
Michael
these
Serbola,
documents?
I'm sorry, Dr. Neesmith will take those documents from you. Thank you very much. Michael Serbola is the next public speaker.
Hello, Mike Serbola, and thank you very much. I was going to have Chrissy give me her time, if that's okay.
If she comes up to the microphone and states that. She's on the list. She's the next person on the list.
Hi, okay, thank you. Christina Brazil. I'd like to yield my time to Michael Cibola.
Thank you. Could you please put 6 minutes on the clock? Thank you.
When I first started talking here, I had no anticipation I'd be here this many years later. I had the fantasy at the time of every time I'd come up here, I'd say that the words 1 in 3 is not okay, because that was the first thing I wanted to communicate to everyone here, was that 1 in 3 isn't okay, with the expectation the next things to come would be how to solve that problem. And getting a school district to take up that as its responsibility in lieu of, say, health care or any of the other services was a difficult thing. And I understand that now, years later, much better. The fact that 1 in 3, by 1 in 3 I mean 1 in 3 children are abused by the time they're 18. That's the statistic. It's incredible, and that's not by the time they're 30, for example. That means they've been raped, accosted, assaulted in some way that would meet the definition of criminal accountability, which for most parents, it doesn't even need to come close to criminal accountability to not be okay. And I started studying this decades ago because it's behaviorally transmitted. And what I have been communicating to you guys is that you're not damaged if you suffer trauma. You're perfectly adapted to the world the way it really is. If you see something horrible happen and you dive under a table when you hear a loud noise, you're damaged if you're not diving under the table because you really did see that horrible thing happen. Okay, so when someone is traumatized, it's not that they're damaged, it's that they're perfectly adapted to a damaged world that we wish to change. In order to change that world, we need to change. We need to rise above our biology. And that's where science comes in. We need to understand the biology of what's going on in our brains. And we are now on the verge of an ACEs revolution that is identical, not similar to, but identical to the sanitary revolution that occurred in the 1900s. Now, I have given lots of little short 3-minute incoherent speeches here, with the backstory being done to others here, where I don't give long stories. The long story, when I make a statement and then just move on, like the ACEs revolution is identical to the sanitary hygiene revolution in the 1900s, I need to tell a story behind that, and that you may not have heard, some of you, because I do tell it here in the backstory part of the universe here in this building. Imagine you were a doctor in the 1900s and someone came up to you and said, listen, when you finish that autopsy and walk across the room to deliver that baby, I want you to wash your hands because there are, check this out, millions, not just 1 or 2, but millions of little creatures on your hands. And check this out, they're invisible in addition to being millions of them. And all you have to do is wash your hands and everything will be okay, the babies won't die. Of course, this doctor knows perfectly well the reason that the babies die is because the moms did bad things and God is punishing them for that. I mean, hello. So can you imagine how the looks that gentleman got in the 1900s trying to explain that there were such a thing as sanitary hygiene? ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, we are at the same stage now. We now understand that all of this is behaviorally transmitted. Not only that, but if you're concerned about your health and you're concerned about your weight or your genetics or maybe, your lifestyle, forget about all that. That's nothing compared to your early childhood experiences, which have a dramatic effect on your longevity, which makes those other things I just mentioned pale in comparison. When I did these studies, what I found was that trauma is the moderator for evolution, that we don't run everywhere we go. We're designed to do just a little bit less than perfect so that when something bad happens, like a saber-toothed tiger comes into town, we've got a little extra something to go. So we're down-regulated, and there's a natural evolution to this. Now, I don't want to get too far afield here, because this is fairly simple stuff. The ACEs revolution means that trauma-informed teaching means zero punishment. That's what rising above our biology means. We're designed, and we just recently went through a thing where we're all aware of the polarization. We all hear this term, oh, well, there's been polarization because of the Facebook algorithm and the Russians, and we picture in our minds that that's polarization between political parties or right or left or liberal and conservative. That is not what the polarization means. We're in a serious situation here. What the polarization is between self-interest and group interest. And that's the very definition of what a social being is. It's a constant competition between self-interest and group interest. And when we shifted more towards self-interest, that didn't just shift Republicans or conservatives, it shifted the thinking of everyone. And by thinking, I mean how we see things, how we think about things, whether or not we think something is outrageous or not is affected by that. That means you guys are affected. That means in order to deal with this and service our children organizationally, we have to know how our own thinking has been affected to be more reactive, more fearful, more competitive. If you're in a situation of abundance, to be perfectly adapted, you learn to cooperate so you can gather all the fruit. If you're in a situation of scarcity, being perfectly adapted means you learn how to compete. We are biologically programmed beings. If we wish to end 1 in 3, create safe schools, we must look organizationally and individually. We can identify every child that is suffering trauma in our schools. We have that capacity right now. How dare we not even address it or look into it? It's a fairly simple
Thank you, Mr.
thing.
Serbola. Thank you.
Rats. Thank you.
Natalie Adams. Natalie Adams. Sonia Fadra. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Please state your name for the record.
Sonia Fodra. I am a parent of twins at Deerfield Beach High School. All right, well, and good afternoon all, if I didn't say good afternoon. But I'm pretty much here today to present some disturbing situation that exists at Deerfield Beach High School. Some children are deprived of getting well-rounded education. The disrespect that have been dished out to me as well as other parents within the Deerfield Beach community, coming from the principal and his administration. Favoritism given to some programs over others, and also how are the money spent, who spends it, and what is it spent for, and if my child along with others are denied going to compete for the state. Now, I'm a newly, single parent of 2 teenage children, again, as I mentioned before, which are twins, who are currently attending Deerfield Beach High School. Both children were enrolled in the culinary program from when they were sophomores. Now, they really enjoyed some rewarding experiences from the program that have impacted their career track. Now, from the first year they enrolled in the program, they immediately took the role of leaders. FCCLA provided ideal platforms for them to compete in skills and leadership type events at district and state level. Now, just in case you may wonder what this is all about, now this is a student-run organization, which is part of their curriculum and promotes leadership and lots of soft skills and provides coping skills fit for society. Now, it's also something for, other students, whether they are skillful or developing other skills. Now, my daughter is now a senior. She is motivated to finish the program, winning her awards. She really found her niche. Last year, she, along with another student, competed at district and state level and won first place, which puts her in position to go all the way to national level. Now, there were chosen representatives for the state of Florida in the southern region, and they were also, chosen to represent Deerfield Beach High School. Now, that was a big deal for not just for myself, but for the culinary program and FCCLA. Now, I was so proud of my daughter. That right away, I immediately told her to ask her teacher, how much the fare would be, because I was willing to, go along with them to, California. Now, and also to see her walk across the stage, to get another medal. Well, this is where I'm somewhat pissed and feel disrespected, because after waiting and kept on waiting for an answer and information about the trip, no one from the school had a decency.
Excuse me, I apologize. Your 3 minutes are up, but I do want you to share the information with us. You can send it to us via email, and Mr. Runcie?
Dr. Wands is ready to take information and work with you on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming to speak before us today.
All right, thank you.
And the final speaker today is Christian Rowell. Christian Rowell? Okay, that exhausts our public speaker list for today. At this time, we are going to take a recess for lunch until 1:20, and at that time, we will come back for the superintendent's report and again begin our special presentations for the afternoon. So we are recessed until 1:20. Thank you. Good afternoon. This school board meeting is now reconvened. The superintendent will now make his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to give an update on one of the big pressing issues that I know that this board is concerned about, and we've talked about what we can do to bring awareness and understanding to our students and parents and community, and that is a topic of vaping. Vaping is a problem in our schools. Broward County Public Schools is working to educate our parents and students on the health risks of using electronic cigarettes. We are distributing information into the community that identifies the health risks of e-cigarettes and vaping pens. The health risks include a higher chance for lung cancer, asthma, seizures, anxiety, and harm to the developing adolescent brain. The anti-vaping video public service announcement that you're about to see was produced by Leila Plummer, a 12th grade student at Deerfield Beach High School who participates in her school's TV production program. During her internship this past summer, she planned, scripted, filmed, produced, and edited this original and informative PSA. I'd like to show this PSA at this moment.
Did you know the use of e-cigarettes or ENDS and other highly addictive vapor products are skyrocketing amongst young teens? It's becoming a huge issue in schools. Before we dive into why vaping has become so popular, let's discuss what vaping is, why it's not the best decision for teenagers, and why school definitely isn't the place for it.
Vaping is the act of inhaling and exhaling aerosol, also referred to as vape.
When you inhale or exhale toxic chemicals, including nicotine.
Vaping is like the consumption of e-cigarettes or electronic cigarettes.
Vaping is the act of inhaling and exhaling vapor created by electronic cigarettes, commonly known as e-cigarettes or other vaping devices such as e-hookah, e-pen, vape pen, mods, vaporizers. The list of names can go on and on. These vaping devices are battery-powered and have cartridges filled with liquid, commonly referred to as e-liquid. The e-liquids usually contain nicotine, flavorings, and other various chemicals. The e-liquid is heated up in the component, the liquid turns into vapor, which is then inhaled by the person and then exhaled. This action is called vaping, but you will sometimes hear teenagers refer to it as juuling. Teens are using a variety of vaping devices. Because the e-liquid nicotine concentration is so high, teens are overindulging on the substance, which is harming their brain and overall health. You should also know that vapor devices are small, often very sleek, look like school supplies, and can be charged with a USB port, making them easily concealable from parents and teachers. Alright, so now that you're a little caught up on what vaping is, let's first try to understand why vaping has become so popular amongst teenagers.
It's a fad. Everyone thinks it's cool to vape. So of course, it's gonna catch on. It's an internet trend, basically.
Because probably depression, or are they just following other kids?
The basic answer would be peer pressure. Since someone is doing it, or someone introduced it to our school or whatever, it's only natural that other people are curious and want to try it out too, you know?
Probably after the first time they get addicted and wants to do it again.
They follow friends or they get addicted to it.
The popularity of vaping and to still get away from their problems.
But what makes teens think that vaping is safe? Is it true that vaping is completely harmless? Of course not. Because of the high concentration of nicotine in the small pods, they can actually be more harmful to the user. For example, how much nicotine do you think is in a single cartridge?
Considering that e-cigarettes were originally made for consumption of those who are addicted to tobacco cigarettes, I'd say like the same amount as in a cigarette.
Honestly, I'm not sure. However, I do believe that nicotine is very harmful to us.
What if I told you that one cartridge contains as much nicotine as an entire pack of cigarettes? Not only that, but research suggests that since teen brains are still in development, the nicotine in vapes after continued use could lead to the risk of using other drugs such as marijuana, cocaine, and methamphetamine. But I'm sure you don't need me to lecture you about the health risks of vaping, so I'll leave it at that. But what kind of discipline do you think you'll get if you're caught with an e-cigarette or vaping device at school?
I don't, but I believe it's like suspension.
The consequences of vaping in school is getting suspended, expelled to another alternative school.
Let me inform you of some more relevant consequences if you were to bring an e-cigarette or vaping device to school. Students in grades 6 through 12 can expect to be issued a 1 to 2 day internal suspension with a mandatory curriculum intervention assignment and substance abuse counseling referral for the first offense. A second offense would result in a 6-day suspension with an assignment to an alternative or external suspension site where the student would be required to complete an intervention curriculum about the harms of vaping. For a third offense and subsequent offense, students will receive a 10-day suspension, substance abuse counseling referral, and recommendation for expulsion. These harsh consequences are if you are caught with any component of a vaping device that contains nicotine. The consequences for having a vapor device that contains THC would result in an immediate 10-day suspension with a mandatory recommendation for expulsion and consultation with law enforcement. The law enforcement part is even scarier than the thought of the expulsion because having a THC vapor device means you could be charged with a felony offense in court. What do you think a felony offense on your record could do to your career and college aspirations? So why go through all that struggle? Don't even start vaping, and if you're currently vaping, seek help. Don't allow yourself to become another statistic. More and more students are being influenced by marketing tactics of the electronic nicotine delivery companies or by misinformed peers who think that vaping is the cool thing to do. So, what advice do you have to keep other students from vaping?
My advice is just be you and don't follow nobody.
Keep yourself occupied with something productive.
It's not good for your lungs. It will mess you up, not now, but in the future.
All in all, vaping just isn't worth it. If you're having issues with stress, talk to someone who can help, like your guidance counselor, a friend, a parent, or a trusted adult. Don't give in to peer pressure. Be aware of the harms of e-cigarettes and how they can negatively impact your life. Because the companies won't disclose those things in their advertisement to you because they want you to purchase their product and because they want long-term addicted customers. Don't get sucked in. Alright, this has been Layla Plummer, a proud Broward County Public Schools student, signing off.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie, for providing the superintendent's report, and it is a perfect segue, I believe, into our next presentation. So I would like to ask in a moment for those who are part of the commission to stand up, but first I'm going to read a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today. The proclamation in recognition of the United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention Day, September 17th, 2019. The United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention, I'm sorry, I'm not the first person to speak, Dr. Hickman is, and I apologize.
I'd like to introduce you to, no. Good afternoon. School board members, superintendent Runcie, community partners, parents, staff, and guests. Our schools and staff continue to instruct, learn, share, and raise awareness regarding behavioral health and drug prevention. Broward County Public Schools has maintained a long-lasting, collaborative, and mutually beneficial partnership with the United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention as we work to support the reduction of negative consequences on individuals, families, and communities relative to substance misuse, prevention, and mental health. At this time, I would like to pass the microphone back to our school board chair, Ms. Heather Brinkworth, who will speak to the proclamation in support of the United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention Day.
Thank you, Dr. Hickman. All right, we'll start again. The United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention is a coalition-building organization made up of members representing a variety of entities and community partners from across Broward. The work of the Commission is to review trend data in order to address and discuss behavioral health issues and substance misuse in our community. This work provides for a more proactive and timely response to rising concerns and allows community partners the opportunity to work collaboratively. It is my honor and privilege to serve as the school board appointee to the Commission, and I am thankful for the United Way and their ongoing partnership with Broward County Public Schools. It is through the work of the Commission and its members and community partners that many impactful programs are provided to students across Broward. From Broward Youth Coalition clubs in our high schools to Project Brain and Peace Week to important educational presentations on the vaping epidemic, we appreciate the work of the Commission, and it is my honor and privilege to read the proclamation recognizing the partnership and great collaborative work that the United Way of Broward County Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention has with Broward County Public Schools. I want to thank the members of the Commission who have joined us here today, and I think Gonzalo is probably going to help introduce them because I didn't get the opportunity to get the list of everyone that was here today, but if you all could just stand collectively so my colleagues can see the support. And I want to extend my thanks because I know many of you were here before, and our presentation got bumped, so thank you for coming again, and yes, let's give them a round of applause for their service. And now I will read the proclamation. Whereas the United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention was established in 1986 and is a broad-based coalition dedicated to reducing negative consequences of substance misuse and promoting mental, physical wellness of individuals, families, and communities. And whereas the coalition fosters powerful ways to transform, heal, strengthen, and empower our lives and community, and where every person can move the world in a direction of a healthy, productive, and drug-free environment through his or her daily choices and actions. And whereas its primary role is to search for innovative and effective ways to reduce risk factors and strengthen protective factors, and serve as a coalition-building organization that partners with federal, state, and local agencies to foster, develop, and enhance integrated behavioral health efforts through Broward County. And whereas it supports the community in building a resilient society and helps to foster a sense of mutual responsibility and shared pride in our neighborhoods. And whereas the collaboration and partnership with Broward County Public Schools enables programming and initiatives such as evidence-based prevention programs for youth, Project Brain, Above the Influence, Broward Youth Coalition, the Youth Leadership Institute, and Choose Peace, Stop Violence to be brought to students. And whereas the United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention and the School Board of Broward County, Florida, in coordination with numerous local partners and committed to maintaining tools and resources and launching ongoing campaigns and educational seminars to combat the use and marketing of electronic nicotine delivery systems, which are directly contributing to the increase in student vaping and the resurgence in nicotine addiction among youth. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida hereby proclaim September 17th, 2019 as the United Way of Broward County's Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention Day in all Broward County public schools, given in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 17th day of September 2019. At this time, I would like to invite Gonzalo to come up to the podium and speak.
I'm a little bit emotional in the sense that I represent, first of all, Madam Chair, Superintendent of Schools, board members First of all, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the commission and our community stakeholders. And when I say community stakeholders, I mean all of the people that participate day in and day out. And even as I look at the current membership of the board members, I can say and I can see them in our different events and our different outreach activities. And even though we strive for the positivity, we do face changes and challenges. And I can't say enough about the PSA, which kind of took out my presentation because I was going to talk about vaping. But the participation of youth and youth leadership is essential to what we do as a community. And knowing that the vaping epidemic has affected everybody in our community, I just wanted to give you a few indicators, a few numbers about what's happening in Broward County. 14% of middle school students have used an electronic cigarette in the past, and 6% are current users. 41% of high school students say that they have used electronic cigarettes. 14% of Broward County high school students are current users of electronic cigarettes, which means, and I think there was a presentation about ACEs and a presentation about all of these underlying factors, which just points to the possibility and responsibility to start younger with prevention at the middle school level and at the high school level. As you know, the vaping is a delivery system, but what we look for is to stop the cycle and to avoid to threaten the natural development of the brain of youth. And I was reading also that we have a common mission, we have a common goal, which is for our youth to reach their most potential and their highest success. The PSA also mentioned a lot about what were the reasons or the rationale of why vaping has become such a crisis in our community. And I think one of the, you may have known that the Commission on Behavioral Health used to be called the Commission on Substance Abuse. So we try to see a more comprehensive view of what we do and to promote wellness, not only to look to stay away from the risk factors, but to promote wellness from within. And as an example of what we're doing right now to the vaping, I must say that yes, the data will continue to come in, not because Heather is here, but the first time we heard about vaping, and I say it at all the meetings, was because of her and her communication with us. So what that data allows us to do is to integrate our efforts and to become sort of like an umbrella where different aspects can work on it. As to the vaping itself, we have distributed over 140,000 e-cigarette fact cards, which you'll get a copy in every middle and senior high school, knowing that information dissemination is only one part of the efforts that we have. We could continue to do media awareness campaigns. We have train the trainers materials because yes, the information is important, but the skills building is something that needs to happen. BYC, Above the Influence, Alternative Spring Break, all of these efforts combined make for a broader and a more comprehensive look of what kids can do as a way of protecting their health and protecting their brain. We also work with training and capacity building for our service providers, such as the Behavioral Health Conference and Rompiendo Stigmas, which was our first completely in Spanish conference for service providers and for our community, and trying to work with one of the biggest barriers, which is precisely not only the economic, but actually the stigma and the cultural issues that exist. We also promote youth working with legislation. I think everybody should know that Tobacco 21 ordinance passed, and it's only the second city in Florida, because we do understand that prevention programs must be accompanied with legislation that has impact on everybody. And to finish, we always have to thank you for everything that you do on a day-to-day basis, because your dedication is critical to all of the efforts. And I wanted to highlight another program, which is part of our heart and a part of something that's shared by your sponsorship, by Broward County Public Schools, by Children's Services Council and United Way, and that is Choose Peace. Choose Peace, Stop Violence, which is celebrating its 10th anniversary in our schools. And because it does focus on social and emotional learning, and it strives for academic achievement because you can't do one without the other, we want to recognize also your role in making those 10 years possible. Now, some of the accomplishment, the initiative provides tier 1, 2, and 3 to all the schools. Their school-based program we call Agents of Change, They are now in 15 schools, Title I schools, 9 middle schools and 6 high schools. There are 440 Agents of Change members impacting more than 24,000 of their peers. And we've seen that an average 45% reduction of reported incidents in schools. So we do believe that the schools provide a possibility of community and as of norming as we do that. Every year that we have our Choose Peace Week, which is celebrated in around 200 locations. We have our annual Peace Kickoff, which embeds all of our schools in the community. And over 7,000 youth violence, bullying prevention materials are distributed every year. So I am here to represent an entire community, leaders and stakeholders that could not exist without your presence, without your commitment, and without the work that you do. And it is with much gratitude that I offer and accept with honor this distinction for a coalition that's been in existence for over 30 years. Thank you.
And we would like to take a picture, but before we do that, I just want to say again, thank you to all of the members of the commission. We have judges, we have agencies and organizations, community members, providers, all as part of the commission. And I will tell you that the dialogue that we have around the table is sometimes, as a parent, terrifying, but it's important conversation that we have about the issues that are facing our community. So thank you for the opportunity today to bring this information and to share a recognition of the Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention. So if we could take a picture, that would be great.
Did you see my email from this morning? That new,
my next job's Cleveland Clinic, so. All right, everyone, if you could kind of just get close over here. If I need you guys on the stairs. I'm gonna let you guys go first, and then I'm gonna just ask if I can. Yeah, I need it. All right, when you guys are done, I just need, wow. All right, perfect, guys, right here. 1, 2, 3, one more, 1, 2. Okay, perfect, guys, right here. Hold on, can I just have you? Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, one more, 1, 2, 3, and last one, guys. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, that works. Thank you.
Yes. Our next presentation will be Suicide Prevention Public Service Awareness Contest announcement with Board Member Bartleman and Dr. Charlene Gressick.
Yeah. No, stand with me. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here because this month is Suicide Prevention Month, and it's something we all need to be cognizant of and something that we shouldn't be afraid to talk about. It's a misnomer that if you talk about suicide, it would cause a suicide. And I'm going to let Charlene get more into this. But today I am joined by my fellow Community Suicide Prevention Subcommittee members to introduce our very important Suicide Prevention Service Announcement Contest for all middle and high school students in Broward County. Suicide prevention is near and dear to me, as each and every student's life is precious and meaningful, and my family has also been touched by suicide. As many of you know, students have the ability to relate and connect to their peers in a way that adults do not. Please take a moment to listen to Dr. Gressick, who I just want to mention that Ms. Gressick for many years has been the only point person for suicide prevention in the 6th largest district in the nation. She has done an outstanding, amazing job, and she's very grateful for the referendum money. And,
Yes.
Yes, and she's going to have help now, so it's very excited. And at the end, we will have an opportunity to hear 2 of our own students from Pompano Beach Middle School about the PSA. And should I introduce the committee while they're here? Because we spend hours on this. And actually, okay, well, we'll make sure we get everyone. And we're always having our meetings at the health department. That's why you don't see us here. And so we need to say thank you for that. So from the chair of the BSHAC committee, and who always gives us a room and coffee and muffins, Maureen O'Keefe, can you please stand up? She's the school health program manager. And I'm going to just go very quickly because we have a time limit. Billy Morgan, director of 211. She has passed out cards. Amazing Joel Smith, program director for Florida Initiative for Suicide Prevention. And those are our Hope Clubs. Joseph Fort for Lauderdale Behavioral Health. Barbara Leash, Florida Department of Health. Karen Francestina, Director of Children's Services Council. Dion Smith, Assistant Director, Children's Services Council. And we also have our new Executive Director of ESE, Simone Hollingsworth. Okay. And Kimberly Keeler. And did I miss who I missed? Go ahead,
Kimberly Kelleher, who has been my right hand for suicide prevention for years, and Kathy Neves, who's also my ESLS counselor, and Marissa Kinney, woohoo, and our nursing department, and Miss Clay, Sonia Clay, and Teresa Hall. So there's just so many other people here. I haven't caught everybody, but they are all amazing.
And it's a village to deal with this topic. And I have to say that we're really thinking out of the box with our partnership with the health department. We gave over 7,000 immunizations to students that were at Lauderhill Mall, and Charlene single-handedly, I think, with the help of others, some on our team, we stuffed folders with information because we knew the parents were going to be sitting there. So while they were sitting there, they were actually reading everything about suicide prevention and the signs to look for. So we're trying to get the message out everywhere, but the best person to deliver the message to the students is the students, and that's what Charlene is going to talk about.
So thank you so much for being here. And yes, I'm very excited about the referendum money, as you might know. So did you know the 2019 Florida legislature passed Senate Bill 1418, which is the Suicide Risk Assessment and Suicide Prevention Certified Schools. On June 25th, 2019, Governor Ron DeSantis signed that bill into law. This is extremely important, as September is, as Ms. Bartleman said, Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month, so I'm excited to be here. Quick facts. Suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death for our young people, 10 to 24. Did you know someone dies by suicide in Florida on average every 3 hours? Suicide crosses all members of society. It does not discriminate. In the most recent Broward County Youth Risk Behavior Survey, 7.4% of our students, 1 out of every 14, reported that they attempted suicide. And 17.2% of our students, 1 out of every 6, seriously considered suicide during the past 12 months. Many want to know why. What causes suicide? What can I do to prevent it? Are members of my family at risk? board members have talked about suicide. They've talked about the connections to them and their families. These questions are so challenging, and unlike a math equation or something in a class, there's not one correct answer. But there are some areas to understand that might help. First, what can every person do to prevent suicide? Listen, get connected, and know where the help is. If there's one major protective factor for suicide, it's connection. Connection not just at that moment a person is in distress, but before. So they know where to go when they're in distress. Every person can do this, every one of us. In addition, get educated. What are the risk factors and warning signs, and learn where supports are in your community? Moreover, never be afraid to ask a person if they're thinking about suicide. Second, know the difference between risk factors and warning signs. Risk factors are those events in a young person's life that impacts them over time. Some examples might be abuse and neglect, or previous suicide attempts, or exposure to suicide, or domestic violence, or traumatic events, and so much more. Trauma is another large topic, but just know that 1 in 4 in a classroom have a trauma background. And because I'm an ESC, did you know 23.4% of students who have an IEP have a trauma history? The analogy is sometimes used to a heart attack. You may have risk factors that can increase your risk of a heart attack, like smoking or obesity, family history, but as research says, it doesn't indicate that you will actually have a heart attack. You're just at risk. The same goes for suicide. Just because many people have numerous risk factors, it doesn't mean they will attempt suicide. Third, warning signs. Warning signs are those things that tell us that something might happen in the next days, hours, or even minutes. Some warning signs are things like making statements about how others would be better off without us. Indirect or direct statements reflecting something that they can't see a way out of. Talking about feeling like, I'm a burden to you, and you'd be better off if I weren't here. Feeling like dying is the best way to solve problems. Stopping doing things they loved, and drastic, all of a sudden changes. It might seem like they're happier than they ever were before, and then they die. They might be investigating ways of killing themselves or doing other things that you go, that's not normal for them. Warning signs combined with risk factors elevate the risk of suicide. It's extremely important to note that no one thing or set of experiences or risks causes suicide, but the combination of events and past experiences can bring a person to that place. This leads to the next most important step, protective factors. Protective factors are those things that can help the person who may have risk factors, connecting them to one of us, a caring adult. Research has said that connection to one caring adult, that protective factor, is one of the most important protective factors that we can have. Additionally, though, research indicates that the most underutilized resource is students themselves. Recently, I discovered an app called Not Okay, N-O-T-O-K. It was developed by a 15-year-old girl named Hannah Lucas during a time when she was contemplating self-harm, not suicide, but self-harm. The basics of the apps are this. You set up trusted contacts that you send a message and location details that when you're not okay, you press the button on your phone and the trusted contact knows where you are and knows that you can't talk, but knows that you're not okay. And that, simple in and of itself, can save a life. It's developed by a 15-year-old girl. Students know first when another student is talking about or thinking about suicide. A recent study indicated that when asked, between 75 and 100% of teens knew someone who had talked about or attempted suicide. 75 to 100%. It's because of this and our knowledge that teens lead the way. We are announcing this very important public service awareness contest for suicide prevention because they do lead the way. It's only one step in many, but one that we definitely need. So as it is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, what can you do? Here's some ideas. help people have a sense of hope in their lives, decrease the pressure to achieve at all cost, encourage people to take a moment to just be, model to others that it's okay to not be okay sometimes, and understand that asking for help is not a weakness but a strength, and download the Not Okay app. In other words, tell people they have a sense of purpose. Take a moment today, this month, and tell every person you're necessary, you're important, you're valuable, not because of the grades you get or don't get, or the sports you do or don't do, the money you make or not, or the classes you're in or not, or the supports that you need. And if they say, I don't feel valuable, be there to listen and connect them to the resources and support. Because there is help, there is hope, there is healing. The most important step now is asking the students to help us, right? They need to promote this message of help, hope, or healing. So first, I want to thank J.P. Taravella seniors, Luke Lefkowitz, and Stephen Muncie. Though not here, they helped us by providing quick information to our Pompano Beach middle school students, Brianna Rios and Sherry Snyder. They created a quick video to announce this very important PSA. Just so you know, this is the second time J.P. Taravella students have taken leadership in suicide prevention. The first time was when they discovered the National Crisis Text Line. Do you guys remember? Data has shown that because they discovered that, 8 suicides in progress were stopped because our teens were using the lifeline. Students do make the difference. They know what we don't. So thank you, Luke and Stephen from J.P. Taravella, for helping us make this happen. Now, let's listen to the amazing work of Pompano Beach Middle School students, Brianna and Sherry.
Good day, Broward County board members and superintendent. My name is Brianna.
And I'm Sherry from Pompano Beach Middle, where our principal is Miss Brazil. Today, we will discuss a suicide prevention contest.
Attention, Broward County. Are you a youth filmmaker in the Broward County area?
Or are you just passionate about public speaking?
Broward County is hosting a suicide prevention contest for youth like you.
The contest is open to all middle and high school students residing in Broward County. All middle and high school students must have one adult to oversee your project, which will be a PSA.
Your adult must be a teacher, club sponsor, school counselor, school nurse, or administrator. You may also submit a PSA if you are in a non-educational environment, such as a youth group.
You must complete one application per group listing the name of everyone involved in the project.
For more information, a link will be down below.
Any inquiries can be sent to browardsuicidepreventionpsa@gmail.com.
Your PSA is due Friday, January 10th, 2020, and on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020, voting to determine finalists will commence and will end on Wednesday, January 29th.
March 2020 winners will be announced, then spring of 2020's winners will be honored.
Thank you and good luck, Broward County.
Excited about this PSA, and I want to thank Charlene because I think you shared a lot of information with our community, parents, teachers, and students. It was awesome. We as a committee are looking at best models across the nation, and a student-led PSA is one of the best models. Anyone who's a parent knows they'd rather talk to their friends than talk to you, and so the message coming from their friends will mean more. So we're very excited to launch this. We're very excited about the collaborative. Everyone here, all of their agencies are all involved. And we're just going to continue to get the word out, get resources out, counselors out. We have the suicide prevention coordinators now. And we're here for children, our students, and our community. And don't forget, if you are in crisis, 211, I need to give Billy a plug, is always there. And we're just trying to get all of this information out. And it's important to recognize this. So I'd like to thank all of you very, very much. You are all amazing. And we'd like to take a picture because we have everyone here, and we're gonna take a picture and thank you all so much.
our final presentation for today is the recognition of Office Depot with Board Member Murray. Thank you.
I see this, yeah. Just let me get my bearings. You know, with my new glasses, I actually can see better now. Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Runcie, staff, and community members. As the board's representative for the Broward Education Foundation, I want to take this opportunity, along with Dr. Osgood, to showcase one of our corporate partners and express our sincere gratitude for the donations, volunteers, and overall impact Office Depot has had on the Broward County Public School community. With me is Dr. Osgood. I also have Cher Sariago, Executive Director of Broward Education Foundation. And representing Office Depot, I'm hoping somebody took attendance, Alex, he's here, Alex Price, Andrew Wiley, no, is he here? Okay. Danielle Trapek, Kimberly Valia, Lynn Hamilton, Nicolette John Chandler, okay, Nicolette John Chandler, Rochelle Rubush, and Seth Kamenstein. Kamenstein, I was close. Okay. Well, I'm entertaining when I start giving descriptions of people's names. Okay. Corporate social responsibility is no longer as simple as signing a check. After all, any business can write a check. It takes a business with a different set of values, an innovative vision, and employees that want to invest in the communities in which they live and work. Office Depot has all three and much more. Hashtag Depot Difference is the community investment initiative that brings employees centrist, hands-on approach to empowering change through robust volunteerism and giving. Broward County Public Schools is honored to have our Office Depot as a corporate partner, and I'd like to share a video in showcasing Depot Difference.
What's red and white and loaded with hope for students and teachers in Broward County Public Schools? 7 huge Office Depot semi-tractor trailers, jammed with school supplies, rolling into Broward Education Foundation's School Supply Center.
Broward Education Foundation is the only 501c3 nonprofit direct support organization of Broward County Public Schools. We partner with corporations like Office Depot to make a difference in the community.
Seeing more than 70 Office Depot volunteers and the Broward Education Foundation team working together to unload more than 180 pallets, more than $150,000 of product, was a sight to behold, and history in the making for both the office retail giant and the school supply center.
Today, we're going to be moving 200 pallets of supplies that will go straight to the teachers and students of Title I schools. Right here in South Florida, bringing to life our dedication to education specifically, supporting our teachers and the students as they begin their journey towards professional success. That's what our company is all about.
These dedicated volunteers are taking care of business, sorting and inventorying mounds and mounds of vitally needed supplies to fill the shelves at Broward Education Foundation School Supply Center.
The School Supply Center offers us from pencils to crayons to scissors, necessary supplies that our children may need on a day-to-day basis.
At Broward Education Foundation's School Supply Center, Broward's teachers shop free twice a year for their Title I classrooms and students in need.
All my schools are Title I schools, so I know that each one of my schools will benefit by what's being done here today.
We want to stay connected to our local schools and communities every single day of the year.
On behalf of the students and teachers served by Broward Education Foundation, thank you, Office Depot, for truly making a #Depot difference in education and our community.
At this time, I'd like to give the podium to Dr. Osgood.
Miss Murray's in the entertaining spirit. I have to continue on with her, my partner in this. And so I guess I'll just do it like this. Can't nobody tell me nothing. When it comes to the Broward Education Foundation and Office Depot, can't nobody tell me nothing. You are the best. You are phenomenal in what you do with the Broward Education Foundation to continue to add value to Broward County Public Schools. And what Office Depot does with their supplies and those trucks, and they pull up and they unload the stuff and they spread it out in a way that it's very engaging and surprising to our students, our staff, and our parents. It is just phenomenal. I've had the pleasure of the last 2 years, the first year being at Park Lakes, and if I'm not mistaken, that might have been the first school. And then this year also participating at Village, and it is electrifying. It is really a back to school or school supply party where the whole school is engaged. Ms. Korn was with me this year at Village. We have the music, we have different characters that stop by for the children, but it is truly an exciting time. And the volunteers are so amazing in the way that they engage with the students and the staff. They're really happy and excited to be there. And we're just so appreciative of this partnership with Office Depot. And we want to encourage individuals that when they support Office Depot, they are supporting Broward County Schools. That's my new mantra because it's just so wonderful what they do. And I mean, they bring pallets of supplies. So the supplies last for several months. Even after they have left the school, there's enough school supplies to help the students. And they do this spectacular giveaway where one teacher wins this like whole pallet of stuff. And I haven't figured out if the teacher that wins then, you know, shares it with the other teachers or hoards it all for themselves. But it is phenomenal what they do for the teachers and the students. So it is certainly an honor to be here with my colleague, Ms. Murray, today, celebrating two phenomenal partners of Broward County Public Schools.
At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Sariago, our Director, CEO of Broward Education, to come to the mic.
Ain't nobody tell me nothing. Hey, that's pretty good, right? I got to tell you, this partnership started 2 years ago. Out of tragedy comes great things. My first contact with Alex Price of Office Depot was during the MSD tragedy. Office Depot stepped up to the plate and donated $50,000 to the MSD fund. That started a phenomenal partnership, and when I tell you phenomenal, there's nothing that we cannot accomplish together, is there, Alex? So I just have to say that if every partnership could be like this one, we would have no difficulties at all funding teachers and students from Broward County Public Schools, because that's our mission. We want to make every student and every teacher in Broward County Public Schools better than what they are today. So with that being said, I am going to turn the mic back to Ann and Rosalind to read the proclamation for Office Depot.
Oh, no, you're going to share too.
I am?
Yes. Okay. So all three of us.
Oh, that's nice and big.
Yes.
Ms. Murray's a little older.
Look, my glasses are just fine. Proclamation of appreciation and recognition of Office Depot. Whereas service to others is a hallmark of the American character and center to how we meet our challenges. And
whereas public schools are increasingly turning to national service and volunteerism as a cost-effective strategy to meet educational needs, and
whereas the School Board of Broward County, Florida strives to maintain positive district and community relations by working with local businesses, agencies, community members, and organizations to create partnerships, and
whereas Broward County Public Schools is honoring Office Depot launch a new community investment initiative called Hashtag Depot Difference to support the communities where we live, do business by bringing an employee-centric, hands-on approach to empowering us all to make a difference through robust employee volunteerism and philanthropy, giving, and
whereas Broward County Public Schools and the Broward County Education Foundation are grateful for the support of our students and staff received from Office Depot and from numerous associates who helped to unload, unpack, organize, and sort the truckloads of donated products to get the supplies into the hands of children at Title I schools to provide disadvantaged students and teachers with the tools they need to succeed. And
whereas Broward County Public Schools recognizes Start Proud is Office Depot's new signature back-to-school philanthropic initiative created to help foster brighter beginnings for schools in low-income communities nationwide and to give students, parents, and teachers the supplies they need to start the school year confident, prepared, proud, and
whereas the Start Proud celebratory assembly took place at Village Elementary and included inspiring remarks, the distribution of backpacks and supplies for students, and special recognition and gifts for educators.
whereas Office Depot exemplifies the meaning of a unique public-private partnership that invests in the community solutions, leverage resources to strengthen community impact, and demonstrates commitment, dedication, and patriotism by making an intensive promise of service. Now,
Therefore, all of us,
it is
proclaimed that the School Board of Broward County, Florida, hereby offer our heartfelt gratitude and formally acknowledge Office Depot and Office Depot employees for supporting our schools, students, parents, and community. Given at Fort Lauderdale this 17th day of September 2019. Okay.
Yay!
All right. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to let Shay introduce Office Depot and staff members.
Alex Price, come. This is for you. And introduce your colleagues and say a few words on the importance of our partnership.
Absolutely. My colleagues, but also my good friends, Seth Kamenstein and Nicolette St. John, are here on behalf of our 2,000 South Florida associates who are back at the ranch working hard. You all have invited us here, Superintendent Runcie and school board members, to say thanks, but we have driven here to say thank you to you. After sitting on the sidelines as a company in terms of getting involved for a number of years, we and a few others decided that we would start fresh, starting a Depot Difference movement at our company, being one of South Florida's biggest headquarters companies. When we launched that, 3 weeks later, a tragedy occurred. And that tragedy galvanized, obviously, the whole country, but in a special way, this part of Florida. The world stopped. In fact, the Alumni Association of Stoneman Douglas was an Office Depot employee at our headquarters, ran to our cubicle. What are we doing? At that moment, because we hadn't done much as a company, I wondered whether or not Broward County Schools and the foundation would, with so many incredible organizations coming to you, would welcome us into that community. Had we had that level of trust, had we earned our way to be there, and probably we haven't, but at that time, but you all let us in. You let us be a part of something, a moment in history where we all came together to help out families in that hurting school community. And at that moment, not only did you let us in, but you inspired us. Our Depot Difference mission, which was brought at that moment, became focused almost entirely on education empowerment at that moment. We realized that being founded in a city that borders the 5th largest school district in the nation means that even if you were only going to focus locally as a national company, even if only locally, the amount of lives, especially in the Title I space, that could be supported, and the amount of futures that could be uplifted just in being a very, very, very small part of your enormous mission. So you have not only let us in, but you've lit a fire, you've focused us, and just a year and a half later, we are a different company because of the work you all have allowed us to be a part of. We can't say thank you enough. This is really an opportunity for us to say thank you, and please, please, please let us be a part of the family moving forward. We think we're together, it really sparks some great stuff. Thank you for all you do and for your service, and looking forward to what's next.
Yay.
So.
And of course, we want a picture.
Oh, a picture,
Okay,
of course.
Let's wrap this up. I get to Dr. Osgood and I get to close out. But you know, you had to be out there that Saturday morning that those trucks rolled up to our school supply warehouse up on Copans Road. It had to be 95 degrees. And we had, like 150 people out there, young people, and the enthusiasm and the camaraderie, and everyone pitched in and moved a lot of material in a very short period of time and filled our shelves, and it was just inspiring, not knowing, you know, Miss Del Monte, who's been an active part, she's a teacher at Sunshine Elementary, I think, this year, and she's part of the DEC movement also, representing teachers. And she was there, and it's just so warm to see what they've done and know the effect and the help. It mentioned the teachers shopping. If a teacher goes and takes advantage of the opportunity and comes twice a year, they'll actually get $700 worth of goods to bring back to their classroom. So, you know, and the work goes on, and we can continue. And our goal, like Shay said, is to be able to help every school in Broward County. So what Office Depot is truly going to be able to help us expand and reach out to further our elementaries and help every teacher in Broward County. But again, thank you. Dr. Osgood, you got to...
And finally, I don't want to leave out, I remember being at Park Lakes, and we had just recently got our guardian, and I didn't quite know who he was, so it was a good day for him to start and experience the electrifying movement that was taking place with this initiative. And then this year at Village, we have a fabulous SRO from the Sunrise Police Department at Village. They brought several members of the police department there, and they were all engaged, including one of the majors. So this is a day when Office Depot shows up at our schools, that the whole school is involved in celebrating and taking part in the activity as it is going on, from the dancing to the different distribution of gifts to the students and well as the teachers. So again, on behalf of the students in our elementary schools, we thank you so much for what you're doing, Office Depot, and we look forward to years of this ongoing partnership and it growing and enhancing and getting better, that we will continue to add schools as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood.
Okay.
Several colleagues have comments.
Okay.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. It's really hard to believe, as well orchestrated as the event was at Village this year, and as really put together as your entire team is, that this could be in a new initiative. I mean, truly, the energy, having interacted with your team members and seeing the influence that had on the children, the impact is so much greater than the things. The things that you all provided, obviously, those are immensely appreciated. But what you all brought to that school and to our district is something that really is tenfold. And we truly appreciate that you chose us as your great partner in this, and we are looking forward to lots and lots of additional years to celebrate with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just to add, Office Depot, obviously, is just a great partner all in all. I know that within my district, Chris Sadie has one of the Office Depot locations, and he's always doing outreaches in the community and very involved within the city of Pembroke Pines and reaching out to our teachers and families. So I just want to say, whether it's this event or many others, you are truly a great partner when it comes to public education. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would just, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, and I just wanted to say ditto to what my colleague said, but as far as supplies for teachers, as we know, teachers are always dipping into their own pockets. So this is something that's so badly needed for our teachers, and you fill that void, and you go above and beyond with so many other partnerships in our schools, as was mentioned. So thank you for being such a tremendous partner. And thank you, Broward Education Foundation, for what you do for our schools as well. That's a lot of times that's not mentioned as well. So we are so thankful for what Broward Education Foundation does as well.
Thank you. I concur with my colleagues' comments, and I also wanted to say, last year when I was shopping for my own children's school supplies at an Office Depot, I was very pleased to see an opportunity for community members to purchase supplies for a local elementary school that were already packaged, and you could just pick them up and take them to the register. So thank you for the donations that you make, but thank you for also making opportunities available to members of the community in an easy way for them to give back to their local schools. Thank you.
Okay, picture.
Dr. Wands, are you pretending like you're tall?
That concludes our presentations for today. I think we've had a great morning and early afternoon of recognitions and presentations. And now we will move along with the agenda. May I have a motion and a second on item G1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on item G1.
I'm here. how to get a picture. I got my Dell computer from them.
State your name for the record, please, Mr. Barish.
Ronald B. Barish. Let me go to G1 here. Okay. So sorry, I'm a little bit tongue-tied here. Okay, ready? I have 8 words. I have 8 words for G1, and this is, please increase the hourly rate for substitute teachers. That's all I have to say. It's all up to you. Your call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. I don't know that that directly relates to the item, but I appreciate your comment. And I had a question, actually. I didn't mark that I wanted to speak to the item, but since it got pulled, I was going to just send an email to staff. I just want to have some follow-up with regard to when teachers apply, or when people who are not teachers apply to jobs within the district. You don't have to come up and answer now. It can just be a follow-up. How are they notified that the application has been received, and the process for communicating with them throughout the process? Because I'm still getting feedback that it's not being done successfully. So if it's good, would you like to make a comment?
I just puddle jumped. I'm sorry. That was not right. I was just puddle jumping in the sense that I've heard that comment also with other positions, not just teachers.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item G1? All in favor of item G1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item G4?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on G4. I have Ms. Alida.
Thank you.
If you want to just give staff a moment to come to the microphone.
So I'd like to understand the process if a staff member is under an investigation, but then they resign or retire. How does that work with the ongoing investigation?
Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity. In regards to the retirement, if they opt to retire, the investigation can still go on and be concluded. And I don't know if Craig Kowalski's walking in behind me.
He just walked in the door.
See, I didn't have to look, I just felt it, right? So as Craig's gonna walk up, he'll speak to what happens upon that situation when a person resigns or retires, and then through investigation. Craig, finish.
Could you repeat the question?
What happens?
Sure. So what happens when a staff member who is under an investigation, they retire or they resign?
We would continue the investigation up to to the point where we're at, meaning, giving an example. So I'm under investigation for X. We already started the investigation. We don't stop it just because they retire or resign. We come to a complete report. We bring it to the Professional Standards Committee. They make a decision, then the action stops. Because they're no longer employed by us, we can't take administrative action. But in case that employee decides 5 years to come back to the district, we have a record up to a certain point. So if it's challenged, we could pull the record out and deal with it at that time.
Would it also affect if somebody was calling us for a letter of reference?
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, Ms. Myrick.
Craig is correct on what we do, but it is certainly handled differently for different employees, particularly if they resign. Oftentimes, we do not continue the investigation. It just is dropped. But the investigation information does go to the Department of Education, and they can do their own investigation regarding, which kind of addresses your last question, which they could do their own investigation particularly for people that are certified regarding people's certifications. Letters are put in personnel files for people that retire or resign that state that they retired or resign while under investigation, whether the investigation is continued or not. So if someone called for a reference, we would tell them that they resigned or they retired while they were under investigation.
Additional clarification through the chair.
Yes.
We also code the individual employee, so there's coding mentioning resigned while under investigation, retired while under investigation.
Okay, thank you. For the community, Mr. Runcie, is it possible you have an update on the investigations of the MSD staff?
Mr. Runcie, would you like me to?
Well, I guess my question is,
That's not
relevant to G4. So I think that is something that we could probably get an update on at a different time, but I don't know that it's something that we should discuss now because it's not part of the G4 item. I do understand your question, but it's not part of the G4 item. Ms. Myrick?
I will be glad to update the board in writing about that. Just to let you know, the individual who's listed in G4, that investigation is ongoing and will be continued till it's ended, till it's finalized.
Thank you.
Is that the extent of your questions? Yes. Thank you. Any additional comments? Yes, Ms. Horn?
I just, in terms of processes for the district, I think there should be some consistency in terms of how that is handled. Meaning, I understand and I appreciate the feedback we've gotten from staff, but if we are going to be continuing the investigations, which certainly makes sense, it seems as if we should do that, or there should be a reason in which there are cases in which we would not then continue. So I guess what I would just ask is through Mr. Runcie, not any type of clarification here at the dais, but if you could give us some follow-up to let us understand how those decisions are made internally regarding when we continue to pursue investigations, to what point we continue to pursue them, and if there's, decisions, where's the flexibility in terms of treating something different? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item G4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Item G4 passes. I have a motion and a second on item BB2.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on BB2.
Okay, this is Ronald B. Barish on BB2.
Yes.
I'm going to use my...
Sorry, hold on just a minute. Thank you, Dr. Neesmith.
I'm going to use my whole 3 minutes on this one. Mr. Superintendent Runcie, are you going to make absolutely sure...
Can you stop the timer for just a moment? Mr. Barish, I just want to remind you to direct your comments to the chair.
It says, well, it's for him.
I understand. Direct your comments to the chair, though, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair, you're the chair, right?
I am.
Heather P. Brinkworth, are you going to make sure that absolutely all teachers are protected by law enforcement against students who become violent and the teachers get abused by them for the school season of 2019-2020 and beyond? That's a question. Next question. Are you going to make sure that either metal detectors or bulletproof backpacks are given to 100,000 students in the middle and high schools in Broward? Metal detectors, I already got that. I already told you what they are. Number 3, are you also going to make sure that there's a police officer and guardian for every 1,000 students in the schools here in Broward County, if not already done? Number 4, will you make sure that all charter schools comply with 1 police officer for every charter school. Also, are you going to make sure, Heather P. Brinkworth, we will have more mental health resources, whom are counselors, guidance counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, and social workers for all the students who require them. Okay, also, Heather B. Brinkworth, are you going to make sure that all fire alarms and fire extinguishers have to be in working order for the school season in every school, public school in Broward County and charter schools? Also, are you going to make absolutely sure that you will get a flyer out to every public school and charter school about the consequences of vaping? I want to make sure that you have all those. That is important, what I just said, and you will be monitored on all items I have mentioned. It's very important to get this all done now. Okay, you couldn't get it done 2018. Get it done now. Make sure it's done. That's what I'm going to try to tell you. And also about bullying, that's got to be finished. Make sure that's done. Okay? Also, make sure that no student ever will make a threat.
Thank you, Mr.
Against the schools.
The timer
again.
actually went off. It's just that it's not sounding. Thank you, Dr. Neesmith. Yes, additional audience input?
Yes, hello, Mike Serbola speaking. And what is an evaluation? Anyone up there not like Mr. Runcie as a person, or think or not believe that he has children's best interest in heart? Of course not. An evaluation is an opportunity for improvement. It means that you have the hope that the schools are going to be much better later than they are now. It's a positive thing. I happen to be his biggest fan. I'm a big critic, but I think he has more potential than any other superintendent in the country. And there's a very simple reason for that. He's respected. He earned it. He didn't accidentally just fall into this. He is liked by parties on both sides, Democrat and Republicans, conservative and liberal, those who hate public schools and those who don't, those who are all for charters and those who aren't. And the reason he's there is the reason he has the most potential. And potential to do what? Just to increase grades? No, that's not the path he's been on. He's been here to manage things and let the superintendents do their best, and with the hope and the presumption that he would just be here to manage and you let experts do what they do best. The problem is they aren't experts and they don't have the right attitude. I walked into that room full of superintendents. There were hundreds of them there. They were clenching body parts I didn't know people even had. Okay, it's a toxic situation because they're mimicking him. They're mimicking the superintendent, and they're trying to manage their schools. So what they're waiting on is leadership. So in the entire country, like I said, there isn't anyone as well positioned to address what really needs to be done, which is to answer the March for Our Lives students. And their request was very simple and straightforward.
Can you please make sure that your comments are relative to the evaluation?
Yes, to the evaluation, because you're looking for improvement. Improvement in what? What I'm going to tell you right now is what I've been talking to you about for 6 years. Trauma is detectable and preventable as are germs. We have the capability. Schools are the only ones in a position to do anything about that. In California, what they're doing is they're enlisting the aid of the medical profession to...
Again, this is about the evaluation of the superintendent.
This is, and it can't all be done in a tweet, so give me at least 3 sentences, more than a tweet.
On the evaluation.
On the item, on the evaluation, in California, what they're doing is they're doing a screening. Here in Florida, what Mr. Runcie has the ability to do is to address all the parties and explain how it is that trauma is as detectable and preventable as are germs, because we can apply mental hygiene. That is something only he can do, because there are people on both sides that will vociferously have a struggle with that. He can answer the March for Our Lives students as no one else can. It's poetic. It's here. Bring it home, Mr. Runcie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Serbola. Any additional audience input on item BB2? And before I go to my colleagues, have indicated that they would like to speak I would just like to remind everyone and the public that the entire evaluation written by each individual board member is available online for the public to review and read. And so I will ask respectfully that my colleagues do not feel the need to reiterate their entire evaluation here on the dais, as it is available online and we have all had the opportunity to read it. And I would also ask that you not comment on anything other than your own evaluation of the superintendent. I will start with Dr. Osgood.
I want to go later.
I'm sorry?
I want to speak later.
Okay. Ms. Murray?
I'm not going to cover what I said in my evaluation. My statements is my personal feelings after looking at the whole picture that was revealed after all the evaluations came out. But I am a 50-year resident of Broward County, a parent of Broward County public school student graduates, a previous employment of the district, and now a school board member through 2 superintendents. Mr. Runcie has been with us since 2011 and has made significant changes from our prior superintendent during times when education funds had been as lowest in the state. And when he came aboard this district through the millage and other adjustments by the state legislators, we lost $2 billion in state funding. We have grown from a suburban to an urban society, and because of the growth, new issues arise daily. We have been one of the fastest growing counties over the last 20 years. In 1995, we had approximately 200,000 students in the public school system. Now we have 267,000 students, and we continue to operate with less funds from the state. Our vision and Mr. Runcie's decisions have affected every aspect of school districts, including our ESE, gifted, and regular students. The decline in state funding has hampered our needs. Under leadership, my overall evaluation of Mr. Runcie since 2011 is the district has transformed from being a reactive to a proactive entity. This is evident in his goals to expand early learning education opportunities for children, to increase knowledge of our third grade students to pass the FSA testing. Other districts nationwide look to Broward County as an example and for the best practice in education, operations, and many other areas. The previous superintendent that I served under cut programs, laid staff off, and eliminated opportunities for kids. Since that time, Mr. Runcie has led the school of Broward County in a positive direction. He rehired the 700 teachers that were laid off, and he continues to hire teachers. Many parents and observers see and share the positive changes in our schools, and I see the strong leadership in our principals. I also have personal friends in other states in education, including a few school district superintendents who keep apprised of what we're doing here, and they tell me, job well done. High quality instruction. Runcie has proved more educational opportunities in our magnet programs, reestablishing arts and music, and to educate the whole child and provide them with a global economy. Through his tenure, children are more actively involved in programs outside of the classroom. Debate, chess, the 5,000 male role models, MTL, and many opportunities we offer besides the classroom education. I did my own survey. I found that we have probably maybe 162, 164 innovative programs offered throughout the district to enrich our children. A national publicized Education Week, in the latest edition, ranked Florida, the state of Florida, 4th in the nation in K-12 achievement. And with Broward being the 6th largest district in the nation, we have a lot to do with this ranking. We could certainly have done more if we had been properly funded. Our overall graduation improved to 95.1. When Mr. Runcie arrived, it was in the 70s. And we continue to improve. We narrowly missed being a school district this year, by 1 point, and that averages out to maybe 20 children. But that wasn't the focus as we strive for improving our test scores. So we have something to go for this coming year. He has, under communications, he has open discussions with all stakeholders. Runcie has held town hall meetings, spoke at countless neighborhood associations. He was just with me last night at the EAB board in Hollywood. Meets with mayors and other local government officials, attends ESE advisory council meetings, holds roundtable meetings with teachers, meets with our student leaders from student government, held ed talks in the past, and the entire district. And you can even reach him directly through social media. I didn't know that, through my investigation. When do you have time to do all this? Do you ever sleep? His overall evaluation from the 9 of us does not reflect the national recognition we receive by being the best. It has created nothing but more bad press for Broward school system, and honestly, an annual employee evaluation is about the work a person does over the course of 1 year and not about personal feelings or an opportunity to showcase every misstep a person made during the 1 year or previous year. There is a quote I want to mention to put things into perspective. A person who never makes a mistake never tries anything new, and that was said by Albert Einstein. I weighed on whether to repeat this, but I think it's important that I do. I'm going to recite a quote by Robert Kennedy after the death of his brother, President John F. Kennedy. And he said, "Tragedy is not a tool for the living to gain wisdom, not a guide by which we live." I'm going to say that again. Tragedy is a tool for the living to gain wisdom, not a guide by which to live. We have so many important things here in the system, and our main focus needs to be on education. When Bob Runcie came to us in 2011, I don't think nobody knew him here. He came with an excellent evaluation, a very sound education from Harvard and Northwestern, and he hit the ground running. And when I talked with him, I said, you know, there are so many entities in the system here, and I have that background because I worked in the system for 30 years. Where are you going to start? I said, we have it on the educational side, we have it on the operations side. He said, Ms. Murray, one at a time. He took on transportation, saved us $8 to $10 million by becoming more efficient. He has looked at facilities and realigned that, and has not been an easy task, especially as we got our $800 million bond. And unfortunately, because of the lack of experience and bond issues, there was some ripple bumps. No one deliberately was deceitful to the community. It's just, it is what it was, but it was corrected and we're on sound ground now. When you look at our other departments, purchasing, there were antiquated systems there that didn't work. He came forward, told us what we need to do, make an investment in some software to improve that and save us money. We've upgraded our payroll system, which is vital to our budget, because there was many issues that was corrected and money saved there. So one by one by one. This is a school system where the largest employees in Broward County, 34,000 people. He has a cabinet of people that advise him, that are knowledgeable. But again, nobody gets up in the morning to come to work to mess things up, but things do happen. I've never felt from him that he ever hid things when I asked a question, nor did I feel that when we realized what was going on, that we didn't make a professional attempt and successfully correct issues that were negative. So I know I didn't read what the press had to say. Others called me and told me. And that's their opinion. But my opinion on my evaluations was strictly based on the facts, the experience that I've had in the background of working in the system and knowing the obstacles that it takes to correct a system that I said employs 34,000 people, has pupils over 274,000. How many schools? How many buildings? How many vehicles we have rolling? So it's a mammoth task. And to blame any one person for something that happens in the course of the day or the week or the month does not make sense. So again, you can say what you want, why I feel the way I do, but I base my evaluation on the performance and the outcome of where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I appreciate your comments. And to my colleagues, I appreciate comments in general. I'm just asking that we don't make comments directly to each other on the board. You can direct your comments through the chair. That was what I meant to convey, and I don't think, generally speaking. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. I believe our ability to communicate to key stakeholders on multiple platforms is our key to success. More work is needed to have proactive communication than reactive communication. Communication has not been seamless to all stakeholders, as Mr. Runcie stated, but I do agree with him that it is essential. Communication breakdowns occur when the board is the last to find out about issues or situations. Board decisions can't be made if Mr. Runcie creates silos and the board is left out of the decision-making process when ultimately the board is responsible for those decisions. Oftentimes, the board finds out faster about things from social media or the news. Through the chair, I would like to say that I concur with Ms. Rupert about wanting to ask Mr. Runcie to submit a communication plan, flowchart, and timeline for completion with action steps for successful improvement. Ms. Myrick, I have a question. Is the superintendent allowed to alter the evaluation instrument after a school board member has signed it and the board has agreed on the evaluation instrument?
Well, he's not allowed to alter the instrument. I don't believe that's what he did. He made a comment, and every employee in this district has been the practice that once they get an evaluation, they are allowed to make comments about that evaluation. Sometimes those are on the document, sometimes those are on a separate sheet of paper, and they are attached to the document and it goes into their personnel file. So I don't believe that he altered the document by making a separate comment. He could have done it the way he did it, or he could have added a sheet of paper and made a comment. But I think that he is entitled. I mean, there's nothing in writing in his contract. There's nothing in writing that I know of that represents himself or myself. But every employee in this district has that right and is given that right.
Thank you. I believe that simply an attached piece of paper should have been added, and not adding a line and comments on the actual evaluation tool. As a leader, one should reflect on opportunities to improve performance, not dismiss or deflect by bringing in students, teachers, staff, and administrators. This evaluation is about you, Mr. Runcie. I wasn't a school board member when the referendum was being marketed. The Next Generation referendum passed, not because of Mr. Runcie's leadership. It passed because of the MSD tragedy and taxpayers wanting to put more money into safety and mental health resources. Let us discuss outcomes. I have concerns when Broward Schools has the highest number of the lowest 300 performing elementary schools when compared to Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County. Elementary school is the building blocks for the future of our students' education. When Mr. Runcie started as superintendent in 2011, the district was an A. Then we dropped to a B, C, Then for the next 6 years, we've been a B, compared to Miami-Dade and Palm Beach, who have been an A district for the last 2 years. Mr. Muncie needs to inspire his staff to reach that A, which is 62% of points or greater. Mr. Runcie's focus on our African American youth has significantly fallen short. In 3rd grade, 56% of our African American students are not reading at grade level, compared to 39% of our Hispanic students and 25% of our Caucasian students. To me, this is alarming and needs a stronger focus and intention to improve. I don't see how these statistics are reducing race and ethnicity gaps. In addition, while graduation rates have increased, we are still below the statewide average of 86.1%. Historically, the enrollment trends for Broward County Public Schools have rapidly been declining. 2018-19, we had 224,631 students to this year, 2019-20. We have 221,266 students. Our students are leaving our schools and are going to charter schools, who are seeing an upward trend in enrollment. Mr. Runcie needs to have a plan in place to stop this enrollment trend. Let us discuss school safety for a moment. Safety policies dating back to 1988 are outdated, despite the tragedy of February 14th. In addition, Mr. Runcie needs to continue to implement suggestions from the Safe Havens report, especially changes that do not cost any money. Performance. Another example of unsatisfactory performance includes the management of the Smart Bond program. To date, only a fraction of what has been promised to taxpayers has been delivered. Worse, the program is now expected to come in at least $436 million over budget. This is more than 50% cost increase. These delays and cost overruns are not improving public trust nor confidence in the district's leadership. Despite the reset of accountability relating to the turnover of key cabinet members, at the end of the day, the superintendent is ultimately responsible to ensuring the projects are completed on time and within budget. Specifically in District 4, 0 projects have been completed. For all these reasons, this is why I gave Mr. Runcie an unsatisfactory evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
I'm not going to go through my evaluation. As Chair Brinkworth mentioned, they are all online. And I gave Mr. Runcie a highly effective score as superintendent. He continues to lead this district with distinction. Public trust, which has been mentioned by some of my colleagues and by the newspaper often, I would like to see evidence of public trust. I represent a district where the schools have continued to improve. Since Mr. Runcie's been here, we have passed a bond, we have passed a referendum overwhelmingly by the voters. When his contract termination was brought up, we had 100 people here throughout the community of every race and ethnicity, from businesses to nonprofits, to students, to parents, to community members who all talked about the work that he has done since he came to this district. The public trust that I have seen runs throughout this district wherever I go. They are very happy with their schools. They are very happy with the education that they are receiving in their schools. And let us not forget that the core mission of a school system is to educate our students. And that brings me to the evaluation. When you look at the evaluation scores, you have 3 highly effectives and 2 highly effectives that are .07 and are two effectives, which are .07 and .02 away from highly effectives. They are at the highest point you can get of an effective. So you have those board members there, and you have a couple who have ranked him low, and then you have one outlier score. When you have an outlier score, it skews all the numbers for the total of the evaluation. And so I would suggest that you look at the median score, and the median score of his evaluation is a 3.33, which is .07 away from a highly effective score. So I think it's tremendously important to look at your statistics in a way that reflects the whole, and when you look at statistics, you take outliers out when you look at statistics. As far as Mr. Runcie being a leader, when I read through evaluations, you can't leave staff out. We are an organization with a leader at the top of the organization. When an organization achieves the levels that we have achieved, it starts with the top. Mr. Runcie spends an inordinate amount of time out in the community. He had 120 interviews this past year. 120 times he was out there speaking to the community. So when you talk about being reactive and not proactive, all he did the entire year was reach out and communicate the safety that we've put into the district, the programs that everyone in this district works so hard on night and day. We have so many innovative programs and so many interactive, engaging ways for our students to achieve, and that's why we're really reaching where we have. We've increased our graduation rates almost 8 points in the past 3 years. Our third grade reading scores continue to go up year after year. When you look at our elementary reading and math scores, they all have gone up. We have our Reimagining Middle Schools, where we're looking at project-based learning and social emotional learning for our middle school students, and our college and career programs that we have in high school, our career technical, where we have over 14,000 certifications achieved by our students. District grade of a B instead of an A. Once again, you need to look at the numbers. This district received 61. At 62, you move to an A. The neighboring counties received 63s. So the difference between the three counties is very, very small. So you have to look at the numbers and the total picture to realize that all three districts are actually achieving exceptionally well in South Florida. As far as continuous improvement, well, let me just mention the achievement gap. The achievement gap between white and blacks, I didn't bring my numbers down with me. I actually went through them at the last workshop when there were some erroneous statements made about closing the achievement gap. The black achievement graduation rate has gone up 13 points in the past 3 years, and the gap has closed, I want to say it was approximately 6 or 7 points, and I'm sure Dr. Osgood will be able to expound upon that when it's her turn. But we have a focus on all students in this district, and we truly are closing the achievement gaps. All of us would like to do it faster, and if we focused on education solely from the top down, I believe we could do it a lot faster. Safety. I would urge everyone who would like to see what has been done with this district in terms of safety to pull out last week's workshop on September 17th. We had a presentation from our chief, our new Office of Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness. Please look through that presentation. I urge everyone in our community to look through that presentation. to see what's been done with safety in this district. It would take me a long time to go through all the items that have been put into place. But it's very comprehensive and will give you all that information. And for right now, I think that's enough. I think that covers the major points that I'd like to hit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues for the commentary. I just want to say I went back and I read all the evaluations from my colleagues, so I just want to state that for the record. I only went back and read this year's, I went back and read last year's, because I thought it was really important to see, you know, the progress that's been made, and essentially that's what evaluations are for. We're there to provide insight on where we need to improve, and you're also there to also provide commentary on where you're getting it right. So it was important for me to go back and do that. And so, generally speaking, I focused on some key points, and again, my evaluation's online, so anyone can view it. There's no question that this district has had tremendous pressures, extensive pressures, and it's been under great scrutiny for the past year. And I believe that the challenges that we face in our district were truly overwhelming at times. At least it was for me as a school board member. I can't imagine what it felt like for Mr. Runcie. Some of the comments in the evaluations spoke to the loss of employees in this district. Several chiefs have left the district for other positions. And I speak about that because I find it to be really unfair to speak and focus on that point because of the following. And although staff doesn't report to us as a school board, they report to the superintendent, I will say that we as a board put tremendous pressures on the leadership here at the district. You see it at workshops, you see it at school board meetings. Some of them look like they're being interrogated. To the point that I find at times unprofessional. And I think as an employee, that's gotta be tough. It's gotta be tough. And so I'm not surprised when I hear that employees choose to go elsewhere for their careers. I'm not surprised about it at all. So to hold Mr. Runcie responsible for that and that alone in the evaluation, I think that as a board, we have to take some responsibility. Certainly, some of us have to take responsibility for that. The way that in reviewing the evaluations, some were very scripted as how they specifically want the superintendent to conduct himself and the business of this district. And that's problematic because we don't work as individuals up here. Some of us think we do, but we don't. We're a board corporate, and everything we do as a board. So when I see evaluations dictating to the T and to the detail as to how that board member wants things done, to me it's a problem, and it shows a real problem of what's occurring in this district. To the point where I felt that the extent of the detail in some of the evaluations was punitive. I know that I've supervised individuals in my career, and I'm sure many of us have up here on the dais, and of course our staff does it every day. I have to tell you that if some of our staff received an evaluation, such as some of the ones that I saw here, I'd find that problematic. So I'll just leave it at that. When you have evaluations that speak to the buck stops with the superintendent, guess what? The buck doesn't stop with the superintendent. The buck stops with us. And you're passing the buck if you're just focusing on him, because he can't do anything alone. We have to do everything as a group, and together, us and the superintendent, we can make changes that impacts our students' lives for the better. But not one of us can do anything alone. So with regard to communications, which I think is one of the elements that I think was consistent amongst several of the evaluations, I also agree that communication is key, and we need to ensure that we empower our employees and all stakeholders to be involved in everything that we do. And of course, you know, we as a board and Mr. Runcie, the superintendent, has to constantly reach out to all involved to make sure that we make the decisions that are in the best interest of everyone. So we need to continue to work upon that. And I also believe in the transparency of what we do. And I say that because it's such a common word. And I know that we have we meet every week, weekly. We have workshops for hours and hours. We have board meetings for hours and hours. We always have the press here. We have those in the public that wish to attend. We have those that watch it on TV or on their computers. And I believe we do our best to try to get the information out there. Can we do better? Absolutely. Absolutely. And even with all the information we share, it's amazing what sometimes gets printed. And it's unfortunate because I saw some evaluations mentioning, why are there no more positive stories? And I was really perplexed because we don't control that. And we can share all the positive stories we want. I know as an individual, as a school board member, I am constantly in the community in my district. I am constantly in the community outside my district, sharing the positive that happens in our district. Not only within my own schools, but every school. Because I think it's our role as community leaders to do that. And fortunately, it doesn't always happen. And I don't know how Mr. Runcie can possibly control that when we ourselves can't do that. So I know that I know because I see it. I reach out to him all the time. I see him in the community, and I know for a fact that this superintendent is speaking to teachers, speaking to staff, speaking to community members, parents, and students. More so than I've ever seen any superintendent in this district. So when we talk about the leadership of this organization, and we focus on the superintendent, because again, this is his evaluation, but I cannot read these evaluations and see what's missing from the equation, and that's what is our role as board members in that equation? What are we doing as individuals? What are we doing as a board to make this district better? And not just focus on the negativity, because that's what some of us do. As one of two minorities on this board, and I don't often speak this way, but I will today. As it relates to Hispanics and Latins, this district wasn't even on the map until Mr. Runcie arrived here. He and I had extensive conversations about it. We reached out to the community. We had stakeholder community meetings on a regular basis. He heard the good, the bad, and the ugly. And he made changes for the better of this district and for the students that we serve. I saw it firsthand, and I'm proud of the work that we did together and the work that we did with this board. The mentoring that we've accomplished from it, the outreach that we've done through the various Hispanic community stakeholders that felt neglected years and years until he came along, it's been significant. And the fact that Hispanic students are doing better in this district has a lot to say with his leadership and that of this board. The issue of altering evaluations, commenting on evaluations, that's customary. Many employees don't necessarily agree with an evaluation and have that opportunity always to say you sign it under, opposition, or you comment on your concerns. It's very customary for an employee who feels that they weren't evaluated in the way they felt was warranted to write a comment. And I don't think that's altering the evaluation. But I will tell you why I found it extremely interesting is that we're getting down to the decimal points on how each board member is evaluating the superintendent. We started with whole numbers, and then we all got, somewhat, gravitated to half numbers, 0.5s, and then we maybe gravitated to, quarter points, and now we're down to decimals. That's concerning to me. So I'll just say that, again, this district has faced tremendous challenges. And I would say that superintendent could have chosen to walk away a long time ago. I don't even know how he hasn't. And I'll leave it with this, because I also found a quote. Martin Luther King said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." And I ask again, what are we doing as a board to make this district better? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I'll go back to Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. I went through pretty much a large part of the reviews, and it was good to see everybody express their perspective. I'm going to speak to mine. I constantly end up in conversations about my support of the superintendent and my consistent support of the superintendent. And I have never addressed this on record, so I'm going to do it today. I don't support Mr. Runcie because he's a black superintendent. I support him because I believe he's the best superintendent that this county has ever had. And I'm saying that based on being a lifetime resident of Broward County, a person who had kids at once in the schools, and they were so horrible I had to take them out. And it's part of the reason why I'm on the board. I think that for me, it's important to talk about our approach. As professionals, we all come with our life experiences. We come with different frameworks that we make decisions in the way that we respond to things. So for me, I come to this work every day with the understanding of leadership, understanding that leadership is dangerous. It's a two-edged sword. You have great opportunities to help and make impact on people's lives, but you also have to deal with the hurt, the pain, and challenges that come along with doing the work that you try to do. As you make a difference in other people's lives, it's oftentimes at the sacrifice of your own family, your own health, and even your own reputation and character at times, especially when you are in a nation of fake news that tends to have a trickle-down effect. Leadership, for me, is beyond informal and formal authority. As a matter of fact, I agree with Hitzfeld, who says that leadership is an activity. It's an activity that happens over and over and over again. It's an activity in which sometimes require you to respond to technical problems, but it's also an activity that require you to respond to adaptive challenges. And we continue to have in this district adaptive challenges. And what's difficult when you deal with adaptive challenges, we're all seduced by the urgency to solve problems, so we want an answer quick and we want it fast. Well, how you separate good leaders from great leaders is great leaders, when they're confronted with adaptive challenges, is they take their time to do a proper diagnosis of the problems, like call for audits and other things. And then they form teams where they use collective intelligence. They don't do one-man or one-woman shows, but they use groups of people with lots of input where they use collective intelligence to solve those problems. And it's interesting because if I was just going to be frank, solving adaptive challenges is basically an experiment. And sometimes you get it right, and sometimes you don't. But we know that any successful person is only successful because they've endured some measures of failure. So I come to this work with that framework of leadership. I'm not looking for somebody to be a dictator. I understand governance real well, and as a school board member, it is my role to govern, not to lord over anybody, to work in tandem and make recommendations and suggestions for improvement, and create policies and framework for success. So if I came to this work and just put it all on Mr. Runcie, then I wouldn't be doing my job. So as I looked at the instrument that we're given to rate Mr. Runcie, it allowed us to speak to some things in which I spoke to. And one that is paramount for me and is glaring is public trust. I can't get my mind around things that say that there is no public trust. After press conferences, after outpourings of, 800 people in one setting, about 12 or 1,300 in another setting, constant commentary from individuals speaking on Mr. Runcie's behalf, and a very small percentage speaking the other way. So when I say a community's perspective, I look at the larger number. What was the greater voice? What was the voice or the sentiment that came from across the community, Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, a true representation of the diversity of this community, rich, middle class, and poor, spoke loudly through referendums. And I believe that the referendums were passed because of Mr. Runcie, because before, the school board couldn't pass referendums before Mr. Runcie got here. As Ms. Good said, being one of two minorities on this board, my community was very disconnected from the school board in Broward County Schools. Why? Because previous school boards had allowed schools to go to a very disgraceful and shameful place. There were schools that had failed for 12 or 13 years consistently with DF schools. There were little resources in the school. So when I look at data and I look at continuous improvement in District 5, what I see on the dashboard is how, and everybody's talking about Black male graduation rate. That really excites me because it's a national problem. Black male graduation rate is lower than we all want it to be across the nation, across every district. But since Mr. Runcie has been here, in District 5, Black male graduation rate has improved 17.1%. In District 4, 9.3%. In District 3, 5.7%. In District 6, 5.4%. In District 2, 10.2%. In District 1, 18.4%. When I look at the overall state graduation rate of African American males, it's around 80.9%. Ours is just a little lower than that. And I could take more time and break that down and get into black and white, Asian, and all the demographics. But when you look at what we continue to do, because remember, when you solve adaptive challenges, it's not a quick process. We continue to make incremental steps towards success. And I can't overlook that. I can't not appreciate the work that Mr. Runcie and the staff that make up the whole bowl of collective intelligence as they continue to tackle these type of hard adaptive challenges that was just overlooked in the past. Nothing was being done about it. It was just something that was happening, and the school board didn't react to it in a way to make a difference. Just like the Promise program, where Broward County was arresting more kids in school than any other county. And it was okay because the school board wouldn't even give the data, the superintendents wouldn't even give the data, but it was Mr. Runcie practicing adaptive leadership using collective intelligence that built relationships with community partners and did something to address that and created what we call the Promise program, who has gotten tagged and drawn into an argument where most people really don't understand what it is. It's a nationally recognized program that was recognized, in my opinion, by one of the best presidents that the United States will ever have, and that's the person of Barack Hussein Obama. We also talk about staff turnover. And I remember being very upset and writing in previous reviews how I didn't feel that Mr. Runcie dealt with staff in an aggressive way, that nothing was being done about staff and a lot of the things that I personally felt they were not addressing. So now we have staff turnover, and it's an issue. Sometimes when you have accountability, some individuals have to transition to environments where they can be more successful. We don't like it, but that's the reality of the work that we do. So now I see a level of accountability, and that's why you see me not mentioning that as something that's problematic in my review. As I go on to look at communication, I believe, is still not where I would like to see it be. But I can tell you it's a lot better than it was when I got here. I can get talking points, information. I see articles being written. And as somebody said earlier, all we can do is write it and put it out there. We're not in control of the news media and how they write things or how they spin it. They have to do what they have to do to sell their papers, to win awards. They, work in a field where they have to do what they need to do so that they can lead in their field. And we have to continue to find ways to communicate. Mr. Runcie uses his social media to communicate. He does a lot of listening parties with students that I really appreciate. And I could just go on and on about that. I have supported Mr. Runcie. I feel that he operates with morality, and I will continue to support him. What I did not have a box to rate on this sheet is one of the things that I think that Mr. Runcie is very strong at, and that deals with emotional intelligence. Now in modern day work arenas, we can no longer look for employees based on their intellectual quotient or how smart they are. We need to have gifted, intelligent, and talented people that can also have high emotional quotients or be able to manage their emotional intelligence in a very, very mature way. And I see Mr. Runcie do it on a level like I have never experienced before in my entire life. And I've been working since I was 13. And if it's God's willing, on the 30th of this month, I'll be 54. And I know that surprised a lot of you guys. I still get confused with Beyonce a lot. But Mr. Runcie has been able to demonstrate a level of mature emotional intelligence. And I think it has been so critical to this organization because if he had not possessed the capacity to do so, we could have been in a nightmare with literally thousands of employees resigning, parents in a greater uproar, the community in a greater uproar. But Mr. Runcie's temperament and his maturity in managing his emotions led us through a very, very critical time that got us through a lot of the horrific things that we had to deal with. And as we think about where we are in the district now, I agree with my colleague that says that we have to take some responsibility. On our last evaluation, we didn't make out okay. And some of, Ms. Aladaff, you were not here, so this comment doesn't include you. But we didn't make out okay. I'm always embarrassed when I have to have conversations with staff that sometimes are in tears because of the way that we treat them when they come simply to give us a report, you know. And it's interesting because some people get to respond to questions, but others are interrogated. But they have no way of evaluating us or even expressing it to us because they fear retaliation. So those are things that we have to work on. I am proud to be a part of this board. I'm proud to be a strong supporter of Robert W. Runcie, who I believe is the epitome of professionalism. Yes, there are a lot of areas that Mr. Runcie can improve in. This is a huge district, and I have those conversations with Mr. Runcie, and I make my requests. And sometimes I realize my requests are not always responded on, and it works out for the better, because Mr. Runcie has a difficult job of responding to 9 board members, a staff, a community, and 270,000+ students. And it can't always be my way. And I can't make it personal that when it's not my way, then I want to retaliate. We've been hearing the last couple of months a lot of statistics and things that are germanely focused to District 5. And I'm going to go here now because I had a meeting with several members of my community on yesterday, and they were a little taken aback about it because they remember the years upon years that the district did nothing in District 5. And I say nothing because of the condition of the facilities. All of the people that were on discipline was dumped into District 5 schools. The test grades, the reading scores, we talk about a percentage of black kids not on reading level now. I want to say that no, they're not where we need them to be, but they're not at 10% of the school on reading level like it was when I joined this board in some schools. So we continue to make improvements, and that's what good leaders do. We continue to work hard to move the district forward. Sure, we're not blind to the issues and problems that we have. We continue to problem solve. We look at Miami-Dade, and you know, this was really hard for me because every good leader, and during Mr. Runcie's evaluation, I have to evaluate myself. And I have to be open-minded to see where I can improve and help as a board member. And when I look at Miami-Dade and I look at West Palm Beach and I look at the difference in our scores and where we are, and I interact with my colleagues in both of those counties, we are laughingstock to them. You know, they deal and respond with their superintendent very differently. So it makes me pause and ask myself some questions. Am I doing everything I can to support the work here? Am I doing everything I can to create an environment that every member of my team can be successful? And it's very difficult because some team members, I just don't understand. They write things and they say things about me that's just clearly not who I am. You know, it's just clearly not who I am. As a matter of fact, if they ever saw me the way that they're characterizing me, they probably would literally leave the whole state. But we keep showing up. And I think we have to be honest with ourselves. And I have to find a way to take me out of this work and do it for the good of the kids and the good of the team. And when I don't get my way, I can't allow that to turn into something that's full of malice, that I'm being vindictive. Because when any of us operate in that way, if I operate in that way, and I'm talking about me, specifically, and hopefully others that are listening will learn from this. When I operate in that way, I end up causing more harm and damage to myself, and I end up hurting people that really don't deserve it, that are really trying to do the right thing and to do good things. So I found it to be quite pleasurable working with Mr. Runcie. Sometimes I'm embarrassed at the way that Mr. Runcie is treated and mishandled. Sometimes that I'm in awe when I see the way that the children respond to Mr. Runcie. People in the community respond to Mr. Runcie, how they stop him, how they run up to him. And keeping in mind as a professional, Mr. Runcie does not have to be here. It's a love for this work and a service and a contract that we've entered into, an agreement that we have where we work to do this work every day. So I am a supporter of Mr. Runcie in the work that he does because he's a professional. He does a good job. He continues to improve and get better. And he's able to do that with his team as well. You know, Michael Jordan is going to probably be the greatest basketball player that ever lived, not just based on the statistics that he has achieved, because LeBron and Kobe and a lot of them have broken a lot of those records. But what they have not done is contributed to a team in a way that everybody on the team got better. And Mr. Runcie being here, the people that are still on the team, they've gotten better. Some players have had to shift to other teams so that they can be successful, and this team can continue to move forward. And I just hope as we move forward, we find a way to move forward, that we kind of pause a moment and look at ourselves. And I'm hoping that I'll get an opportunity either before you are done with being chair, Ms. Brinkworth, or when you come on, Ms. Korn, that we're able to have a workshop and have a conversation about a board evaluation process. Because I may have one perspective of myself, but certainly with your input and others' input, I could improve on being a board member. And just like I expect Mr. Runcie to do that, I'm committed to doing that as well. Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Korn, followed by Ms. Bartleman.
Thank you. I appreciate all of my colleagues' input. Leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. John F. Kennedy. The reason I think that is a critically important comment when it comes to this evaluation is because Mr. Runcie himself found that he was effective in 2 areas. He didn't find himself highly effective in 4 areas. He found himself effective in 2 areas. The reason I think that's important is because I think he has acknowledged, as well as most of my colleagues, that there is opportunity across this district. There's opportunity in all areas of our district, including the leadership. The leadership at our senior staff level, the leadership at our board level, as well as the leadership in his position as superintendent. I think it is imperative that we highlight our successes while we also acknowledge our challenges and then identify our opportunities. And in that vein, I think it is often, and I've said this before, and you're probably tired of hearing it, but how we communicate is just as important as what we communicate. And we can all get very different messages conveyed and yet think that we are sharing the same information. I try, as a board member, to be positive in a constructive way. It doesn't mean that we can't acknowledge the things where there are challenges and places where we need to get better and identify those areas. That's imperative. That's part of our job. It's part of Mr. Runcie's job. I actually think Mr. Runcie has done a good job, instead of hiding behind things that he has discovered in the district, to bring those to the forefront, to identify where the challenges are and how we're going to address them. I think for many of us, often how we address them and how quickly we address them can be frustrating. But this is a large organization, and so how quickly we address things certainly is something that he needs our support in doing. I don't agree with everything that Mr. Runcie does. I don't agree with everything that my colleagues do. And sometimes, I will tell you, I don't necessarily agree with everything that I've done in my entire tenure as being a board member. I can look back and say I could have done something better. And I'm constantly looking to see where can I learn in my role as a leader. And I believe this evaluation is one of the purposes is to give Mr. Runcie the feedback for him to consistently learn to be a better leader. Obviously, at the point in which any of us as board members feel that his leadership is no longer where this district wants to go, it's important that as board members we have the opportunity to do that. But at the same time, it is a collective board. And it is important for the benefit of our students and our larger community that we find a way to continue to work together. If change is not occurring at the leadership level, we have to constructively find a way to move this district forward every single day. And I ask my colleagues for us to continuously find our ways to grow, identify where those areas are, and work cohesively rather than adversarially. We have a lot of opportunities. I think Mr. Runcie has a lot of opportunities. I can tell you that if I were receiving these every time on myself, I would read them inside and out. Because even if something is hurtful and something that's communicated, if there's a place in which I can do better, that needs to be my takeaway. And in my time in working with Mr. Runcie, I believe that it is. I think that he actually finds something constructive in everything that is shared with him in the evaluations. At the same time, we are leaders of leaders as board members. And if we look to Mr. Runcie to be an example of how the rest of his district should lead, meaning our senior staff, our principals, our team leaders, then we should lead in that same vein. If we don't believe that our principals should attack their teachers, even the ones that they think are not strong teachers in the classroom, we should not do the same thing here. I'm troubled to think that somehow we can behave in a way as board members and expect Mr. Runcie to somehow rise above the way we treat each other. So, as a board member, I believe respect of my colleagues is critically important. And I believe respect of Mr. Runcie is also important. And whether or not he and I see eye to eye, respect is always important. And again, he may not like what I communicate. How I communicate it is critically important. And the fact that he's responsive and responsible to be responsive is important. I think our board can again use some leadership development, and I believe that is a very important role that Mr. Runcie needs to play along or be part of with us. And so I think that's a direction that we should be going. It is something that I did not include in my evaluation and wanted to realize after the fact that it was something that I felt short of including. And it is something that I will be reaching out and asking him to assist with. I think as a board we should be focused on that again. But I would just ask my colleagues to consistently think before we communicate and even demand things of Mr. Runcie, that we're cautious that we do it in a way that we would want the same form of communication and manner of communication to be that in which our senior staff deals with our principals deal with our teachers, and ultimately our teachers deal with our students. If we can't reflect that type of leadership, how can we expect it of others? And Mr. Runcie, I don't need to go through my evaluation. I think my colleagues read it. I think it was very clear. I appreciated a great deal of the thoughtfulness that my colleagues, clearly the homework that was put into these evaluations, and the fact that we can certainly do better. To Ms. Good's point of reading back at other evaluations that we've done, we've really come far. If you look at some of what we as colleagues and board members have asked, we have really accomplished a great deal of them. giving us an opportunity now to focus on new avenues. Does that mean that sometimes we see new weaknesses? Yes, because we've focused away from one where we've made accomplishments. But I'm looking forward to us being able to take the positive away from this and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I first want to say that I take this task very seriously. It's the one fiduciary responsibility we have. I also respect all 8 of you. And I think all of us are entitled to our own opinions. I think we were all duly elected. And in one election cycle, we saw 2 people get elected and 3 people get elected who are usually pro and 1 that's usually con get elected. And I think that says that there are diverse opinions across this community. We all have different opinions. And every person in this community is entitled to their opinion. For that reason, I refuse to comment on any of your evaluations because your evaluations are right for you. That's your perspective. This is your process. This is your interaction with Mr. Runcie. So I should never comment on what you all think because you're entitled to that position and you were elected to that office and you're here because of that. So clearly you represent a group of individuals. So I want to say that I appreciate all of your comments and respect every single one of them. And I think that's really important to say here. I'm also going to say that this isn't a conversation for me about an evaluation of the board. This is an evaluation of Mr. Runcie. He's the superintendent. That's what we're here for. This is our main job. And I gave Mr. Runcie needs improvement. So I'm not going to direct any of my comments to any of you because it has nothing to do with any of you. It's what I think he needs to improve upon. And I'm going to also give him credit where credit is due because he has done a lot of good things for this district, including the debate program, the Cambridge program, school choice. I love what he did in Dr. Osgood's district with the community hub, Arthur Ashe. There's been a lot of great things. But I also feel there needs to be improvement. And so the one thing that really struck out to me when I was analyzing the data was that as I looked at 3rd grade test scores, this is how I looked at it. And I already explained this a little bit to Mr. Runcie. Mr. Runcie's been here 8 years. That is a lifetime for an urban superintendent. That's pretty amazing. And usually they say it takes 3 to 5 years to implement any kind of change. So Mr. Runcie was here 4 years, and then a group of cohort of students came in as our kindergartners. And then many of them were also in our pre-K. And those were the numbers that struck me. And those are the numbers that I want him to work on. Because while overall our 3rd grade test scores are above the state average, when you disaggregate the data based on racial groups, currently at 3rd grade, only 44% of black students are reading on level, 61% of Hispanics, and 75% of white. That's a big gap. And the reason I'm only commenting on 3rd grade is because those are the students that started 4 years after Mr. Runcie got here. So those are his kids. Like, they weren't in transition, Mr. Runcie. So what we need to do is really look at what we're doing, why that achievement gap is there. Because honestly, based on all the work we do, I didn't expect to see a gap of a cohort of students that have been here in Runcie's year 5, that large. And that rose to the level of my attention, and I was frustrated seeing that, and I believe we have the ability to close it. And we need to close it quickly, and that's the other thing. Because we're dealing with children and not widgets, these are people's kids, and we all recognize that. Every board member wants every child to achieve, and we don't want these gaps. So then when I disaggregated the data even further, when you look overall, there are schools where less than a quarter of our 3rd graders are reading on grade level. Even our school that had the greatest gains and jumped, only 18% of those students are reading on grade level. If you want to, there is a memo from Dan Gall within my packet that highlights the individual schools and their achievement rates, and the corner is % of overall students reading on grade level. So for me, I know we're making gains. I know our graduation rate is going up, but it's not enough. And so when I say needs improvement, this is why it needs improvement overall. I did give him an effective because I think I had to balance that because we are moving. But if you, I'm not going to repeat my data, but if you look, you'll see that, you know, there's some interesting data there, and we need to drill down to the individual school level. Also, our science scores have dropped dramatically. In grades 5 and 8, only 49% in grade 5 are on level and 40% in grade 8. And I believe that Ms. Levinson and Ms. Korn spoke a lot about math and science at the last workshop and how that needs to be highlighted and recognized. And I really appreciated your comments after analyzing the data. So all of that data is there, and you'll see the Florida school grades based on assessment data. And I don't want to highlight any schools. I just want to say that when you look overall, when you have schools where less than a quarter of the third graders are reading on grade level, that's a problem. And we can say we're making learning gains and we're doing this, but those are people's children, and we need to improve, and we need to improve fast. And so I'm going to leave it at that and not repeat anything else. As far as ESE students, only 34% of our students with disabilities are actually reading on grade level in the third grade. It's either 9th or 10th grade, only 8% are reading on grade level. We really have to improve our programming in students with disabilities. I did provide in my backup a list of the recommendations that our ESE Parent Advisory Group highlighted. I also put in there for you to look at their evaluations of our autism cluster centers. And I think that's really important for us as board members to look at, because the one that they were most concerned about and spoke to Mr. Gall and Mr. Hickman with documented dates and sent emails about ended up on the news. So I think when our parent advisory groups reach out to us and tell us there's a problem, we need to react, because it's at the detriment to children if we don't. So I did request us to revisit the Evergreen report. I don't know if we're doing that or not. It was hard to tell from that meeting. And to look at ESE again. School board policies and programs have to be implemented consistently across the district. And that goes to the leadership in the consistent manner. And there are many examples I could have brought up, but the one I brought up was the Peer Buddy program. And I actually included minutes from a meeting, and it wasn't even me who brought it up. It was Ms. Levinson, and you can see it in the minutes that we asked years ago for a Peer Buddy program in every school. Then I found documentation from December of 2018 where it still hadn't been completed. So that's a small thing, that's low-hanging fruit. We have to make sure we have the low support student facilitator ratio. We have to make sure that we're giving the general ed teachers what they need. So that's enough on instruction. Those were the two areas that rose up for me. But that being said, Mr. Runcie, we're moving in the right direction, and I appreciate you doing that, and I look forward to you improving upon these areas. Okay, for continuous improvement, I am very concerned, as I've always voiced, about the bond. The cost overruns are $430 million. I can list meetings and dates when different items were brought up, and they were not responded to. Inside my evaluation, I have included the Tax Watch quarterly report, as well as the independent audit of our program manager, which was surprising for me to see, because everything we said was happening was validated in that report, except we said it was happening 2 years ago. I think you need improvement on managing the bond. I think Mr. Girardi is a step in the right direction, but to say that that doesn't need improvement, I can't, because the $439 million is only we only have that number because we analyzed 12% of the projects. The roofs are expected to run 300% over. We have to implement this bond the right way and do everything we can right. And I did put in there his successes, which included analyzing schools to make sure we slowed down some projects, to be fair, especially the big three, because we wanted to do the right thing by children and spend the money wisely, and I appreciated that, Mr. Runcie bringing it forward in that manner, so I was very excited. The Auditor General report is in there also for anyone who needs to see that. The repeat findings, accounts payable was recently brought up with some issues. All of those things have to do with continuous improvement, and I believe, Mr. Runcie, that there's room for improvement in all of those areas, and I would like you to continue to work on that. I think that you truly care about children. I think that I hope that you will take my comments, especially the ones regarding instruction and the continuous improvement comments. I hope you'll think about them. Consider, when I read your comment, I wasn't quite sure if your comment was everything in here is not good or there is some constructive feedback here. I couldn't tell by your comment because I wasn't there when you wrote the comment, I didn't get the opportunity to get that feedback. I totally think it's within your purview to make a comment. I think every teacher and every employee in this district has a right to put a comment on their evaluation. I have a question. I hope that you're not throwing away everything I put in my evaluation, and I wasn't sure based on that comment. But maybe I'm reading it wrong because from what I heard Ms. Korn, she felt that you were going to take it to heart. So I may be reading into it too much, which is very possible. What I really need, and I've said this before, is when we're in meetings and when we're discussing things, and I'm going to put this on record, no semantic games. No, and I think that causes problems, especially when I asked at 2 board meetings how many employees were getting laid off, and 2 to 3 employees, and I cut the tapes if you want them, Mr. Runcie, all said that we're only laying off 2 people, and they did this at multiple board meetings, and then we get an agenda item with 28. There are numerous examples of that throughout this year, but that's, I think, where my level of frustration comes in, and I would just like you to work on that for me. So I appreciate the sacrifice you make. I appreciate the time this takes away from your family and your personal life. And I hope that you will take into consideration some of my comments where I think you need improvement. And I congratulate you on your successes. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I know Bo has a comment, but I'm going to make some comments before I go to Bo. One of the things that I have had in my evaluation over the years is, and just so everyone knows, I read all of the evaluations, and I really appreciate the feedback that everyone as a board, corporate, provides to the superintendent. And I look for places where our evaluations are the same or similar, and I look for places where they are very diverse, and I try to understand why there is such a gap sometimes in the way that the evaluations are written. And to Ms. Korn's comment earlier, with regard to the way information is presented and how it is communicated, it's important to me that when I communicate my concerns and my comments, that I do so in a respectful manner, and that I look for opportunities to both applaud and commend and encourage, and then be very honest when there's a disappointment with regard to performance. And so one of the things that I've talked about a lot in my evaluations is alignment to the strategic plan and how we are making progress on that. And so I will tell you, as a board member, over the years it has been difficult for me to evaluate based on the strategic plan because we haven't had a lot of review about the strategic plan. And while that has improved, I was a little bit disappointed that when we received the self-evaluation from the superintendent, that it didn't include specific information with regard to data on how we were making progress toward the strategic plan. Because the evaluation is structured based on the goals of the strategic plan. And so I thought that was important. And so I did ask staff to provide data to me based on the strategic plan goals. And it was provided to me for my evaluation, and I apologize that I didn't include it for the public, because I do realize my colleagues received it, so I might ask if it could be added to the evaluation, that data that was provided to us as a board corporate, because it wasn't included as part of my evaluation. I was remiss in not including that as backup, because I knew my colleagues had received it, but I didn't think about the fact that the public did not necessarily have access to it without making a records request. And so, you know, there has been commentary about the way evaluations have evolved over time. And I think one of the considerations for me as a board member is this notion of moving from a whole number and then evaluation to a half number and evaluation. Because the first time I saw that, I was like, oh, I didn't know that was an option. And so then, and now we have a different method that's being used that I didn't know was an option. And so I think part of the conversation today, and I'll make another couple comments before I make my final comments about that, is talking about the evaluation moving forward. What I want to say is that there are some things that I think are going very well in the district, and there are some things that desperately need improvement. And one of the things that we need to do, I think, Mr. Runcie, because there has been a lot of conversation over the last few months, I mean, certainly it's been over the last few years, but specifically in the last few months, about achievement gaps. And because we aren't having a specific conversation, having the SIM team come to us with that data and let us look at those lines longitudinally and let us have that frank conversation, I think that's really important for us to really look at how and where gaps are closing, and then where gaps are not closing, that we are honest about that. Because if we don't talk about those opportunities for improvement, we aren't going to focus our resources there as a board. And so Mr. Runcie just said October 27th, I think is what he said for that. So I appreciate that. Through high quality instruction, there are many programs and there are many great gains that have been made, but there is also a lot of improvement that needs to happen. And one of the things that I pointed out in our workshop with regard to third grade scores was when we looked at the data only looking at district operated schools, and we looked at the data with regard to how long students had been being assessed by the benchmark assessment system, and the gains that occurred prior to then and the gains that were occurring now. To me, that was a glaring area of needs for improvement. And it focuses around PD, which is something we've all talked about as a board. It focuses around what resources we're providing to our schools. And so those are the things that we desperately need to improve on, and I felt that it was important that that be reflected in my evaluation. Obviously, science and math scores, as have been pointed out by many of my colleagues, are also areas that we need desperate improvement. And that request for hands-on science and that opportunity, we've done more of that, right? We have some dual enrollment classes that have, I can think of Northeast High School and Embry-Riddle, they're flying drones. That's hands-on science, and we need to start doing that, and I believe my colleague Ms. Levinson says it quite often in the early grades, and it's something that this board has commented on for years, and it's something we really must do now. We can't wait. With regard to continuous improvement, I will say for my colleagues to understand that for my community, the SMART program has not been a success, and we haven't seen a lot of growth in that area, and there continues to be frustration. Recently, I was at a facilities meeting in the community last week, and I shared with Mr. Runcie some of the concerns and staff that was there, and so, yes, he's following up on it, but right now, it's a flat needs improvement in that area. And so for continuous improvement as far as following up on audits and things like that, I also thought that that was an area where I had to delineate that was a flat needs improvement. And then with communication, I will tell you, it is better, but it is definitely a place where we need to continue to look for opportunities. I agree with my colleagues with regard to we don't control the media and how often they put out positive news. It's not within our control. It's certainly not within the superintendent's control. But we do have great opportunities for improving how we communicate with our stakeholders. And I know we say it over and over again. And, you know, we're having a huge event this weekend. I don't know that it was well communicated prior to this past week. And I think that that's an example of just a very easy opportunity to communicate with families and community about something that the district is doing that's a positive, where we might have missed the mark. And so as long as we continue to have those, you're going to fall in between that needs improvement and effective area for me. So the last thing that I want to say about evaluations in general, and I think it's something that if we're not already having a workshop scheduled for it, we probably need to, is that our strategic plan has changed. And our evaluation probably needs a review, and I know that it requires action by this board in order to have that happen. It's part of the contract, and so we need to look at evaluations moving forward and how they might or might not be tied to the strategic plan, and then have a conversation, I believe, based on some of the comments that my colleagues made today regarding this evaluation, with regard to what the parameters are for how they are scored, so that every board member has equal opportunity to use the scoring methods, and it's prescribed for us in a way that doesn't cause me as a board member to feel like one of my colleagues is possibly using a method of scoring that I didn't believe was an opportunity for me myself. So I thank you for the successes in our district. I think they are collective in effort, not only on your part, but on the part of your senior leadership staff and staff across the district, as well as the opportunity for this board to lead and provide direction. And the final thing that I will say with regard to the interaction and how it plays out with the evaluation is we are a board corporate. And at the end of the day, when I've had conversations, when we've had moments where I felt like I needed guidance, there has been a question about how this board votes. And this board votes consistently in the best interest of students and the district that we serve. And so if the contention on this board is solely focused around the superintendent, then we have to look at ourselves and say, how as a board corporate are we going to move forward from this place? Because I don't believe that we can allow that contention to serve as a distraction for this district. And so it is incumbent upon us to work with Mr. Runcie and as a collective body to figure out how we're going to navigate the current situation that we find ourselves in. And I'm not saying that we all have to agree, and nor should we. But what I am saying is we're going to have to find a way to move from where we sit now to ensure that it doesn't impact our ability to lead this district for the betterment of the students and the community that we serve. I'm going to go to Bo, and then I'm going to come back. Ms. Murray had her hand up, and I don't know. I'm just going to ask that you not be repetitive. No? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought she was exercising her fingers. That was not her asking to speak. Bo?
Ready? Okay. So overall today, I think that, you know, what the board says and what the board evaluates doesn't matter to me. It's the students that hold me accountable, and our student governments across the county that look at me and evaluate me sometimes and decide whether or not I'm serving to the best of my capacity in my position. I'm not a textbook learner, I'm a visual learner all the time. I get to see Superintendent Runcie interact with our students. I chair his student advisory committee. I can't tell you, there are students that sit in the hallway sometimes when we go to these committee meetings, and when I watch him walk in, students turn their head, and they know exactly who it is, and he's so welcoming to them, and he makes them feel like this is their home. School is like a second home to a child, and he ensures that they feel that way in school. And that, to me, helps my visual learning and helps me see the true passion he has for students, just as all of our board members have. I feel that student voice has always been something so important to him, especially now he's visiting all of our high schools, traveling the district, hearing from our students. That, to me, is action that's being taken. And I do the same thing with you guys. I sit you down with our student government leaders, and we talk about what's going on in the district and what's going on in their schools. And every time a student is talking to him about that, and I've got to witness it through my eyes, there's always been action with it, because I follow up with it, and they're like, he already handled it. It was done a day ago. That, to me, is something that truly says a lot about him. On the other note, we talked about how we feel in terms of the media. I had a really awesome opportunity to meet with the Palm Beach student advisor and the Miami-Dade student advisor. I wanted to form this relationship with them and kind of talk about what goes on in our districts. So we kind of want to do, hey, you guys come down to me, I'll go up to you, and let's see how our school boards work. So we did a little digging on each of our school boards just to watch how the meetings function, what the student advisor's role is. And when we came back and evaluated that, I got such negative feedback. They said that they've never seen their boards interact with their superintendent and other board members the way our board interacts with each other. That there have been times where fighting with each other or making comments about the superintendent just unintentionally, but we do it every day, so we don't know the difference. That is such a problem, and I think that if we only go a little bit further into respecting one another, and when you watch, some of them disagree, and it's all the time, but it never gets so elevated the way we get. And afterwards, when you watch, like, you know, when we come down for a picture or something, the camera's still rolling, they hug each other. They make up and they talk about it, and you could see what's going on, and they all have this friendship together. And I think that we let the politics of it all get in the way of that all the time. And it is such a problem, and I feel that's why we're not moving forward. And I do think more positive things in the media need to be shared. If you ever Google the school board of Broward County, it's more than likely not positive. There's so many cool things going on in the district. South Plantation just got their first football win in over a year. Stranahan's going to London. Just all these great things that are going on, and they need to be shared. And I wonder why they're not being shared, and it hurts me so much. Because that's what I want the community to see. That's such a beautiful district, and there are so many beautiful things going on than besides what happens in this room. And we don't control the media. But the least we could do is make a suggestion to share those beautiful things happening in this district. The last note is, so I got a job this summer, and it was such an awesome experience that I got to learn. So what happened was I got this job, and each week my boss would evaluate me. And he'd sit down with each of his employees one-on-one in a closed room, and he'd say, what were your strengths? Here are the customer complaints you got. What can we play into for the next week? So we'd go through this whole evaluation of me as an employee and me as a worker. Same thing all my colleagues did. Kind of like the same thing we do here. At the end of each evaluation, my boss asked me, anything you want to say about how this reflects you? You could write it and give it to him if you had to think about it for more than a day, or you could tell him right there. I always told him if I got a customer complaint that week, this is how the situation escalated, this is how I handled it, and that might have not been reflected on the paper. So a couple months go by, and there's a position opening for assistant manager. I didn't apply, but I got this job as assistant manager. And so I asked, why would you choose me out of everyone? Because you were always so receptive to information, and you always had feedback to give. That there was a customer complaint, you had something to back it up with that was in the benefit of the customer. Just like here, he had a comment that he gave back that was in the benefit of the students. Those are our customers, and he's doing that for them. So I got the promotion because of that, and I didn't even apply for that promotion. Why? Because I was in high school, and everyone who is in management is a grown adult. Because I always had the best interest of the customer, and I always gave my receptive feedback to my boss. That is strong leadership. That is turning around and saying, I know what I did, but I just want to prove to you that is not the person who I am, and that comment does not reflect my leadership skills. That's the overall point. I know a lot of quotes have been said today, but I would be sad if I didn't say this one. Oprah said it best. Surround yourself with people who are going to take you higher. I want to surround myself and surround this district and our students with someone who is going to take us higher than we were yesterday. Take us to that A next year. Take us to where we need to be as a district. And this continuous improvement, I see it with my own eyes, and most of you see it as well. That is where he's taking us. He's taking us to what at one time we thought was unachievable, but we're getting there. And that is the true leadership of someone who is a strong leader, is doing amazing things for this county. So yes, I support Superintendent Runcie, and yes, I do think that he is going to take us higher. And everything said here today is a perfect reflection of the type of man and the type of leader he is for our school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. Mr. Runcie?
Thank you all for the comments you provided. I can tell you I take the evaluation process very seriously. So seriously, I have all my cabinet members read it. We are going to reflect on it. We will prioritize actions and things that we all need to work on to get better, because there's always great opportunity to improve. And because of that, I think you can, given how big the district is and the challenges we have, I think you can always pick a data point and say we're not where we need to be, and I'd be the first to agree with that. But we also need to recognize the progress that we've made, and looking at data point in a vacuum and outside the context, draws different conclusions. And I think life is always about the progress that we make. I will say this, I am a firm believer that it's through the enormous challenges that we have in life, the trials and the tribulations that we go through, that make us better and can make you great. There's no, and I study a lot about leadership, I study a lot about history, I look at successful athletes, business leaders, you name it. They all go through periods of significant struggle, and the challenge is to learn from those things. And we've had certainly our share of challenges, and I believe that's made us significantly better, and I think they're going to make us great. And we're committed to learning from them and moving forward in this district. And I can assure this board and this community that we will continue to do so, and that's the work that we get up to do each and every day. I do sincerely appreciate the privilege that this board has afforded me to lead this district. I don't take that lightly. You all have my continued promise and commitment that I'm going to do my very best every day to execute what we can. I know sometimes we don't always get it right, but I can tell you in our heart and our intent is always to do what's best for this district. And I say that because, I know we have our days, we have our challenges, we have our moments here, but I'll always remember this quote by Manny Scott, who we brought here about 3-4 years ago, and he said that even on our worst day, you can be some kid's best hope. And we should always keep that in mind. Every day we get up, no matter what challenges that we have, that we can be some kid's best hope. And I also believe that we must also be the examples of the type of people that we want our children to grow up to be. People that demonstrate respect, tolerance, love, compassion, and forgiveness. Those are the life skills that we want our kids to have, and we need to figure out how to demonstrate that. They look to us to create that culture and lead in this district. That's what I try to do with my cabinet and staff, and we know that doesn't always filter down throughout the organization, but we are certainly continuing to try to do that every day. But it's a work in progress. There's great opportunities here. I don't think there's any more important work that we can do in our society and our nation than to help our young people have a better future and give them the hope, give them the skills to be able to do so. So again, I take this process very seriously, and we will continue to work to improve, but it really is a team effort. I look forward to the continued collaboration, the advice, the support to make sure that we can continue the progress that we've made. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item BB2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item BB2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second? I would just ask my colleagues, is it okay if we take CC 1, 2, and 3 together?
Certainly.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on items CC 1, 2, and 3? Seeing none, board member input on CC 1, 2, and 3? All those in favor of items CC 1, 2, and 3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items CC 1, 2, and 3 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on EE1? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on EE1. Colleague input on EE1. All in favor of EE1 indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item F1, please? Moved by Ms. Korn.
Second.
I'm sorry, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on F1, please. Seeing none, I have my colleague, Ms. Rich Levinson.
Going so quickly, Ms. Rainford. Hold on. I'm not used to that. Okay. Hold on just 1 second, please. Yeah. Okay, first I wanted to just have confirmation from you, Mr. Gold. This is an awful lot of testing. This is all mandated testing.
Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Through the chair, yes, Ms. Rich Levinson, if you compare what the Broward memo is with the attached in the supporting documentation, the state representation, what you have there. Now, the state does allow some local choice as to which instrument you may use, but it does require testing. For example, in the primary grades in K2, there is not an FSA that the state is providing, but it does require the district to give testing. Over the past several years, we have reduced the testing that is required of the schools to that which is the state mandated. You will also find in the guidance some select schools who are offering to give what we call predictive testing, right? And that may be an instrument such as iReady, but that is not mandated. That is at the local school choice.
Okay, and then the FSAA, Alternate Assessment Administration, in September and October. What is that that's being given?
Those are the assessments that are given to cognitively challenged students. By statute, they are limited to 1% of the overall population, so it's our ESE students.
Those are for ESC, okay.
Students with access points is another way to say it. Thank you, Mr. Ness.
Okay, and the end of course exams, high school semester exams, December 17th to 20th.
So for schools that are on an accelerated block where they're doing a 1 Carnegie unit course in 1 semester, the state does have a testing window at the end of that semester for those exams.
Okay, and then the NAEP. We haven't participated in the NAEP before, I thought. Broward has?
Hi, this is Richard Baum, Director of Student Assessment and Research. So we participate in the NAEP. We don't, it's a sample of our schools. We don't participate district-wide, but the state samples schools from all the districts, and we participate with the NAEP based on a sample. So selected schools get chosen to participate in the NAEP, and only a sample of those students within that school actually participate.
Okay, so could we receive follow-up on that? Because I look at all the other districts who do NAEP, and actually I was just looking at some NAEP results now to look at achievement gaps over the years, and I wasn't familiar that we were participating at all.
Right, so we participate, however, we don't get district results. Only TUDA districts receive district results from NAEP. So you have to participate as a whole district in order to get district-wide results. We basically are participating for Florida and Florida gets results from NAEP, and we're a part of that result set.
So is that voluntary, or are those districts selected?
So, Dan Gold again.
Not
So
the Florida
just-
piece,
just
the entire district.
Just for the community at large who may be listening, this can sound like an inside baseball conversation. So the United States government, through the U.S. Department of Education, does assess on a biannual basis every other year students at certain grade levels in subjects of math and English language
Right.
arts. That is called the
Fourth,
National
fourth,
Assessment
eighth, and
of
12th.
Educational Progress. So the NAEP, pronounced NAEP, and we get those, and then you'll see the newspaper reports of fourth graders are doing better or worse, eighth graders doing better or worse,
Right.
12th graders,
Around the world?
within the United States.
Well,
Na-
no, around the world, we're compared also through
The NAEP
those
is then
results.
compared, but the instrument
Correct.
itself is just within our country, right? There are large urban districts, there are 27 of them last I saw, who who are given the entire NAEP exam throughout the district, and therefore get internal data on just their district. However, the rules of how that sample
are they
set
chosen?
is constructed precludes Broward's participation because, and this is the one that's easiest to understand, we as a large county district are not a single municipal jurisdiction. Houston, though smaller than us, is a TUDA district because there's a one-to-one correspondence between all the cities, because TUDA is focused on city definition. If it's a city school district, they are TUDA eligible. Fort Lauderdale, as our largest city, is not the same as Broward County Public Schools.
Well, nor is Miami-Dade County is one of the counties that
But
does it.
Miami-Dade is proportionally large enough as a city to count as part. And I will provide to all the board members the TUDA. I had access to TUDA data when I was in Houston as their chief academic officer. Was greatly disappointed. I pushed Richie and some of our former colleagues to get us. We appealed. We are not eligible, but I'll bring the board up to
Yes,
speed on
I
that.
would
love
have
to
been
have
very
that.
interested too, because when we have these discussions on the dais that were just talked about now about achievement gaps, when you take exams like NAEP, you can see nationally how we're faring nationally compared to other districts. And to me, that would be valuable, irrefutable information for this district to have. So
So
it's
NAEP
unfortunate.
NAEP is constructed to compare all the state or jurisdictional, such as Puerto Rico, Washington, D.C., jurisdictions. Unfortunately, we do not get any Broward-specific data out of NAEP. Our data is mingled with and reported as a component of Florida's overall performance. That's why TUDA is so valuable.
Right.
And it's unfortunate, but I'll provide the board justification from those sources as to why.
And the state of Florida has opted out of norm reference testing where we can be compared to other states. So we're basically in a bubble with our own data.
It makes comparisons difficult, yes.
Yes. Yep.
But I
I'm
do,
sorry.
through the chair, I do believe there's a possibility for international comparisons, right? And I was asking, I know we were talking about that, and you were going to look into that, so I don't know where we are, because I know you've even gone to a conference about that.
Absolutely. So I am a big advocate of using test results for institutional measurement, not individual student high stakes, but us.
Yes.
And we are pursuing some of the OECD, what is called the test for schools. There's a TIMS instrument. These are international baselines and tie very closely with our career and life readiness and our international higher expectations. We've talked about it with the high school principals some, and we'll be bringing this as part of our new strategic plan to the board for further consideration. We want to minimize testing, but the testing we give has to give us real information about how our kids are doing.
Right. Okay, well, thank you very much. I just happened to be looking at the NAEP results for 2017 and 2015 while we were talking, and nationally, the black-white achievement gap has not changed at all, nationally. So this conversation about us with X amount of students, we're actually faring better in many areas than you would when you look at the NAEP nationally, which is exactly the same, the gap between 2015 and 2017. So to me, that's why that data is so important. So Mr. Runcie, like you were saying to Mr. Gold, anywhere we can get with some of these measures where we can actually compare to other places is valuable as an institution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Just one follow-up. In the third grade, I know we're doing the Bass running record, and then we're also giving all of our students the performance-based portfolio, just to make sure that, they're all covered. So what is the third grade end-of-year alternative promotion? I thought that's what the performance-based portfolio's
Sure.
intention is.
So there are several opportunities that we want to provide third grade students so that they are not retained.
Right.
So the state allows us to give one of them as a portfolio, another one as the FSA, and then a third one is that end of year, which we use the SAT-10 as our end of year promotion criteria. So, right, and it's optional. We don't assess all students. We try to wait for the level 1 student results to come back before we administer that SAT-10, just as a last resort. And then the final opportunity that those students have is in the summer to do the summer reading camp, and then they're administered another form of the SAT-10.
Okay. So is there...
So roughly 2,000 students took the SAT-10 in the spring. So that's...
Okay. I guess, is there a reason we're not specific to stating that test and we just say alternative end-year alternative promotion rather than?
Right. So the state allows us to either to use one of a series of assessments. So we use the SAT-10. We have the flexibility if we wanted to use iReady as one version of it. We have the flexibility to use iStation. There are a couple different tests, so we make it a little bit open for so that we have that flexibility in case we decide that we're going to use a different assessment.
Okay, so then I guess what I'm trying to get my arms around is it at the school level they're going to decide? Like, when it's open-ended here,
No,
I guess I'm just trying to get some idea of who makes then the decision, what we're using and where we're using it.
Great question. So thank you for the opportunity to explain this, because this is the first time high-stakes promotion occurs in a student's career, and this matters to families.
Right.
So student enters third grade. They go through the year as part of our third grade curriculum. They are adding components to that portfolio. At the end of third grade, they take the FSA. They get a 1. They are now not eligible for promotion according to the state. So we can then examine the portfolio of work that they have done as part of the curriculum and see whether or not that meets the criteria. If that doesn't happen, we have these alternative mechanisms, including different instruments, the SAT-10, the iReadies, the iStations, and each year the state has changed that. We provide guidance memos, both through Mr. Boehm's department and the Student Assessment and Research Department, as well as through Elementary Learning with Dr. Mancini, to schools as to how they are to communicate with parents and which instruments they are to use. In the end, it is the instrument that the school counselor, with the guidance provided by the district, feels will give this student the best opportunity for promotion. Some kids missed a lot of school, but seem to know their content. They may do better on an assessment instrument rather than the portfolio. Others have the portfolio. So 2,000, that's about half of the students who scored a level 1, and I'm just ballparking the statistics. So that was where the judgment was made there. But this is an annual process that the schools, through their leadership, get fairly good at. It's often overwhelming for a new third grade teacher or a new elementary school counselor. And that's why we have the guidance, and it is all available on Insight, our internal SharePoints.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I have just one quick question with regard to, and I think it's probably something that would require follow-up, but where we have the BSA and iReady on that line, and I know that that's something that we are electing to do. It's not something that the state is asking us to do. But have we really looked at, are all schools doing both, or do we have some schools doing one or the other? And I know there was some conversation especially with a school in my district with regard to correlation between assessment results and then actual results on the FSA. So I was just curious about how that is happening across the district.
So I'm going to make some policy remarks, then I'll ask Mr. Baum to make some remarks about the correlation and the analysis we do on an annual basis. So BSA is our Broward Standards Assessment. It's an instrument given typically in January for schools to get a gauge as to how much progress students are making, and it is meant to be a predictive instrument for the school on FSA. If no further intervention were given, this is how we think these students would do. That allows the school to identify those students who are profoundly struggling or struggling in a particular area, and then bring those students support through the spring semester and up to and including the use of spring break to do that. So it's meant to both identify and predict, help the school figure out. Now, in terms of iReady, that is used for some schools as an interim assessment 3 times. Others use it as a weekly assessment, depending on the individual school contract that they have with that vendor. So Richie, do you want to talk about how we run the analysis on the predictive so that we understand what is correlative? Because you have to have confidence in these things if you're going to use it.
Right, and so basically to answer your question, the school has the option to choose the assessment that they want to do. We specifically sent out a memo saying that the BSA is optional. We expect that if the school has purchased iReady, that they are going to do their 3 diagnostics. The students need to do that in order to set their path for their lessons. But what we found is that both of those instruments provide this prediction of whether of what the product thinks, what the results will be on the FSA. And so we've coached schools to not over-assess students, and we've worked with OSPA and the CAJA directors to really make an informed decision about whether they should be doing one or the other or both. And we're moving more and more towards the confidence that schools will have confidence in one product or another and try and really just focus on one or another. We do have overlap. You know, I won't say that we won't, but a lot of schools, because some schools want to see the results in both areas, and they want to be able to, target students in different ways.
Okay, thank you. And I think that, to Ms. Levinson's first question with regard to how many of these are mandated by the state and how many of these are things that the district is implementing, when you look at that line, if you take out, the K through 3 reading that we're targeted on, that is the line that is district initiated, that has the opportunity to have more assessments on the plates of the students. And so just to have a better understanding, I think at some point when we have a conversation, it would be helpful for us, I think, to understand how many schools are utilizing both and how many schools are utilizing one versus the other, and then looking at that correlation confidence and see if we're making the best decision in the best interest of students when we are applying these assessments. Any additional comment from my colleagues? I believe I took audience input. Is that correct? Do it again. Audience input on F1. All those in favor of F1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item F1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item I1, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on I1. I have Dr. Osgood for this item.
I'm going to pass on both items.
Okay. Any other comments from my colleagues? All in favor of I1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Item I1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on I2?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on I2. I have Dr. Osgood.
I'm going to pass, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier.
That's okay.
I got my response.
Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of I2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on I4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on I4.
Ronald B. Barish. Coral Springs Police, PD, are awesome. I think they're great. I met a few of them, and I think that the Coral Springs Police, the City of Coral Springs, will do a tremendous job in keeping safety for the kids in Tarabella and the other school, Riverside Elementary, all those schools. I had to say this because they are the greatest. They're one of the greatest PD that I ever had to see, or I have ever known. I know some of them, and they're really great guys, and they're going to do their utmost to protect every student in Coral Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. I was inquiring about how many additional other law enforcement agencies still need to have this agreement signed.
It's quite a few. We gave it out to all of them, and my understanding is that others that are out there have it in various stages. The ones that came before you.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ms.
Here,
Myrick
here.
also had a comment. Go
Okay.
ahead, you can finish
Yeah,
your comment.
just the ones that have come before you are ones where I believe those chiefs had the ability to move those forward, and not necessarily may have had to go and wait till they went through their councils. But my understanding is that many of the chiefs are going to bring them to their commissions for approval. That's a process they need. But we made it available to all the law enforcement agencies, the same contract.
Ms. Myrick, did you have a comment before Major
I
Kowalski?
think that Craig probably has more update, but I just was going to say what the superintendent did, that we worked with several of the chiefs' organization to get this out to all of the cities, and I'm unaware of how many have come back. But
Craig Kowalski, Chief Special Investigative Unit. You have the two that came back right now in front of you. I'm awaiting the others to return. Mr. Runcie explain the status of them overall right now.
So the others, do they have the ability to have live feed access to the cameras as we speak, even though there's not an official?
No. Broward Sheriffs and these two will have the ability for the live feed. The other ones won't have that until they sign
Until they
the
get
agreement.
the agreement, right.
Right.
Right. But is your question, when they get the agreement, will they have it?
No, Ms. Myrick answered
Okay.
my question. I guess I just would like to say that we need to make sure there's an abundance of communication to the agencies that have not fulfilled this agreement, because we don't want to have silos of communication if there is a threat on one of our campuses. And I understand it needs to go through the process and go through the lawyers, but we need to make sure that's executed as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of I-4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I-4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on I-7, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Ms. Myrick?
Yes, I
Wait,
just.
first, let me take audience input. Mr. Barish is standing right there. Yes, Mr. Barish?
Ronald
Oh, I'm
B.
sorry, we need to start the timer for you.
Ronald B. Barish. Legislation. I will tell you that I've been in legislation for a long time, especially with the American Postal Workers Union, and that's national. But state, that would be great for every student in Broward County and out of Broward County, mainly Broward County, of course. That is so important to have legislation to learn, for them to learn all about how to make a bill.
This is actually an item about our legislative platform for the upcoming legislative session.
That's right. And I'm just saying that every student should learn everything about legislation in the state legislation. That's what I'm saying to you. I really think that they'll enjoy it, and they'll love it. And that's what I'm saying to you now. And that's why I'm here telling you about it, because I was in legislation back in the 70s and 80s I went to Washington about 5 or 6 times.
Thank you, Mr. Barish.
I just want to let you know that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ms. Myrick.
Yes, you all approved
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry. We have an additional public speaker. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, yes.
Please stay on the topic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Michael Serbola.
And start the timer, Dr. Neesmith, please. Thank you.
The legislative agenda, I think a couple of you spoke to this. We need to set the example, not just for the superintendent, and by we, I'm talking about the school board now, when it votes. We set the example for what our notion of leadership is, what our notion of daringness is, what our imagination is, where we're reaching for. Is 62% an A? Is that an indictment on our children? Is that an indictment on us?
On
As
the
an example,
platform.
an example of
Please.
how to make a judgment on a legislative platform, that's an example of that type of judgment. Thank you. That's the type of thing we need to be addressing. 62% is insane, and we need to address
That's
broad...
not included in our legislative platform,
Yes,
so I'm
ma'am.
respectfully requesting that you address the legislative platform that is on the table at the time.
It is too specific to things that are too small and irrelevant to the big picture. We should be addressing big picture items that affect not just our district, but districts across the nation. Our children have asked us to come up with solutions, not just to their grade issues, but to the fact that a child can walk into a young girl is afraid to wear
Legislative platform
is afraid to wear shoes that glow in the dark.
has nothing to do with our legislative platform.
And
Respectfully,
yet-
Mr. Serbola, please.
And yet it does. But that's the thing. I agree with you. I agree with you. It has nothing to do with our legislative platform. You just made my point. It has nothing to do to show the type of leadership that will result in a little girl not being afraid to wear her glow shoes to school because she's going to end up in the dark when they have a drill, and she's going to be
Mr. Serbola,
shining
legislative
and
platform.
glowing in the dark. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public input on the legislative platform, please? Please make your comments directed to the legislative platform, and if someone could start the timer. Wait just 1 second so you get your full time. Thank you.
Hi, Anna Marie Pierpont, City of Hollywood resident. The career and technical, putting money into dual enrollment is awesome. I like the restoring funding for dual enrollment. My daughter was a beneficiary of that, as were many of her friends, and I believe that we need to continue to do that. It saves parents a lot of stress and aggravation to let kids experiment with a college experience while they're still at home and in high school, and establishing more mentoring for tomorrow's leaders and having more educational opportunities makes a lot of sense. The turnaround schools, having wraparound services is also very important. I know personal experience, I've been to Martin Luther King with Dr. Osgood and seen that when we provide food to hungry children who then they can learn because they're not hungry. And I would appreciate having more support from the legislation in Tallahassee for us to be able to provide those kinds of services. We also always need more money for teachers. So more money for employees, more money for everybody allocated by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you staying on topic of legislative platform. Any comment? I have Mrs. Alhadeff. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to Ms. Myrick. I apologize.
You all approved this platform last board meeting, I think, or 2 board meetings before. We've asked for it to come back because both John and I missed the fact that the Victims' Compensation Fund is on here, and Mrs. Alhadeff needs to recuse herself from that. If you remember last year, you passed the legislative platform, and then we added to it the Victims' Compensation Fund. Mrs. Alhadeff was on the board, and she recused herself at that point. So nothing has changed here. We're just doing that. So Mrs. Alhadeff can vote on all of it except for that one section.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff? Well, actually, first, do I need a motion to separate?
I think
or-
Mrs. Aldeff's prepared to make a motion to separate
Okay,
that item.
perfect. Thank you.
I'd like to make the motion to bring item I-7 to reconsider the legislative platform to the floor. I need to separate establish a victims' compensation fund for victims of the tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and recuse myself from the vote.
It has been moved by Ms. Alhadeff to separate out the establishing of the victims fund, and it's been seconded by Ms. Bartleman. Any audience input on the separation? On the separation only, please, Mr. Barish.
I approve.
Thank you. Any comment from my colleagues on the separation? All in favor of separating indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The item is now separated. Let's take a vote on the separated item for the Victims Fund as being part of our legislative platform. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That separated item passes with one abstention, Mrs. Alhadeff. Now on the item with the one item for the Victims Fund removed. Audience input, colleague input. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Item I-7 passes with the separated item, which also passed with one abstention. Now, Ms. Korn indicated earlier that she needed to speak on JJ 3 through 7. Do you still need to speak to those items?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And none of my colleagues indicated that they wanted to speak, although you certainly will have the right to do so. I'd like to take JJs 1 through 8 together. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on items JJ 1 through 8.
JJ1. I have to ask a question. Let's go to JJ1.
State your name for the record, please.
Ronald B. Barish.
Thank you.
Approve a recommendation to award construction agreement to West Construction Incorporated for the lump sum of $7,978,709.82. And approve an additional funding in the amount of $5,449,000. I'd like to know where that $5,449,000 came from, and approve additional funding. From what? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. Just to make it clear to the public, this board has set aside reserves for this program. We have received risk assessments from Atkins, our cost control company, and this information is provided to the board regularly. Any comments or questions from my colleagues with regard to JJ 1 through 8? Seeing none, all those in favor of JJ 1 through 8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ 1 through 8 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item LL1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on LL1. Just like to remind my colleagues, this is an item to vote down, a memo to vote down for item LL1. Any input from my colleagues on item LL1? Just a reminder, this is a memo to vote down. All those in favor of item LL1 indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Item LL1 is defeated unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item LL2?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn.
I'm up.
Oh, hello. Audience input on LL2.
LL2. For Lenore Homes,
That is correct, LL2, Mr. Barish.
Yep.
Please state your name for the record.
Ronald B. Barish. Does the the Broward County Public School District really need an elementary school again for that kind of money?
Mr. Barish, thank you. That's not what this item is about.
Well, wait a minute. Let's see what, maybe I'm wrong. LL2? Okay. It says here, that has been purchased, the school.
Mr. Barish, this is with regard to sale of the property.
Yes, it is.
Sale of the property.
Sale of the property.
Yes.
I'm making my opinion to it. I can't do that?
You certainly may. I just don't want you to be confused about the fact that we are not intending to put in an elementary school here. We are intending to sell the property.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. Any colleague additional audience input on LL2?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Bill Laystrom on behalf of Lennar. We appreciate the time from the last meeting, and we think we've listened to your comments and come up with something that I think will work for the board and for Lennar. And again, we appreciate your staff's time over the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any additional comment from the audience on LL2? Questions from my colleagues? Ms. Good?
No question, just a comment from staff, just to appreciate the due diligence that occurred since the last action, and certainly through legal counsel, you know, Ms. Myrick, Mr. Cooney. I know that we were trying to get amendments done at the last meeting, and it couldn't happen, but certainly I appreciate the efforts of all involved so that we have something that we can all live by and move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues on item LL2? Seeing none, all those in favor of item LL2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item LL2 passes unanimously. Dr. Neesmith, just double checking. I think we've disposed of the agenda. And at this time, do any of my colleagues have any reports or items to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Yes, Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I'd just like to announce our Empowering Parents Conference one more time. That was mentioned at the beginning when the ESOL representatives were here in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. The ESOL department has worked very hard with the Parent Community Involvement Task Force to put together the Empowering Parents Conference. It will be this Saturday at Plantation High School from 8:30 to 12:30. Guidance counselors will be available who speak all 4 languages, English, Spanish, Portuguese, and Haitian Creole, from 12:30 to 1 to answer individual questions. And for the first time, the district will be having a conference presented in 4 different languages. The keynote speaker will be Robbins Cherry, and then the group will break into 4 different rooms to talk about how to support your student and how to support your school, with the information being delivered in English in one room, Spanish another room, Portuguese another room, and Haitian Creole another room. We also will have light refreshments and a farmer's market. So we look forward to seeing a lot of our parents there on this Saturday, September 21st at Plantation High School.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Dr. Osgood?
Certainly, and thank you, Ms. Levinson, for your leadership with the Parent Engagement Conference. It continues to get better and better every year. I think it's going to be a great benefit, even a greater benefit this year, that parents can attend and have those sessions in their own language. I want to also encourage us and remind us that on September 25th is Dads Take Your Children to School Days. And we're asking all of our dads and our men, even if you're not a father, please go visit a school. Your presence really means a lot, and it makes a difference. Girls love their father, and dads and boys love their dads, and we want you to just have a strong male presence at all of our schools on the 25th of this month as we celebrate National Dad Take Your Child to School Days. We know that there are some awesome and outstanding dads all over this country who are very involved and active in their children's lives, and we know that there are men who support our children through mentoring and other different initiatives like the 100 Black Men and all of the different fraternities, but we need you present in Broward County at our schools. We want each of our schools to have at least 50 men present to greet our students as they come to school on the morning of September 25th. Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mrs. Alhadeff?
I'd like to congratulate the Stoneman Douglas High School Regiment Marching Band, who will perform at the 2021 London's New Year's Day Parade.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. And yes, likewise, I would like to congratulate the Marching Dragons for being extended an invitation also to attend the London New Year's Day Parade. And for those in the community who have students that attend Fort Lauderdale High School, just a reminder that tonight is the principal meet and greet. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
I wanted to comment that it's very important that the community step up and help Stranahan fundraise to get to London. We were both there yesterday, and they are so excited, but they need to raise a lot of money. So go to their website, contact their principal. We want to make sure that they're able to go. I mean, they got umbrellas and pins and a slideshow, and we need to help get them there so that they can do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional? Yes, Ms. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to, I guess, Ms. Bartleman's point, and I know that it was discussed about even on the news when they spoke about the two schools and how exciting it was and the opportunities for fundraising. But I know that we even spoke this year about having some funds set aside for schools to be able to, I mean, maybe not all of it, but maybe a contribution toward their travels to London if it's something that falls within the parameters that we set. I don't know if it does, but I just wanted to make sure and remind staff and Mr. Runcie. So it doesn't? Nope. Can they clarify?
Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So the funds that were set aside were really to assist schools when our students advance to competitions, either through athletics, academic competitions.
Oh,
that was really what that money was for. So when our students advance to debate competitions, academic games, or different athletics, that's really what that was for, to help offset those costs.
You're right. That's why I said if it fell within the parameters, but it doesn't. So certainly all of us will be more than willing to help out in any way we can. So just let us know, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else with a comment? Seeing no further business to come before this board, this school board meeting is now adjourned.